Chapter 511 The Eternal City. Legend has it that there was a river in the western regions that fell from the sky, hung in the air and flowed down. So it was named Tongue River. Tongue River water is clean and hygienic. The river fell to the ground, and the people on both sides of the river drank the water and became immortal. Relying on this immortal river, an immortal ethnic group has spawned on both sides of the river, called the Immortal Clan. Until one day, the people of the Bulo tribe discovered that the water in the Tongue River falling from the sky was gradually drying up. They tried their best, but no one could find the reason. How can humans know what is happening in heaven? In panic, the tribesmen invited a powerful Zen master, hoping that he could give some advice. The Zen master saw through the 9 heavens and 10 earths with a pair of wise eyes, and then said that a demon was born in the immortal world. It soaked in the Tongue River, blocked the source spring of the Tongue River, and drank up all the water in the Tongue River to increase its own strength. If it is not curbed, until the day it drinks up all the Tongue River water, not only the immortal people in the lower world will no longer be able to live forever, even the fairy world will be destroyed by the demon with increased strength. The Bureau people don't care about so many things in the immortal world. They just hope that they can never die. So they begged the Zen master to give a solution to save the immortal race. So the Zen master taught them a scripture and put a powerful holy object into the river. Tell the Bulo people that as long as they chant scriptures loudly on the shore, they can kill the devil. The people of the Bulo tribe are actually suspicious. Will the demon who grows up to destroy the immortal world be killed so easily by the Zen master? But they had no other choice but to treat the dead horse as a living doctor and believe in the Zen master for the time being. So the whole tribe chanted sutras on the shore for 7 days and 7 nights. And something magical happened. When the 7th night was about to pass, a thunderous sound suddenly came from the sky, and the whole world shook with a crack. Half of the clan members were knocked unconscious by the sudden loud noise. But this was not the most miserable thing. Within a moment, a huge object fell from the sky. It was so huge that it directly covered both sides of the Tongue River. The tribesmen sitting cross-legged and chanting sutras on both sides were all suppressed by this giant. Unimaginable earthquakes rippled across the entire western land, causing countless casualties. It took a long time before anyone could go and explore the source of this great earthquake. The Tongue River falling from the sky disappeared and never appeared again. And the people of the Bulao tribe will no longer be sad about this, because the entire Bulao tribe was crushed to death, and no one was spared. What caused this disaster was a huge corpse that fell from the sky. The corpse later turned into a towering oasis. Countless years later, a prosperous and beautiful city was built on the oasis. It's called the Everlasting City. Legend has it that the sacred object used by the Zen master to get rid of the devil is still enshrined in the Eternal City. So even though this lonely city occupies a large area of fertile land, no powerful country dares to take action against it. However, even if there are no external worries, internal troubles are always inevitable. The flowers are blooming, the hills are red, and the mountains and waters are green. No matter what year it is. The streets of the Eternal City. Disciple, that sweetheart of yours, Yu Qian said casually. We know each other. Li Chu corrected him immediately. Oh, that little girl you know is the princess of this Eternal City? Yu Qian asked. Then if she has such a status, is it okay for us to ask her for help directly? It should be possible, Li Chu said. I have worked with her in Shenluo City. If I come to visit again, she will not refuse. A group of 4 people were walking on a busy street, crowded with people, almost shoulder to shoulder. The little koi kept holding on to Li Chu's clothes, always afraid of getting lost. Lao Du carried his luggage and looked at the coolly dressed beauties from the western regions, who occasionally appeared on both sides of the road, with a warm and innocent smile uncontrollably hanging on his dark face. The Everlasting City has a high terrain, abundant sunshine, and a slightly hot climate. It is not unusual for girls to show their slender waists and long legs. The sunlight hits the snow-white skin, making it so bright that it's almost dazzling. This is what the western region should be like, Yu Qian said with a smile. Yes. Lao Du couldn't help but nod. This is what public-funded tourism should be like. Another peculiar thing about the Everlasting City is that there are so many flowers here. Wherever you pass, there will be large clusters of flowers blooming almost everywhere you look, whether it is streets, eaves, or rooftops. Compared with Shenluo City, this place can better bear the title of Flower Capital. Li Chu knew that this matter should have something to do with Yilung'er. She is a rare 100-flower fairy who is born with spirituality and can produce flowers and plants out of thin air. Back in Shenluo City, In the cold winter, she could make the whole city bloom just by walking a short distance. This is her hometown, so it is naturally affected. When we reached the center of the Eternal City, several people were a little tired of shopping. Lao Du noticed that a girl selling melons was particularly pretty and well-dressed. So he stepped forward and said, "Here are 2 melons. The customer chooses by himself." The melon seller said with a sweet smile. Lao Du casually asked for directions. "Girl, where does ye linger?" "The princess of Bulow City." "Live? Ye linger?" The melon seller blinked and said, "Are you looking for Her Majesty the Queen?" "So she is already a queen?" Li Chu was surprised for a moment, then took the melon handed over by Lao Du, took a bite, nodded and praised. Everyone said that the melons and fruits in the western regions are particularly sweet. And it is indeed true. Yu Qian looked at the way Du Lang was chatting with the melon seller, and said with a smile, "Yes, they say that girls from the western regions are particularly beautiful. And it is indeed true. They say there are a lot of monsters in the western regions. But it's really true." Wang Longqi was tied to a pillar in a dark cave, looking miserably at the monster in front of him. Several little demons that have not yet completely transformed, with pig heads and donkey heads, are dangling in front of Wang Longqi, laughing strangely, as if they want to scare him for fun. But after all, Wang Longqi had seen the big world. How could he be frightened by these country monsters? Seeing that he was not afraid at all, he said loudly, "Let my child go. You will do whatever you want to do to me. Coming for you. Do you have that ability?" The little demon laughed strangely and pointed at the inner cave behind him. "Just listen carefully. You will hear your wife's cry soon." The leopard-headed demon king had already brought Ji Yuan in. Wang Longqi gritted his teeth and was about to say a few cordial greetings to his ancestor. Suddenly, a roar was heard. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky, blasting straight through the top floor of the cave and smashing into Leopardhead's bedroom. The few little demons, who were still mocking Wang Longqi, still had smiles on their faces. When they turned around, they saw thick smoke rising from their king's bedroom. "Your Majesty!" All the little demons looked at each other, shouted, and rushed in together. After a lot of messy noises, the black leopard's head was finally raised, and rescue measures such as pinching the person's middle, slapping the chest, and punching in the back were carried out. After a long while, the leopard-headed eyes finally opened a slit, opened his mouth, exhaled a wisp of black smoke, and then slowly said 4 words. "This is a scam." Chapter 512 Young Hero. Wang Longqi looked at the scene in front of him and was very surprised. But he didn't know what happened. The leopard's head has become like this. I really don't know what happened to Ji Yuan's mortal body. So he pulled his neck and shouted loudly, "My dear, are you okay?" "I'm okay." Ji Yuan's voice came from the cave. Then, Princess Halua, whose clothes were a little messy but still intact, walked out with the same look of surprise. When the little demons gathered around Leopard Head, Ji Yuan stumbled to Wang Longqi and asked, "Ah Qi, what happened? You don't know?" Wang Longqi asked in confusion. "I don't know." Ji Yuan also looked confused. "Just now it came to the room and was about to commit violence on me. I tried hard to resist, but I couldn't withstand its strength. Just when it was about to tear my clothes, a sudden flash of lightning, it was so shaken that I couldn't open my eyes. And then I saw it lying on the ground. Although I don't know why this is happening. I think you have to do something with your hands when you are talking." Wang Longqi looked at the tight ropes on his body. "Why is there no life in your eyes? Woman? Son? Oh, right." Ji Yuan then remembered and quickly began to untie Wang Longqi's rope. Unfortunately, the monsters just ignored them for the time being. But they were not blind. It would be a bit too inappropriate to escape in person. "What are you doing?" The leopard pointed this way and barked. The little demons immediately rushed over and surrounded the pair of distressed mandarin ducks. The leopard's head was chopped to pieces by the thunder. With the help of the children, he stood up tremblingly, pointed at Ji Yuan, and gritted his teeth and said, "If you dare to plot against me, come here and kill this couple. Chop it up and feed it to the dogs. Chop the dog man and woman into pieces and feed them to the dogs." A little demon wondered, "Do you mean to let them eat themselves?" At this time, another little demon sneered, "Are you stupid? You've been chopped into pieces. How can you eat yourself? What should we do? Why don't you say you are stupid? Let them eat each other. Chop the men into pieces first and feed them to the women. Then chop the women into pieces and feed them to the men." Ouch. So smart. There was sparse applause in the cave. Wang Longqi frowned when he heard this. and said to himself that he had seen big winds and waves, and it would be too tragic to die in the hands of these idiot monsters, whose whole family couldn't spare any brains. But there was no good way. So he had no choice but to use his own methods to suppress the situation. But seeing Wang Longqi's eyes like lightning, his tongue bursting with spring thunder, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Help!" Ha ha ha. Hearing his cry, the monsters laughed. Leopard Head sneered, "Call! Scream! This whole mountain is my king's territory. Even if you scream your throat, no one will come to save you." Broken throat. Broken throat. Wang Longqi yelled twice more. "You dare to play dirty tricks when you are about to die?" Leopard Head's eyes suddenly turned fierce, and he stopped ink immediately and waved his hand. "Do it for me." Seeing that the little demons were about to step forward and peel off Wang Longqi's skin, causing cramps, they suddenly heard another loud rumble. Bang. There was a burst of gravel flying, smoke and dust billowing, and a big foot poked its way in from the door. The door of the cave was kicked open by someone. The demons turned around and looked over, and saw a muscular young man with thin cheeks, refined eyes, and yellow hair standing straight at the door with his legs raised high. The young man also carried an eyebrow-length stick on his back. Kicking open the door, the young man looked into the cave with stern eyes and asked in a cold voice, "Who shouted for help? Who just called for help?" "It's me. It's me, young hero." Seeing that he was saved, Wang Longqi quickly greeted him loudly. "You wild monsters! How dare you take the lives of innocent people?" The young man walked in step by step, with a cold light from the corners of his eyes and eyebrows, making all the monsters tremble with fear. The Leopard Head stood out from the crowd and said angrily, "Where are you from? You dare to interfere in my business?" "The Leopard King?" "Humph." The young man shook his head disdainfully. "Are you worthy of being called the king? If we were in the Golden State, it would be embarrassing for you to be a minion like you. Shameless talk." Leopard 2 felt guilty when he saw his stern attitude, but there was only one hole and no other way to escape. So it simply became angry and evil in its heart. It directly pulled out the big knife from the side, screamed strangely, and slashed at the young man. Wow, yeah. Although it went away fiercely, the young man didn't care at all. He just snorted coldly, quickly took out the eyebrow stick from behind with his right hand, and lifted it lightly. Laugh. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. There was a sound of cracking silk, followed by the sound of water dripping. I saw a big knife on the young man's shoulder. Half of the blade had been cut into his bones. The young man's eyebrow-level stick was also hitting the leopard's forehead. Obviously, the blow was not gentle. Both sides grimaced in pain. But obviously, the young man was more hurt because he had seen the red after all. Wang Longqi, who was tied to a pillar on one side, could see clearly that the young man's skill was not much better than that of Leopard Head. The two of them were just pure noobs pecking each other. He persuaded silently, "Brother, I'm not telling you. Don't imitate others in this skill of being a hero. Why don't you withdraw first? I don't blame you." The young man obviously couldn't bear this kind of grievance. So he immediately shouted loudly and raised his eyebrow stick again. The Leopard Head also realized that this man's momentum was weak, and immediately shouted, "Young men, get on shoulder to shoulder." 7 or 8 little demons rushed up together and surrounded the young man with swords, spears, swords and halberds. Ding 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 dang. Endlessly. Wang Longqi's eyesight is not bad now, and he can see the clues after a while. Although this young man is very clumsy and may not be as good as the gangsters who fight all the time on the streets, he is physically very strong. Not to mention these ordinary monsters. They may not even be able to compare with some great monsters with pure blood. Those ordinary swords and iron swords cut on the body. Although blood was seen, they could not penetrate deeply. They were just superficial wounds. And he was very strong, hitting the little demons with his stick one after another. After a while, he actually knocked out 3 or 4 little demons with one against many. You can't tell that he is still a human shield warrior. This unexpected protracted battle lasted for more than half an hour. And finally the two sides pushed away. There are still 3 or 4 little demons standing on the side of Leopard Head. The young man on the other side is already as bloody as a gourd. But he is still full of energy, and he seems to be getting braver as he fights. "Brother, I respect you for being able to take a beating," Leopard Head said helplessly. "What do you want?" The young man pointed at Wang Longqi. "I want to save these 2 innocent people." Okay. Leopard Head nodded repeatedly. "Anyway, this woman is a bit evil. I don't like this meat in my cave. It doesn't matter if you take her away. It's really bad luck. After that, he quickly asked his men to let Wang Longqi and Ji Yuan go. The two were overjoyed to be free again and trotted to the young man's side. The young man asked, "Are you two okay?" Wang Longqi looked at the blood all over his body, shook his head and said, "Thank you so much, young hero, for saving me. But let's see if you are okay first." The young man smiled and said, "I'm fine. If we fight for 2 more rounds, I will definitely take him down." With that said, he turned around and wanted to leave the cave. When he took the first step, his feet softened and he almost fell down. It was Wang Longqi who quickly supported him and helped him out. The three of them walked all the way down the mountain before the young man asked, "Are you too tired?" Wang Longqi said, "I'm not tired." The young man pointed at Ji Yuan and said, "Aren't you tired? This girl is tired. Let's take a rest." "It's okay, young hero," Ji Yuan said quickly. "I'm not tired." The young man was silent for a moment, and finally said angrily, "Do I have to say I'm tired? I can't help but wonder, haven't these two people read emotional intelligence? Okay, let's have a rest." Wang Longqi quickly helped him sit down, and asked at the same time, "We were in a hurry. Haven't you asked the young hero for his name yet?" "My surname is Shin." The young man replied, "My name is Shin Gongdao." Chapter 513 Tonight I. The palace in the everlasting city is very different from the palaces in other places. It is not magnificent, but rather plain. Looking around, the warm white walls are dotted with countless flowers, as if it were a palace filled with flowers. The master and apprentice arrived here, led by 2 tall and graceful maids, and walked all the way through the pavilions and pavilions to the queen's hall. Yilinger is waiting here. She didn't seem to be much different from when they first met in Shiluo City. She was wearing a light golden brocade robe, with long hair and a pair of smart eyes. Seeing Li Chu walk in, she stood up from behind the desk and walked out lightly in 3 or 2 steps without making any footsteps. It turned out that she was barefoot again. Still the same deer-like girl. Her Majesty the Queen. Veteran Yu Qian is Li Chu's master. I have long heard my apprentice praise your beauty, and when I saw you today, you are indeed worthy of your reputation. This time I am visiting the Eternal City. I would like to thank you for your care." Yilinger stretched out her hand to welcome her, and the old Taoist priest was the first to step forward, hold the queen's hands, and officially talk nonsense. "Okay," Yilinger nodded and said with a sweet smile, "Don't worry, old Taoist priest. Taoist priest Shaoli helped me a lot before. I will try my best to help you if anything happens." As soon as Yu Qian withdrew, Du Lang came forward again and held the queen's hands. "Your Majesty, we met in Shiluo City before. I wonder if you still remember me. When I see you today, your Majesty is even more charming than before." "Ha," Yilinger nodded and said with a smile, "Of course, I remember the underworld leader." Du Lang heard this and said, "That poor Taoist is really flattered. But Her Majesty the Queen, my surname is Du." "Sorry." Yilinger smiled again. Lao Du walked away not knowing whether he was happy or sad. It was little Koi's turn later. She held Yilinger's hands. She was obviously a little nervous about this kind of intimate social interaction and said, "Your Majesty the Queen, my name is Yuer. I have never met you. I don't know if you still remember me." "Don't remember me." "Uh-huh." Yilinger smiled again. Very humorous. Very humorous. The little Koi moved away again, and finally came to Li Chu. "Miss Yi." Li Chu looked at Yilinger with gentle eyes and nodded gently. "Long time no see." Yilinger held out her hands insistently and looked directly at Li Chu. "It seems to be saying that in order to hold your hand, I shook everyone's hand, and now you just nod with me. How can that be okay?" After a pause, Li Chu still stretched out his hand. Yilinger's hands are very cold. After a long while, she showed a sweet smile, turned around, walked back to the desk, and said, "Old Taoist priest, if you need help with anything, it doesn't matter if you ask." With a profound smile on her face, Yu Qian asked, "I wonder if your Majesty the Queen knows about Xingju. Star beads? Those things that flew out of the Shen ruins a few days ago?" Yilinger rolled his eyes and said, "I don't think you've heard of them. What do you want? The old Taoist priest?" "Exactly. We heard from others before that there were traces of star beads in the Eternal City recently, so we came to look for them." Yu Qian said, "Okay. Why don't those guys stay in the city center for a few days, and I will arrange for people to go to the whole city to find out the news. As long as I get some clues, I will inform you immediately. How about it? Yeelinger said. Thank you so much, Your Majesty the Queen. The old Taoist priest thanked him. After talking about the matter in a few words, the group left the palace again. Yeelinger sent people to place them in Guani in the city. This place was magnificent and quite grand. Entering Guani's guest room, Yu Qian looked around before sitting down. She just drew a word on my palm, the old Taoist priest said calmly. Her Majesty the Queen also wrote a word on my palm. Durang said immediately. Me too. Li Chu nodded. I seem to have one too, said the little koi. What she wrote on my palm was the word Jean dot, said the old Taoist priest. The word late was written to me, Du Lang said. What was written to me was the word I dot, Li Chu said. The three of them looked at the little koi. The little koi immediately became nervous. Its hair stood up, and its eyes rolled around. She wrote something for me. There were too many strokes. I can't recognize it. I can't remember it. Xiao Yu, your third word is very crucial. Yu Qian looked at her solemnly. Me tonight? This space of association is too large. The old Taoist priest grabbed Xiao Yu's hand, wrote the word Shang up and down on her palm again, and said, Is this it? No. Xiao Yu shook her head. There are many more strokes. The old Taoist priest gently wrote the word sleep for sleep. What about this one? No, the little koi shook his head again. The old Taoist priest also wrote the word Chao for practice. It doesn't seem to be the case. The little koi shook his head again. Huh? The old Taoist priest was a little confused. Master, if it's none of these, let's consider changing to a greener and healthier direction, Du Lang suggested. Is it this? Li Chu took the little koi's hand and gently wrote the word help to save his life. Ah, the little koi's hair twitched. Yes, that's the word. Li Chu's eyes tightened. What Yeelinger wants to say to them is, save me tonight? Crack, crackle. A fragrant pheasant was roasting on the fire. Wang Longqi, Ji Yuan and Shen Gong now, who was covered in blood and had weak breath, were sitting around the fire. They all seemed to be hungry. If you want to go back to Halua, you should go east. I want to go west. After this meal, we can just say goodbye, Shen Gong now said. Your injury? Ji Yuan looked at him worriedly. A little flesh wound. It's not a problem. Shen Gongdao waved his hand. Shen Xiaoxia, please don't be so harsh. The blood from your body can be turned into blood sausage for the three of us to eat twice. Wang Longqi said speechlessly. We'd better send you to the nearest city to see a doctor. I have the bloodline of an ancient divine ape. How can I be so fragile? Don't worry. Shen Gongdao held his head high and said. Before he finished speaking, he coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang Longqi and Ji Yuan were both speechless. After vomiting blood, Shen Gongdao turned back and said, Okay, then I will escort you to the city in front. Wang Longqi looked at him and could only say, Thank you very much, young Master Shen. After perfunctorily speaking, he asked again, Young hero, your cultivation seems to be your first time out in the world. Right. Well, mentioning this, Shen Gongdao couldn't help but let out a long sigh and gritted his teeth. I am the unparalleled prince in my life. How could there be a wicked man who took away my wife and killed my grandfather and father? I have to avenge my blood and revenge. I just left the western regions because my grandfather has a good relationship with Aurora Bodhisattva. I want to go to Wanfa Mountain to learn from his master. There are such people. It's so bad. It turns out that, brother, you are still carrying such a great hatred. Wang Longqi said. We have all heard of the name of Aurora Bodhisattva in Halua. I believe that if you follow him to practice, you can take revenge as soon as possible. Oh, it's too difficult. Shen Gongdao shook his head and said, My grandfather has such unparalleled cultivation that he can't even resist the enemy's magical power. So I can only try my best. Don't worry, brother. Wang Longqi patted him on the shoulder. Actually, I have another good brother who is a good man. At the same time, his cultivation level is almost unrivaled in the world. I will ask my good brother to help him later. You kill your enemies. Shen Gongdao was quite moved. He looked at Wang Longqi, paused and said, Thank you very much. Chapter 514 Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Syndrome by Li Chu. Brother, let's eat something. I can't eat it. It's not a solution for you to give up on yourself all the time. Even with our level of cultivation. Even if we don't eat for a few years, we won't starve to death. but we will eventually deplete our bodies. I don't. The island where the Purple Palace exists is in a cave. Kuranzi huddled in the corner, with his arms around his knees and his chin resting on his knees. He was wrapped in a thick blanket. His eyes were full of uneasy trembling, and he just hid in the shadows and remained motionless. Pai Yinzi was holding a food box on the side, looking at him helplessly and said, "Senior brother, you always look like this. Why do you go out? Going out? Who wants to go out?" Hey Lanzi's eyes suddenly became alert. "What are you going out for? Don't go out. There are all little Taoist priests outside." Alas, Pai Yinzi sighed. If he knew a veteran of the demon world named Medicine Demon, he would probably have some idea of Kuranzi's current symptoms. This kind of post-traumatic stress disorder caused by Li Chu is not unique to Lanzi, but his symptoms are probably the most obvious. It was probably because he had no chance to be killed by Li Chu for the third time. The three-eyed magic orchid has only one natal seed left. This shows that Lanzi will die if he is killed. "But Master just asked you to come over. You must go and see him," Pai Yinzi advised again. "I won't go. I won't go." When Lanzi heard this, his stress became even more intense. He grabbed Pai Yinzi and shook him. "Please, junior brother, just tell the master and say that I will die." "Yes. Master will definitely ask me to deal with the little Taoist priest again. I don't want to deal with the little Taoist priest. Senior brother, please calm down," Pai Yinzi said quickly. "I have already asked the master, and he said that he will carefully consider the matter of the Xianyuan people and will not let you take action again. The reason why I asked you to go this time is because something else." "Huh? Really?" Lanzi calmed down, blinked, and looked at Pai Yinzi dubiously. "Are you sure you don't want me to deal with the little Taoist priest?" "Okay." Pai Yinzi nodded. Hee. That's good." Kuranzi's mood stabilized, and he actually smiled. He took the food box, used the hand that had just touched Pai Yinzi, took out the food inside and ate it hungrily. Pai Yinzi was on the side and couldn't help but smile when he saw Lanzi, who had his head drooped and listless just now, raised his head again and cheered up. After eating, the brothers and sisters came together to the throne of Zigong Master. "I heard that Master summoned me, but I was late in arriving. Please forgive me, Master." Lanzi saluted. "It's okay." Master Zigong looked at Lanzi with some concern. "I heard that your Taoist heart has been broken recently, but you must be careful. As practitioners, the higher you go, the more important your state of mind is. But you can't be careless. Master, as long as you don't let me deal with the little Taoist priest again, then the disciple's mood will be fine." Lanzi raised his eyes and replied. "Alas," Zigongjiren said, "I am also a little anxious as a teacher. I never thought that asking you to plan for that immortal person would actually add a demonic barrier to your heart. But it is not the solution for you to always stay in the cave. It is even more difficult to solve the inner demons. Not good. In this case, you go do something somewhere else and slowly regain your mood. Disciple, please obey the master's orders and let the master send you." Lanzi paused and said, at the same time, he silently added in his heart, "Just let the master send you. Except for the little Taoist priest. Ancestor Tingha asked me to help with this matter." Zigongjiren said. He was trying to seize the sacred objects in the Eternal City, but the progress was not going well. So he asked a few of us for help. Ancestor Tingha then has never been good at human behavior, and his relationship with the other ancestors of the strange demon sect is not very good. So no one cares about him. I didn't want to care about him at first, but then I thought about it. If I am the only one helping him, wouldn't it be right now a good opportunity to help in times of need? It can also allow you to go over and relax. If you have a chance, it will be a great surprise if you find a way to get the legendary holy object. Are you going to help Patriarch Tingha? Lanzi nodded. Disciple understands. Everyone in the world thinks that the legend of the holy relics in the Eternal City is false. But Patriarch Tingha, who is the last drop of water in the Tingha River, took tens of millions of years to cultivate his demonic body. No one knows better than him that the legend is true. In the Eternal City, the sacred object that can kill the devil really exists. Zigongjiren warned again. Of course, you don't have to care too much. If you have a chance, just fight for it. If you don't have a chance, you can come back. Just treat it as go try your luck and don't get hurt. Lanzi was very moved when he heard this and said loudly, "Thank you for your love and care, Master. As long as you don't go to the little Taoist priest, no matter what the Eternal City or the Eternal City, The disciples are willing to go through fire and water for the master. The nights in the everlasting city are still very peaceful. Li Chu's consciousness rolled through the night sky of the eternal city. Wherever he passed, he saw only a peaceful scene in the flower city outside the territory. It seems that Yilinger also has a few brushes when managing the city. His consciousness reached all the way to the palace. Found where Yilinger's palace was during the day, and looked over. Li Chu paid great attention to Yilinger's "Save me tonight" distress signal, but it was definitely not a wise move to rush to it. He decided to observe first. The spiritual consciousness opened in by Lang's country is very convenient at this time. Compared with the colorful perspective of the Qi watching technique, the spiritual consciousness is more direct, as if the sight is placed in the distance, and it can cover all places, which is quite practical. His consciousness extended all the way into the palace, and he saw Yilinger's beautiful figure in a brocade robe. She was sitting behind the desk, facing 3 other people. The leader was a tall young man who was also wearing a brocade robe, with a bit of nobility, and his appearance was somewhat similar to Yisha that Li Chu had seen before, but his face was a bit wider. The 2 people behind him had a bit of evil aura. Not surprisingly, they were probably not human beings. The tall young man looked angry and pointed at Yilinger and said, "Little sister, you are still lying to me. The holy object is not in your hands at all. Is it?" Haha, Yilinger showed that sly and beautiful smile again. "Brother, you didn't believe me when I said from the beginning that I didn't have any holy objects in my hand." The man whom Yilinger called his eldest brother must be the eldest prince of Eternal City? "The second brother is like this. And you are like this too. You have all loved playing these cunning tricks since you were young." The eldest prince sneered angrily. "Okay, you continue to play. Today I will make you unable to live or die. Look at you. How tough is your mouth? Brother." Yilinger suddenly stood up and said in a cold voice, "Although I don't have a holy object in my hand, I also have my trump card. I can come and leave when I want to this palace. I didn't fall out with you before. It's just me you still care about flesh and blood family ties and peace in the city. So don't think that these 2 people from the strange demon sect can deal with me. Ha ha," the eldest prince said disdainfully. "You are still bluffing me when you are about to die. You have never had any foundation. How can you help me? If the 2 sages can't deal with you today, then I don't need you to call me big brother in the future. Can I accept you as my sister?" Ha ha ha. Before the laughter ended, the 2 monsters over there had already started to attack. In an instant, a demonic wind filled the brightly lit hall. Rumble. Facing this overwhelming momentum, Yilinger was very calm and collected. Just when the eldest prince was wondering what trump card she had, he saw a scene that made his jaw drop. Yilinger suddenly raised his head, pulled his neck and shouted, "Help!" The eldest prince couldn't help but let out a "huh" sound. "Are you serious?" Chapter 515 Is this brother-in-law? "Young Master Shin, you look dry and thin. Your bones are full of meat." Wang Longqi carried half of Shin Gongnao on his shoulders and walked forward with difficulty. It can be seen from the grinning expression on his face that although Shin Gongnao is not tall, he is definitely not light. "Brother Wang, you don't have to be like this. I'm fine," Shin Gongnao said with difficulty. "Is everything okay? Just take a few steps." Wang Longqi rolled his eyes and panted. Ji Yuan, who was leading the way, was a little worried. "My father, there are so many monsters in the western regions in this wilderness. Should we continue walking? Why don't we find a safe place to spend the night first, and then start our journey tomorrow morning?" "No way." Wang Longqi looked at Shin Gongnao, whose whole body was weak and only his mouth was still tough. He shook his head and said, "With his injury, I don't know if he can survive tonight. If he sleeps, maybe he can. I can't wake up. So I have to go to the city to find a doctor quickly." "Who are you saying can't wake up?" Although Shin Gongdao's consciousness was a little blurry, his ears suddenly pricked when he heard someone saying that he couldn't wake up. "Just find a place to spend the night. I promise to get up earlier than you tomorrow. I can run 3 laps in the morning, buy breakfast, and then come back to wake you 2 up." Wang Longqi heard his voice getting weaker and weaker as he spoke, and said hurriedly, "Okay, I want sweet tofu curd for breakfast." "Dreaming!" Shin Gongnao suddenly stared at his eyes and raised his neck. "Tofu is salty, and sweet is heresy." Seeing that he was energetic again, Wang Longqi took a few more steps. After walking a few steps, Shin Gongdao's hand drooped down again. Wang Longqi leaned into his ear and whispered, "You can have 2 rice dumplings stuffed with bacon stuffing. I'll kill you." Shin Gongdao's eyes suddenly widened again. Zongzi are those made with dates. If you want to eat meat, why don't you go and eat glutinous rice chicken? Wang Longqi still didn't argue with him and continued to move forward. But after a while, seeing that Shen Gongdao seemed to be sluggish again, he said softly, "Forget it. Let's eat a snow-skin mooncake." "Wow. Yeah. Shen Gongdao stamped his feet and beat his chest. "Can that thing be called a mooncake? Can that thing be called a mooncake? What's wrong?" Wang Longqi asked. "I not only want to eat ice skin, but I also want to eat ice skin with egg yolk filling." Puff. Before he finished speaking, Shen Gongdao was heard roaring to the sky and spitting out a small mouthful of old blood. Then his head went soft, and there was no sound again. Ji Yuan looked at Wang Longqi speechlessly. "Why are you so angry with him? Don't I want him to cheer up?" Wang Longqi said weakly. "Who knew that he was so popular and could vomit blood? You are such an adult, and you don't understand anything." Ji Yuan rolled her eyes at him. "Who is a good person who eats mooncakes with egg yolks?" It was Wang Longqi's turn to be speechless for a while. "Is this the focus now?" At this life and death moment, Ji Yuan suddenly raised his hand and pointed in front of him. "My father! Look! There is a city in front of you!" "Really?" Wang Longqi raised his head and saw the outline of a city in front of him. "Okay, let's do it right now." The two of them were overjoyed and wanted to rush into the city when they felt the north wind tightening around them, carrying a vague fishy smell. Smelling this smell, Wang Longqi's nose twitched twice and muttered, "The monster is a male monster." Ji Yuan looked at him in surprise. "Can you still tell the difference between male and female? The female monster doesn't smell like this." Wang Longqi shook his head confidently. "Can you still distinguish the smell of a female monster? Have you done anything shameful?" Ji Yuan suddenly glared. Wang Longqi immediately said loudly, "You old lady. You really can't tell the difference between the important and the important. There are monsters now. Monsters! Is it useful to ask what I have done? Look at how angry you are." Ji Yuan calmed down. "I already have the answer in my heart." As she spoke these words, a huge shadow slowly enveloped the two of them. Wang Longqi's lips trembled. "Oh my God!" A huge black shadow reflected outside the window of Yilinger's palace. Two venerables from the alien demon sect. One taller than a foot tall, with flesh-like joints and eyes as red as blood. A figure expanded 7 feet horizontally, and its arms turned into 2 huge red pincers, baring his teeth and dancing his claws. The demonic wind gusted out, slowly approaching Yilinger. The eldest prince stood behind the 2 demons and looked at Yilinger with a sneer, as if he could see through her composure. What he disliked the most since he was a child was his second brother and younger sister. If there are several brothers and sisters in a family, if they are all stupid, it means that no one is stupid. But if there are 2 smart ones, it will look like the others are stupid. The eldest prince happened to be the dullest one. Originally, as the eldest son, he should undoubtedly be the crown prince. However, even until the moment his father died, he did not make a decision to whom the throne should be passed on. Apparently he just felt that his eldest son was not worthy. The subsequent fight for position seemed to confirm this entanglement. He, the boss, was the first to be kicked out of the Eternal City, wandering outside, almost begging for a living. The whole city seemed to be watching his joke. But at this moment, an old man appeared in front of him. Ancestor Tingha. Yes, he told himself straightforwardly that he was an ancestor from the strange demon sect. And he came here to seize the holy relics of the Eternal City. He can fight for the throne for himself, as long as he gives him the holy object after he succeeds. The eldest prince agreed without hesitation. So what if he betrayed the Eternal City? If he didn't hand over the sacred objects, he would be a lost dog. If you give him the holy object, you can become the new king. Although the Eternal City will suffer losses, it will make money with its own blood. So with the help of Ancestor Tingha, the eldest prince returned to the Eternal City easily. But at this time there was bad news. The holy object was missing. I don't know which brother or sister took him out of the Eternal City. And Patriarch Tingha immediately became furious. He then asked the eldest prince to hide his power and bide his time, let out words to support other brothers and sisters in ascending to the throne, and asked the princes and princesses to come back first. Only then did Yilinger come back and become the queen. However, not long after Yilinger ascended the throne, she discovered that she had been under the surveillance of the alien demon sect, and her restraints were getting tighter and tighter. Then she thought of a way to seek help and intended to escape. It's just that the eldest prince doesn't know her trump card. He only knows that Venerable Xian Xiao and Venerable Xian Crab are the capable men of Patriarch Tingha. It is more than enough for a little girl who is not strong in cultivation and has no skills other than blooming. Shout for help. Just want to laugh. The eldest prince snorted coldly. Scream. The entire palace is under my control. Even if your throat is broken by screaming, no one will come to save you. Ha 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 ha. The sinister laughter of the two masters, the shrimp and the crab, moved forward more and more, seeing the Ylinger was about to be captured by them. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a flying fireball came from the sky. Two sounds. The eldest prince saw a flash of light before his eyes, and the figures of Venerable Xian Xiao and Venerable Xian Crab disappeared. If they left, then why was there that faint burnt smell mixed with the aroma of barbecued seafood in the air? When his eyes flickered again, he saw a dazzlingly handsome young Taoist priest appearing in the temple. Looking around. Little Taoist priestly, I knew you would come! Ylinger finally lost his composure and rushed towards Li Chu. Li Chu held her elbow with his left hand and gently twisted her body to the side to stand up. Next time if you have something to say, just say it. There are some women in our team who are not very literate. Li Chu warned softly. Yeah, Ylinger nodded lightly. Then, he turned to look at the eldest prince and smiled. Brother, do you know what my trump card is now? The eldest prince's Adam's apple moved. He swallowed, and his eyes trembled. He finally realized the fact that the two venerables were killed by Li Chu with a single stroke of his sword. But the more this happened, the more frightened he became. Facing Ylinger's question, he muttered for a long time, and finally suppressed a smile that was uglier than crying. Sister, is this your brother-in-law? Chapter 516 Protection. My dear, run away! Wang Longqi saw a claw filled with black smoke reaching out towards the two of them. He quickly interrupted Ji Yuan's random thoughts, carried Shen Gonggao on his back, pulled up his legs and started running. Bang! 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 Two black claws slapped the ground, making a muffled sound. And then a beast's mouth with red eyes and fangs poked out from the darkness. This half-human, half-animal monster was more than 2 feet tall, sometimes lying on all fours on the ground. Sometimes his legs exerted force, and he quickly caught up with Wang Longqi. He slapped out his claws fiercely, and 3 red lights came through the air. Young Master Shen, don't worry. You have saved my life, and I will never abandon you even if I die. Wang Longqi gritted his teeth. Before he finished speaking, he heard the sound of breaking wind behind his head. He subconsciously shrank and hid under Shen Gongdao's body. Bang! 3 sharp claws of red light struck Shen Gonggao firmly on his back. The two of them rolled forward several times and landed awkwardly. Shen Gonggao, who already had a small amount of ancient divine 8 blood in stock, vomited out a few more points. Wang Longqi put him on his shoulders again and said, Young Master Shen, cheer up! When the monster saw that his move not only failed to kill the prey, but also sent him far away, he became furious, opened his mouth and spat out a stream of red blood. Call out. Hearing the sound of the light beam coming, Wang Longqi quickly dodged sideways, and Shen Gonggao was turned sideways to completely block him. Immediately afterwards, the red trainer hit Shen Gonggao hard. Boom! The two flew together more than 10 feet away. Wang Longqi fell to pieces and shook his head until he woke up. Looking up, he saw that the city was not far away from him. As long as they enter the city, I believe that this little monster will not dare to chase and kill him again. Over there, Ji Yuan was almost approaching the city gate. Seeing this, she hurriedly shouted to Wang Longqi. Ah Qi, come here quickly. Wang Longqi frowned and said, No, I can never leave Shen Xiaoxia behind. With that said, he picked up Shen Gonggao again. Ji Yuan's shout attracted the attention of the monster. It just focused on Wang Longqi. After 2 attacks were ineffective, it realized that the woman was about to enter the city. How does this work? Then the monster glared and sprayed out a ball of fire from its breath. Boom! Ji Yuan is delicate and timid. How can she dodge? Damn it! Wang Longqi saw that the situation was not good and quickly threw Shen Gonggao from his shoulders forward and shouted, Go on! He was close. And with this throw, Shen Gonggao was hit in front of Ji Yuan, blocking the fireball. Boom! The clothes on Shen Gongdao's back suddenly exploded, and he fell to the ground unconsciously. Baby! Run away! Wang Longqi shouted again, not forgetting to add, Remember to take Shen Xiaoxia with you. At this time, Ji Yuan finally realized the importance of taking Shen Gonggao with him, so he also dragged him forward. The monster's attacks were ineffective several times in a row, and it beat its chest angrily. It was about to lose its temper. It was conceivable that Wang Longqi and the others would face another wave of attacks. At this moment, a golden holy light suddenly fell from the sky and landed on the monster's head. Laugh. Just like boiling water melting a snowman. The monster's figure made a strange noise and melted without any delay, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Looking up again, an aristocratic young man wearing a white and gold gown descended from the sky and came to the two of them. That monster has been killed by me. You two don't need to panic. Is it 3? The young man in white looked at the completely invisible Shen Gongdao and couldn't help but click his tongue. He is actually still alive. Thank you for saving me. Sir, I wonder if you can rescue my friend again. Wang Longqi stepped forward and begged. You are actually friends? The young man in white murmured in surprise, then nodded. I'll give it a try. After saying that, he put his hand on Shen Gongdao's back, and a white glimmer of light lit up on his fingertips, slowly injecting it into Shen Gongdao's body. Wang Longqi has also seen the world, and he can see that this magical power is quite similar to Li Chu's little Bodhi mantra. It is probably a Buddhist healing technique. It turns out that he is not a human being, but a monster with ancient bloodline. No wonder he is not dead, the young master in white mused, as the white light slowly ascended. After a moment, Shen Gongdao actually let out a hum. His brows trembled, and then he slowly opened his eyes. Wang Longqi immediately pounced on him. Shen Xiaoxia, you finally woke up. It's not in vain that I worked so hard to protect you. No, not yet. Following the eldest prince's question, Li Chu and Yilanger denied it at the same time. Yilanger blinked and glanced at Li Chu next to him. He didn't know what he thought of. His eyebrows suddenly rose, and he looked at the eldest prince. Don't think that just calling me sister will make me let you go. The eldest prince asked weakly. Then I'll shout twice? Humph. Yilanger laughed angrily. Brother, you have watched me grow up since I was a child. No matter how much our brothers and sisters fought before, we never hurt our lives. When you were completely defeated, you were just kicked out. The Eternal City, isn't it? I don't want to believe that in order to steal the holy relic today, you actually want to let someone take my life. No, little sister. We just want to scare you. The eldest prince quickly waved his hand and explained. I have already discussed it with Lord Shrimp and Lord Crab. As long as we scare you into telling you the whereabouts of the holy objects, we must not, it will hurt your life. If you don't believe me, just ask them. Yilanger, Li Chu, the eldest prince. After a moment of silence, Yilanger said expressionlessly, why don't you go down and confront them? No, little sister. With a pop, the eldest prince actually knelt down. It was the eldest brother who was obsessed with me and forced you to marry me. But you have to believe that the eldest brother has absolutely no intention of killing you. Obsessed? I think it has been planned for a long time. Yilanger had no intention of being deceived by him. From the day I returned to the Eternal City, your plan has been made. If I hadn't told you, I would have it there is a sacred object. I'm afraid you won't promote me to the top, but will kill me immediately. It's a pity that you have been planning for so long. But you didn't expect that I also lied to you. The sacred object may have been taken away by the second brother. I have nothing in my hands. Ah. The eldest prince's calculations were completely scratched by her. He couldn't think of anything to refute for a moment, and his body suddenly slumped to the ground. After a long pause, he raised his head again and said, Little sister, it's really not the case. I want to do this. You drove me out of the Eternal City earlier, and I fell into the hands of thieves like a lost dog. It was they who took me back to the Eternal City and forced me to obey their plans. You were coerced and ordered by others. Huh? Yilanger snorted coldly and asked, Who is coercing you? The eldest prince raised his head and said loudly, Ancestor of the strange demon sect. Tingha. Chapter 517 Holy Object. A sneeze. A heavy sneeze sounded in a cave outside the Eternal City. Ancestor, you have been very tired recently, so you should be careful about your health and avoid being exposed to the cold. A flattering voice immediately rang again. The cave is spacious and bright, but there is no fire. The lighting relies entirely on a kind of faint blue stone on the cave wall, so that the objects in the cave are shrouded in a strange blue light. Sitting on the table was a thin old man with old robes and a sparse mess of hair hanging on his shiny head. His eyebrows were long and bushy, and his eyes were deep and boundless. As he slowly opened his mouth, you could see that there seemed to be only a few teeth left in his mouth. He is so old that one can't help but wonder how old he has been. This person is none other than the ancestor of Tingha, who has existed since countless years ago. In front of him stood a groveling middle-aged man with a green crown, a round face, 2 beards, and a flattering smile on his face, wearing a white cloth shirt. He was a little hunched, his back slightly arched, as if he was carrying something on his back. What nonsense are you talking about? Gue-san? My body is almost immortal. So how could it be contaminated by some bullshit wind and cold? This sneeze may be caused by a being with great magical power, who is thinking about my body, and is moving all the things with his thoughts. If that happens, it's probably not a good thing. Ancestor Tingha said slowly, although he looked haggard and his voice was low and hoarse. He really looked like he was dying. But if you listen carefully, you will find that although he speaks slowly, he is full of energy. It's my disciple who is ignorant. Don't blame me, Ancestor. I really miss my ancestor. The man known as Gue-san smiled again. Everyone in the strange demon sect knows that Patriarch Tingha is the last drop of clean and hygienic Tingha water to take form. And he only has 3 disciples under his sect. 1 shrimp, 1 crab, 1 turtle. And this one is naturally the black turtle among them. Uh-huh. You turtle grandson. Although your bloodline is low and your cultivation is not good, you have a bright mind and your mouth is quite eloquent. Ancestor Tingha said, it is enough for the ancestor to have Venerable Xian Xia and Venerable Xian Crab by your side to fight for you. I don't have much expectations for my cultivation. As long as I can serve my ancestor at all times and make him happy, then I am a great disciple. It's an honor, Venerable Xiangui said hurriedly. Don't worry. As long as I am alive, Ancestor, I will be able to protect you. Ancestor Tingha sighed. I don't know why. I always have a vague premonition that tonight's things will not be so smoothly. He has been alive for an incalculable amount of years, and is considered one of the oldest living beings in the world. So his premonition is certainly not unreasonable. After hearing this, Venerable Xiangui asked, the longevity of our ancestor is almost infinite. So why do we have to go out of the mountain for such a sacred object? It would have been fine if we had been living in seclusion in the mountains in the past. But in the past few years, there have been more and more changes in the world, and the period of immortal fate is approaching. The 4 elephants appear frequently, and I suspect that there will be big changes in the world. Tung He the ancestor was patient and said slowly, it just so happens that at this time, those old friends in the past disappeared one after another. Venerable Xiangui knew that the old fellows mentioned by Patriarch Tingha referred to those creatures whose longevity is close to his, and they are old in the true sense. For example, the old locust tree whose body appeared almost when the world first opened, or a certain old ghost that appeared earlier than the ghost kingdom. Strong men in the world come and go from generation to generation, but they all flash by like meteors. Only these old guys with extremely long lifespans can hang high in the sky like eternal stars. Such a being must have a variety of extremely powerful life-saving means to survive for such a long time. So every time one of them disappears is no small matter. Several people disappearing one after another like this is simply a strange thing that has never been heard of in the past. It is no wonder that the ancestor Tingha feels sad. What's more, he is considered the weaker one among them. They are all huddled everywhere in the human world. If they haven't been born for a long time, if they all encounter accidents, then it is meaningless for me to avoid disasters. It is better to be born and fight for a better place. Ancestor Tingha continued, my cultivation has not changed for many years. I am destined to be unable to reach the top in this life. If I want to become stronger, I can only use external objects. And the most powerful magical weapon in the world that I know is probably the sacred object in the Eternal City. Everyone in the world thinks that the legend of the Eternal City is false, but they don't know that it is true. At that time, I had not yet opened my spiritual intelligence, and I only had some memory fragments in my mind. But I also remembered that demon-like existence, which felt like a devastation. That holy object in the human world can actually gather the power of mortals to kill such a demon. So it must have supreme power that exceeds the limits of this human world. If you can get it, my heart will be at peace. Ancestor's great blessing reaches the sky. We will definitely succeed. Although Venerable Xiangui didn't quite understand the state of mind of Ancestor Tingha, he didn't care. Just licked it, and immediately sent a thoughtful blessing. As the two of them were talking, they suddenly heard a voice calling from outside the cave. Junior Master Zigong, His Majesty He Lanzi, came here to pay homage to Patriarch Tingha on Master's orders. Huh? Is someone coming? Venerable Black Turtle immediately turned around and opened the cave door. When he looked up, He saw He Lanzi, who had just arrived. He Lanzi also saw the head of Venerable Black Turtle sticking out of the cave door. The two of them looked at each other, and for some reason, they suddenly felt a sense of sympathy in their hearts. I am the second prince of Fu Lao City. My surname is Yi Mingxue. After rescuing Wang Longqi and Ji Yuhuan, and awakening Shen Gongdao, the young master and genie also reported his name. This person was Yi Shua, who had previously raised cats in Wanfa Mountain. After hearing a few brothers tell what the little Taoist priest from Hulua had done, he did not hesitate and immediately asked his master for leave and went down the mountain. Unknown to him, what do you want? When he was on his way, he happened to encounter a demon making trouble and saved these strangers. After a few people exchanged names, they went into the city and found an inn to rest. Shen Gongdao has Yi Shua to treat him, so he doesn't need to see a doctor anymore. He just needs a good night's rest. Yi Shua was not in a hurry to spend the night, so he simply settled him down and rested here. Not long after, Wang Longqi suddenly knocked on Yi Shua's door. Please come in. Yi Shua was playing with small objects in a brocade box in the room, when he saw that the person coming was the wretched young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He didn't take precautions against him. Master Yi. Wang Longqi came over to sit down and said, I came here to ask, since you are the second prince of the Eternal City, are you going back to the Eternal City on this trip? That's right. Yi Shua nodded. That's why I came here. I have a few friends who happen to be in the Eternal City. I was bullied this time and wanted to go find them. But in the wild environment of the western region, we really don't dare to go on our own. I don't know if it's not convenient for you. Master, please take us on the road together tomorrow. No problem. Yi Shua smiled and nodded. Then thank you, Mr. Yi, very much. Wang Longqi thanked him hurriedly. After talking about the business, he looked around and asked curiously, Master Yi is up in the middle of the night. Why are you playing with embroidery needles here? Could it be that you are still treating the girl? Do you have any research on Hong? Yi Shua held a golden needle in his hand and said with a smile, This is not an embroidery needle, but a very powerful treasure in my Eternal City. Master Yi is joking. Where can a needle take the treasure? Of course Wang Longqi was not disparaging for no reason. But he was curious. But he was too embarrassed to ask directly. So he simply said this. Sure enough, when Yi Shua heard this, he took the initiative and said, This is not an ordinary embroidery needle. You see it is small and thin. But as long as you recite the scriptures and rub it gently, it can quickly become thicker. Long. This time Wang Longqi actually showed a slightly careless smile. What's so strange about this? I have this thing too. Chapter 518 Transaction. Little sister, how about you let him go if he gives you a unique skill? He will show you a 7-step poem. Listen. In the main hall of the Eternal City, the eldest prince turned around and faced the entrance of the main hall, took steps forward, and chanted in his mouth at the same time. The beans are boiling to burn the pots, and the beans are weeping in the cauldron. They are originally from the same root, so why fry them together? Certainly. Just when he was about to walk out of the palace in a big way before he reached the 7th step, Li Chu raised his finger, and the eldest prince's body froze in place. Humph! You want to run away? How can it be that easy? Yi Linger snorted. Even if I don't kill you this time, I still have to put you in jail and imprison you. I can't let you go out and do evil anymore. After saying that, she looked at Li Chu again and thanked her seriously. Xiao Tao as priest, it's really thanks to you this time. Without you, I would have been in trouble this time. There is no way to repay the kindness of saving my life. But, listening to these familiar lines, Li Chu subconsciously raised his hand. The words, no need to, came to his lips subconsciously, as if forming a muscle memory. But Yi Linger did not follow the words, but continued, I can only help you find the Star Pearl and fulfill your master's wish. Don't worry. Although there are many of their people in the government and the public in Fu Lao City, I am not a vegetarian. Yes, the eldest brother and the 2 venerables of the strange demon sect have been eliminated, and I can quickly control the remaining situation. By then I will gather the power of the whole city. As long as Xingzhu has appeared in the Eternal City, it will definitely be done soon. It can be brought before you. In this case, I have to thank Miss Yi first. Li Chu's raised hand flew in the air without hesitation, and naturally turned into a fist in thanks. It was unclear whether this was his intention or to relieve the embarrassment. When passing by the entrance of the main hall, I saw the eldest prince's eyes moving crazily. as if he had a strong desire to express himself. You want to talk? Li Chu saw his intention and gently untied part of the body. The eldest prince immediately shouted, Little Taoist priest, are you looking for the star bead? I know where the star bead is. Huh? Li Chu's eyes lit up, and he immediately replied, Tell me carefully. A few days ago, a star bead did appear in the Eternal City. It is said that this thing is a treasure that fell from the immortal world, and it was sold at a very high price. I was trying to collect some treasures to please Patriarch Tingha, so I gave this thing collected and offer it to Ancestor Tingha. Li Chu nodded slightly after hearing this. It seems that it's not. Okay. If we don't find this Tingha ancestor, then where is he now? I don't know. The eldest prince was eager to survive and knew everything. Ancestor Tingha has been in the world for a long time and behaves extremely cautiously. He has never shown his true body in the Eternal City. He always asked Venerable Shrimp and Venerable Crab to follow him when working by my side. Even if there is urgent news, I will send it one of my most trusted turtle masters, and its own hiding place is never known to anyone. Then where did you donate your treasure? Li Chu asked again. I gave it to Venerable Xiangui when I met him, and asked him to hand it over to Ancestor Tingha. The eldest prince's voice trembled. Little Taoist master, if you want the star bead, I can help you. I will help you go there and inquire about the location of Ancestor Tingha. Li Chu pondered for a moment, but did not speak. Yi Linger rolled his eyes and said with a smile, If Ancestor Tingha acts so cautiously, how easy will it be for you to find out information about him? If you don't do it right, you might be able to scare the snake away. The eldest prince was shocked. Little sister, you can't do this. How about giving your elder brother a chance to redeem himself and make meritorious service? Don't worry. Yi Linger waved his hand. I will naturally give you this opportunity. I just have to do this. She smiled sweetly, cunningly and beautifully. She wants to exchange the sacred object for the star beads? The next day, on the top floor of a tavern in the Eternal City, Venerable Black Turtle looked at the eldest prince in surprise. This was the joint location they had agreed upon, and he thought he would be able to see the holy objects directly this time. Unexpectedly, what was waiting for them was news of the death of Lord Shrimp and Lord Crab, as well as a transaction request. Yes. The eldest prince nodded repeatedly. There was an inconspicuous little jade bell hanging on his waist, so naturally he didn't dare to make any additional movements, concealing the existence of Li Chu, only saying that Yi Linger used the holy object to kill the two venerables, and then offered to exchange the holy object for the star beads. This was Yi Linger's plan. Although Li Chu can now use his spiritual consciousness to track everything, there are still some magical means in the world that can block the detection of spiritual consciousness. For example, Lu Fufeng's spiritual consciousness in Jixiang Mansion was blocked by the Golden Bodhisattva's ban that day. So to be on the safe side, he still gave the eldest prince a traveling talisman. As long as the eldest prince makes any unscrupulous move, or attempts to let the walking talisman leave his range of 10 feet, a flying fire meteor will fall from the sky. The eldest prince, who had smelled the scent of Lord Shrimp and Lord Crab up close, naturally understood the value of Li Chu's move and immediately nodded like a chicken eating rice. The next day, I came here to convey the transaction request to Lord Turtle. Of course, in Yi Linger's name. You'd better explain clearly first. How did Venerable Shrimp and Venerable Crab die? Venerable Turtle was still extremely shocked by the news. My little sister was killed with a sacred object. The eldest prince replied. What exactly is that holy object? Can it allow her to kill two venerables so easily? Venerable Turtle asked. The eldest prince was silent for a moment, and then said, I didn't see them clearly when they died. This is the truth. He really didn't see it clearly. The sacred object is so powerful. Your little sister wants to exchange it for the star beads? Lord Turtle was still very surprised. The eldest prince wondered why you, an old bastard, talk so much nonsense. But he had no choice but to lie patiently. So he had no choice but to explain patiently. That star bead is the legendary treasure of the fairy world. It may have some magical uses that no one knows. My little one, my sister said that as long as she gets the star bead, she will not only hand over the sacred object, but she can also directly withdraw from the dispute in the Eternal City and leave here. It's just that she hopes to trade with Patriarch Tingha in person. That holy object is what our ancestors longed for, and we don't know what magical uses that star bead has. If we can exchange it like this, it's not a bad idea. The eldest prince continued to advise. That's true. Venerable Xiangui nodded. with a cryptic look on his face, as if he had something on his mind. After a pause, he said, I will go back and report this matter to the ancestor first. How to deal with it is still up to the ancestor to decide. Okay. The eldest prince felt guilty, and didn't want to say more. Both men ended the meeting looking worried. After Venerable Xiangui left the Eternal City, he landed on the top of the mountain where the cave was located. After standing for a while, he reached out and took off the green hat on his head. He turned his hand and took out a deep star bead. Alas! He sighed heavily. I was so obsessed at the beginning that I actually swallowed this star bead privately. Now if the ancestor knows about this, I will inevitably be punished. What should I do? Ancestor Tingha always acted cautiously, and always conveyed news to outsiders through Venerable Black Turtle. Taking advantage of this position, he frequently deceived his superiors and deceived his subordinates, enriching his own pockets. But if Patriarch Tingha knew about this matter this time, all the benefits given to him by the eldest prince would be taken back by Venerable Turtle. Then I can't eat and walk around. Venerable Turtle was lost in thought all the way. So he put the star beads back to their original places and slowly walked back to the vicinity of the cave. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of him and called him, Brother Turtle? It was none other than He Lanzi. There are many restrictions set by Ancestor Tingha here. Even Venerable Black Turtle has to walk carefully, so he doesn't find it strange. But when Master Xiangui saw He Lanzi, his eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Hylan, I just have something to do, and I want to ask you for help. Venerable Xiangui stepped forward and begged repeatedly. Huh? He Lanzi was puzzled and asked, What's the matter? Venerable Xiangui took off his hat again, turned over his hand, and took out the star bead. Brother Hylan, can you recognize this thing? He Lanzi saw that a bead was taken out from Xian Turtle's head. His eyes widened in shock, and he pointed at him. What the H.L.? When he saw that it was a star bead, his surprise turned into horror. After all, this thing inevitably reminded him of the name. Where did you get this thing from? Oh, Brother Hylan, this is because it didn't come easily. Someone wanted to dedicate this item to the ancestor, but my brother was obsessed with it and swallowed it secretly. Now someone wants to exchange a holy item with the ancestor for this item. Then if I want to report this matter, won't it be exposed? But the ancestor attaches great importance to sacred objects, and this matter cannot be deceived. So after much thought, I have only one plan. Venerable Black Turtle pulled him and begged. Brother Hylan, please give me a hand. How do you want me to help you? He Lanzi asked. Venerable Black Turtle said, I would like to ask Brother Hylan to play the role of the ancestor. Chapter 519 Tripartite Talks. After the meeting between the eldest prince and Venerable Black Turtle, he returned to his mansion. At his home, he met an unexpected guest. Second brother? The eldest prince looked at Yeshua, a little surprised, because when he brought the people from the strange demon sect back to the Eternal City, this second brother seemed to have the ability to predict the future and ran back to Wanfa Mountain in advance. Yeshua is different from them. They fight back and forth in the pool of Eternal City. But Yeshua stepped into the gate of Liantai Ancient Temple early and became a disciple of Aurora Bodhisattva, with an escape route that they could not compare with. In fact, his withdrawal is not a bad thing. In the Western region, no matter how fierce the alien demon sect is, Aurora Bodhisattva is a being that they dare not easily provoke. At this moment, Yeshua suddenly came back, and the eldest prince couldn't help but feel a thump in his heart. The Taoist scriptures say that when a night owl comes into the house, he will come for anything. This second brother came back suddenly at this time, and he must have some agenda. But then I thought again. No matter how cunning the second brother was, could he be more terrifying than the little Taoist priest? Now that the little Taoist priest's grilled seafood sword hangs over his head at all times, why should he be afraid of this second child? Could he have allowed himself a worse way to die? Thinking of this, the eldest prince suddenly became arrogant, held his head high and glanced at Yeshua. Didn't you go back to the mountain to serve your master? Why did you suddenly come back? Brother, there's no need to say more about my sect. I'm not here to compete with you for the throne. I just want to ask you for something. Yeshua said straight to the point without any nonsense. What do you want? The eldest prince asked. Xingju, Yeshua said. Star beads again. The eldest prince's brows suddenly furrowed. Why did everyone suddenly want this thing? He looked ugly and said, How can I have this thing? Brother, you can't fool me. Yeshua shook his head. A star bead appeared in the Eternal City before, but you secretly sent someone to take it away. You can hide it from others, But you can't hide it from me. The eldest prince stared at Yishuo, paused, and said, I expected that you had a spy beside me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to run so fast before. Who is it? Those who know this are all my cronies. But there are only a few people who are my concubines. And there are only hundreds of people. Brother, there's no point in guessing this. Yishuo smiled helplessly. I know the star bead is in your hands. And I don't want to snatch it from you. Instead, I can exchange it with you. What do you want in exchange for it? Sacred object. Sudden silence. Listening to these familiar lines, the eldest prince blinked and thought of a terrible thing. Is it possible? Alas, he suddenly sighed and said, Since I was a child, I have wondered whether I am the only one who is not my father's biological child. Why are you and my little sister so similar? The same smart and cunning. The same outstanding appearance. And you are constantly making up lies? They can all make up the same thing. Brother is joking. Although Yishuo didn't know why he said this, he still comforted him. You are the most like my father. How could you not be my biological son? That means you two are not my father's biological children, the eldest prince said. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain this matter. Yishuo was speechless for a moment, and then said, You are the eldest son. As long as you hold the sacred object, you can legitimately become the new king of the Eternal City. My little sister will definitely not be able to defeat you. That star bead should be of no use to you. Bar? It was indeed of no use before. The eldest prince thought about it again and said simply, I won't lie to you either. My little sister has already proposed to me to exchange the holy object for the star beads. And now you come to propose it again. It's better to wait for the transaction. You will come when the time comes. And the three of us will be present. Whoever can take out the holy object will give the star beads to him. Whoever can take out the star beads will give the holy things to him. How about being witnesses to each other? He was not completely brainless. Although he did not dare to reveal what happened to Li Chu, it was still okay to deliberately involve Yishuo in the eldest prince's vision, as long as Yishuo dares to compete with the little Taoist priest for the star pearl. The little Taoist priest can turn Yishuo into a grilled seafood with just a flick of his sword. When the time comes when he helps the young Taoist priest obtain the star bead and performs meritorious service, he can also spare him. When he leaves, he and his little sister will be the only ones left in Fu Lao City. Hey. My little sister also wants to exchange holy objects for star beads? Yishuo was also puzzled for a moment and muttered, What does she want with this thing? Immediately, he thought, Brother, behind you is Patriarch Tingha of the strange demon sect. If she dares to trade with you, she must have found a backer that is not inferior to Patriarch Tingha. Treasures such as Xingju must also be a substitute for the people above wanted. Yes. The eldest prince nodded. There is indeed someone above her. Yishuo looked at him and smiled slightly. I won't hide it from you. In fact, there is someone above me. Seventh young master, I have no choice but to ask you for a favor this time. After leaving the eldest prince's residence, Yishuo turned around and came to an inn in the Eternal City. Shin Gongdao is still recuperating here. Wang Longqi and Ji Yuan are taking care of him here. And at the same time, they are also inquiring about the master, an apprentice of Di Yongwen. Wang Longqi only knew that they were coming to the Eternal City. As for when they would come and when they would leave, he had no idea and was a little confused. Brother Yi, aren't you the second prince? Do you need my help? Wang Longqi asked in confusion. The situation in Immortal City is very complicated now. Yishuo put on a posture that was difficult to explain, and sighed. Well, in short, now I have to make a deal with someone to exchange for something. But the person who traded with me, there are huge forces behind people, and I'm worried that they have evil intentions. Although my master's relationship will make them a little wary. My master is too far away after all. When the deal is completed, I will still stay in the Eternal City for activities. No one may dare to touch me on the surface. But secretly I don't know. So I would like to ask you to pretend to be a dandy with a good background in the Halua dynasty. You and your wife have extraordinary temperaments, and I believe they can win people's trust. Then I will tell you that this deal was made for you. When you get the things back, you can take them away directly, so that I can be more relaxed. Don't worry. I will arrange for you to leave the city immediately to ensure your safety. I will also help you find the friends you are looking for. Yishuo looked at Wang Longqi. This matter was simple to say, but after all, there were still some risks. He didn't know whether Wang Longqi would agree. Unexpectedly, Wang Longqi didn't even think about it. He immediately patted his chest and said, Hey, I'm a professional. I don't know how many times I've done acting. It's all up to me. This is definitely not a boast. Wang Longqi has come here countless times just to help Li Chu perform role-playing. Characters include dandy, villain, bandit and gangster. Yi Shuo was quite moved when he saw how generous he was and said, "Thank you very much, young Master Qi." The next day, a tripartite meeting with senior officials of the Eternal City began in a remote attic. In the dark room, the eldest prince, Yi Shuo, and Yi Linger, three close brothers and sisters who had not seen each other for many days, were sitting together again. Apart from them, there was only a venerable black turtle wearing a green hat sitting next to the eldest prince. "Ha ha! I didn't expect that the second brother would also be here today." Yi Linger looked at Yi Shuo and said with a smile, "I heard that you are going to make a big deal, so of course I want to get involved." Yi Shuo also smiled, with an unpredictable look. "There's no need to talk nonsense. Since it's a transaction, then whoever of you has a real holy object in your hand should take it out." The eldest prince waved his hand. "Wait a minute," Yi Linger said suddenly. "Brother, I remember I said that I would only trade with Patriarch Ting himself. I can't trust you people." "Ha ha," the eldest prince said. "The venerable black turtle, whom I trust most, is sitting here. What else can't you trust?" Venerable Xiangui followed his words, put on a haughty expression, and took a sip of tea. "Humph," Yi Linger snorted. "Who knows if you will take a kickback from the sacred items I gave to Patriarch Tingha? If I give them to you, he will ask me for something again. My little sister won't bear it. Rise. Ahem. Cough. Cough." Venerable Xiangui didn't know whether he choked suddenly or something else. He coughed for a while, and finally recovered after a while. He raised his eyes and glared at Yi Linger, and said, "Okay, my ancestor has not come out to see anyone for many years. Since you have requested it, I will give you the honor to see him. It's just that my ancestor has a bad temper. After he showed up, if you can't take out the holy object, it's hard to say what will happen." "Of course there is no problem," Yi Linger said. "If Ancestor Tinga shows up, then the people behind me will naturally come out to talk to him." The eldest prince said to Yi Shuo again, "Second brother, isn't there someone behind you? You might as well call him out and talk with us." Yi Shuo smiled. "Of course it's no problem." The three people looked at each other and nodded to each other. "Okay, let them come out together." Chapter 520 An Actor Self-Cultivation. Dark room. Then Venerable Xiangui shouted, "Welcome, Ancestor!" in the eyes of everyone, who were either in awe or fear. Hei Lanzi, pretending to be the ancestor of Tingha, slowly walked out of the secret room behind Venerable Black Turtle and the first prince. His cultivation level is not low either, at least in the eyes of ordinary cultivators. It is unfathomable. Although he looks a little younger, no one can judge his age based on his appearance at this level. Therefore, the people present actually had no doubts, because they had never seen the real ancestor Tingha before, nor had they seen Hei Lanzi. But with Yi Shuo's shout, things started to go wrong. "Okay, Mr. Ji Qi, please show up too," he shouted. Immediately, a young man in brocade clothes with thick eyebrows and big eyes walked out of the secret room behind Yi Shuo with bold crab steps, came to the table, and looked around. The moment he saw Hei Lanzi, Wang Longqi's eyes trembled. He had briefly met Hei Lanzi in Shilan village. Although he didn't have a deep impression, it didn't take long and both parties remembered each other's appearance. Kuranzi's eyes suddenly lit up. "Master Ji Qi came from the Hulua dynasty to collect star beads for his family." Yi Shuo smiled and said, "It is not convenient to reveal his identity, but the girl behind him is a member of the Hulua dynasty. Princess. Following his introduction, Wang Lengqi took his seat. Ji Yuan stood behind him, looking like a maid. She was born with an aura of nobility that she had acquired, so naturally she could not lie. Saying she was the princess of Hulua County did not seem to be a lie at all. But even she is standing behind his thick eyebrows and big eyes. So how big is the background of this thick eyebrows and big eyes? The seventh child of the Ji family. Some people quickly thought of some possibilities. Although Yi Shuo didn't say it explicitly, it was just this that made them even more imaginative. Except Hei Lanzi. In other words, this is Hei Lanzi, the ancestor of Tingha. He looked at Wang Longqi with a strange smile and said, "Master Ji Qi, it's a pleasure to meet you." Wang Longqi looked at Hei Lanzi and felt a little confused. But with so many people around him, he did not give up on the self-cultivation of an actor. Instead, he cupped his fists and said, Ancestor Tingha, I have admired your name for a long time. Hey Lanzi stared at him. Why do I look at young Master Ji Chi? He looks a bit familiar. Ha ha ha. Wang Longqi laughed and wiped his sweat. That's impossible. I've never been to the western regions. But my Lao Ba just came here not long ago. And what he saw should be my compatriot brother. Ha ha. That's right. Venerable Xiangui tapped Hai Lanzi's feet under the table. And at the same time he leaned over and pretended to be respectful. Ancestor, have you met Ji Ba? The ancestor of Tingha has not been out of the mountains for many years. So it is naturally impossible for him to meet strangers. Hey Lanzi said this. But it is easy to be exposed. Hey Lanzi instantly understood what he meant. But still looked at Wang Longqi, as if she wanted to make him feel guilty, and kneeled down. The two people looked at each other for a long time. And then the firelight burst out. And they both understood the restraint in the other's eyes. Because both of them know that once the other's identity is revealed, their own identity will be exposed at the same time. Knowing that Wang Longqi was not Mr. Ji Chi at all, Hey Lanzi's mind was racing, and he could see through Yishua's guilty conscience. He must have found someone to show off, because he didn't have any more cards around him. After the transaction is over, you can intercept and kill it directly. If he was exposed immediately, the news would also be known to people on Yilinger's side, which would be of no benefit. Thinking like this, Karanzi didn't say anything anymore, but looking at Yishua and Wang Longqi's eyes, they were like a wolf looking at a fat sheep. Just when he was thinking about how to intercept Yishua and Wang Longqi, he heard Yilinger clap his hands and said, Then shall Taoist Priestly please come out too. After that, the little Taoist priest wearing a green robe walked out of the secret room behind Yilinger. His handsome and dazzling appearance made people dare not look directly at him. Clam? As Li Chu walked out, there was an exclamation in the room. Although it was just one sound, it was made by several people overlapping together. Hey Lanzi, Wang Longqi, Yishua. After Li Chu walked out of the secret room, he also frowned slightly. Isn't the amount of acquaintances in this room a little too high? But, even so, he insisted on self-cultivation as an actor. After all, as long as there is an audience, the play must go on. At least, if the enemy cannot move, I cannot move. He raised his eyes and looked at Venerable Black Turtle. The star pearl is in this person's hand, and he should be his only audience. Little Taoist Priestly also came from Halua to a famous fairy gate, wanting to collect star beads. Yilinger gave Li Chu a soft look. To be honest, Taoist Priestly and I have already been in love for a long time. As long as he brings back the star bead this time, he will be praised by the sect and his future will be bright. And he can take me back to get married. From now on, I can let go of everything in the Eternal City. Her acting skills are not bad. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Venerable Xiangui heard a strange sound beside him, looked around, and said in surprise, Ancestor? Why are you crying? Hey Lanzi raised his head, looked at Yilinger, and then at Li Chu. His tears became more and more violent. I'm old and I just can't listen to this. I still remember when I was 18 years old. A girl said to me that if two people are destined to be together, no matter how long or how far apart they are, they will meet again. At that time, I didn't believe it. But now I really believe it. Seeing Hai Lanzi crying uncontrollably, Venerable Xiangui hurriedly handed over the brocade handkerchief, and at the same time turned around and said with a smile, That's what my ancestor is. A man of good temperament. Ha ha ha. On the contrary to Hai Lanzi, Wang Longqi over there started laughing when he heard Li Chu's name. At this time, he was grinning so much that his mouth reached the back of his head. Even at this age, you still shed tears for other people's love. Bold. Venerable Xiangui glared at him. Master Ji Chi, as a junior, you'd better show respect to our ancestors. Ha ha ha. Wang Longqi laughed even more wildly. What? You let him hit me? Come on. I'm so itchy. His attitude shocked Venerable Black Turtle. How dare you be so presumptuous in the face of Patriarch Tingha? What is this kid's background? Come to think of it, my guess is true. Apart from Halua Imperial Court, who else can have such confidence? Thinking about it this way, he didn't dare to say anything. Hai Lanzi was so engrossed in crying there that Venerable Xiangui couldn't give orders on behalf of the ancestor, so he could only wave his hand angrily. Thanks to the ancestor's good temper recently, he hasn't killed anyone in several years. Losing face, he did not dwell on this topic, but immediately said, Since everyone is here, let's start trading quickly. That's right. Yeelinger looked at them. Ancestor, please take out the star beads. Of course the star beads can be taken out. Then whoever has a real holy object in your hands should hand it over. Venerable Xiangui said immediately. Okay. Then take them all out. Yishua nodded and took out a brocade box from his arms. And Hilanzi, under the gaze of everyone, also took out the box containing the star beads from his arms. Seeing that the holy object was in hand, his crisis was about to be relieved, and he could even claim credit from his ancestors. Venerable Xiangui couldn't help but feel a little anxious and said, the real holy object is indeed in the hands of the second prince. So let's start the transaction now. Bar. After hearing what he said, Yishua and Heilanzi looked at each other, and then looked at the people nearby. Then, as if there was a tacit understanding, the two of them pushed the things in their hands in front of Li Chu at the same time. Then, at the same time, he looked at Li Chu with friendly eyes. Huh? Venerable Xiangui looked at the scene happening in front of him, and he was greatly puzzled. Didn't we agree that the person who owns the sacred object will trade with the person who owns the star bead? The two men who had something gave the thing to the man who came empty-handed at the same time. This is not a transaction. You are clearly calling it an offering. Chapter 521 Li Chu-san beats Heilanzi. At this point, even if Venerable Black Turtle's head is not bright, he should have noticed that something is wrong. When everyone's eyes turned to the little Taoist priest who appeared last, he also looked over in surprise. Who are you? Venerable Xiangui stood up and asked Li Chu. My identity is true. Li Chu answered truthfully. He was indeed the only person who appeared later whose identity was not false. He was a young Taoist priest from Diyun Temple, a famous fairy gate in the Haluid dynasty. He was ordered by his master to collect star beads. Venerable Xiangui looked at Wang Longqi and asked, do you know him? Hee. I came to Everlasting City just to find him. But he is my good brother, Wang Longqi said with a smile. Venerable Xiangui looked at Yishua again. Do you know him too? Yishua nodded. I have always admired Taoist Priestly very much, and he is considered a good friend of mine. Venerable Xiangui looked at Heilanzi again. Do you even know him? Heilanzi's face turned pale, and after murmuring for a while, he said weakly, Little Taoist Master Li taught me a lot of principles of life, and he is my good teacher. Venerable Xiangui took 2 steps back, looked around at everyone, and shouted in his heart that he had been deceived. Since you all know him, why are you playing the role of me here? Li Chu opened the box and checked the star beads, and found that there was indeed no problem. So he put them away, then nodded and said, I have no choice but to forgive you. Venerable Xiangui wanted to be violent, but when he saw Heilanzi with such a low eyebrow, he knew that the little Taoist priest in front of him was definitely not simple. My own cultivation level is not as good as that of Heilanzi, and I don't dare to attack immediately. After a pause, he poked Heilanzi lightly. What should I do? After Heilanzi came out from beating Li Chu, he was as wilted as an eggplant beaten by frost. However, after being poked by Venerable Black Turtle, he suddenly got angry and yelled, Split up and run! Boom! As he stood up, there was a sudden thunder and wind in the large dark room, and a burst of demonic black wind suddenly exploded. Venerable Black Turtle was startled by him, but he reacted immediately. It seemed that Kuranzi knew he was outmatched and had no thought of resistance at all. He just wanted to escape suddenly. So Venerable Xiangui quickly turned around, shrunk his neck, and was about to turn into a demonic wind and escape. But he heard a faint sound in his ear. Ding! Then he froze in place and could no longer move. The reason why Li Chu chose to deal with him instead of Heilanzi was because Heilanzi was closer to the others. The moment he shouted to separate and run, he had already grabbed the person next to him into his palm. The hostage he chose was none other than the weakest mortal woman in the room. Gu1. Don't move! Don't even move! Especially you, little Taoist priest. Don't draw your sword. Don't point it at me. It's better not to look at me. I'm scared. Heilanzi grabbed Gu1's neck, blocked her in front of him, stuck out only one eye, and shouted loudly. From the moment Li Chu appeared, he seemed to have given up. But in fact, he had been thinking about ways to escape, because he knew very well that after so many years of killing without planning and committing many crimes, there was no way he would be spared once he fell into the hands of a little Taoist priest. But it was not easy to escape in front of the little Taoist priest. It took him no more than one breath each time to kill him, which was no more difficult than crushing a fly. So there must be someone who can help me delay a little more time. even if it's just a little delay. This task naturally fell on Venerable Black Turtle. And in this moment, it was useless no matter how far he ran. The little Taoist priest's flying sword would follow him like a shadow, unless he has a hostage. After such a brainstorm, Kuranzi chose the only possible way to survive from thousands of possibilities. Yuan, Wang Longqi looked at Hailanzi nervously and said, "Don't mess around. Let her go. Let her go. Impossible. If I let her go, can you let me go?" Kuranzi said angrily. Li Chu said to him calmly, "You have been surrounded by me. Don't be impulsive. Stay calm. Let go of the hostages. Put down your weapons and surrender is your only way out." Hailanzi said, "Unless you promise me, you can't do anything to me again after I let her go." Li Chu nodded immediately. "Okay, I promise you." "You promise so hastily. You must be perfunctory with me," Hailanzi said angrily again. Li Chu frowned and said, "Okay, then you ask again." Hailanzi said again, "Then I let her go. Can you let me go?" "Yeah." Li Chu put on a thoughtful posture. "You hesitated." Hailanzi immediately became even more furious. Yishuo whispered to Li Chu from the side, "Looking at the meaning, I should coax him first before saying." "Okay." Wang Longqi spread his hands and said to Ji Yuan, "Did you see it? This is how you usually get angry." Ji Yuan suddenly said aggrievedly, "I have been taken as a hostage. And you still have the heart to tease me. You clearly don't take me seriously. Do you not love me anymore?" "I didn't." Wang Longqi shook his head quickly. "You shook your head without thinking. You must be perfunctory with me," Ji Yuan said angrily. Wang Longqi said, "Then you ask again." Ji Yuan repeated, "Do you not love me anymore?" "Yeah." Wang Longqi thought for a moment. Ji Yuan was instantly furious. "You hesitated?" Hailanzi glared. "How can you? A bitch. Imitate other people's speech? Shut up. Let me go." Ji Yuan was so angry that he didn't care who Hailanzi was. He opened his mouth and bit his hand that was holding her neck, trying to break away. With how much cultivation Hailanzi has, even if she is not Li Chu's opponent, she is not something that a mere mortal can hurt. What she did could only make Kuranzi angrier. "If you don't act calmly again, I will strip you naked," Hailanzi said angrily. And with a twitch of his right hand, he actually pulled off Ji Yuan's shawl as a threat. But this small move resulted in a loud thunderclap in the air. Click. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck Hailanzi's body. This thunder, which couldn't even kill a leopard's head, wouldn't hurt Hailanzi. However, the paralysis effect of thunder and lightning still made his body stiff for a moment. Ji Yuan broke free and fell to the ground. At this time, Kuranzi's entire figure was completely exposed. Naturally, Li Chu would not let go of such an excellent opportunity. A flying fireball shot out and flew across the dark room in an instant. Boom. When Feijin returned, Hailanzi's body had disappeared, and only the faint scent of medicine floating in the air reminded people that something had existed here not long ago. A small storm subsided. After the experience points entered his body, Li Chu was sure that the Black Orchid Master of the alien demon sect had finally been punished. Counting this time, I have beaten Hailanzi 3 times. In the distant Bailang Kingdom, Taoist Yonglin, who had just finished his busy official duties, felt a burst of happiness in his heart, looked into the distance, and showed an inexplicable smile. A gentle flick of the sleeves hides merit and fame. Chapter 522, I can give it a try. By the way, Li Chu, let me show you something fun. After the dust settled, Wang Longqi also felt relieved, seeing the box containing the holy relics of the Eternal City in front of him. He smiled narrowly and said, "You know what is the sacred object of the Eternal City?" "What?" Li Chu looked at him. "Hey, it's very fun." Wang Longqi opened the box, showed the golden embroidery needle inside, and said, "Look at it." After that, he imitated the behavior of Yishuo he saw last night, gently recited the verses he heard, and then rubbed the embroidery needle with both hands. But after rubbing it, there was no reaction. "Hey, what's going on?" "The second prince taught me last night." Wang Longqi was a little confused. Then he continued to rub. "Get up. Get up." After working on it for a long time, the embroidery needle didn't move at all. It was still small and thin. At this time, Ji Yuan patted his shoulder gently and comforted. "Ah Qi, don't be anxious. Take your time." "Okay." Wang Longqi wiped the sweat from his forehead. "I may be a little tired from all the hard work these days, and am not in good condition. It doesn't matter. You can definitely do it. Ji Yuan said gently. If not, just rest first and try again tomorrow morning. Yeah. Wang Longji nodded heavily. I rubbed it for a long time. But still no change. At this time, Yi Shu on the side smiled and said, Brother Wang, there is no need to work in vain. This sacred object is fake. Fake? Yes. Ancestor Tingha has a notorious reputation for being cunning and cunning. How could I come here with a real holy object to commit danger? Before I get the star bead, even if he restrains me, there is no way he can get it. A real holy thing. A real holy thing. I put it in the inn. Yi Shu said, then looked at Li Chu. The reason why I want to seek this star bead is because I originally wanted to dedicate it to Taoist priestly. Oh! This surprised Li Chu. What a coincidence. Yi Liner said from behind Li Chu, somewhat unwilling to be outdone. I want this star bead also for little Taoist priestly. Yes. Yes. Seeing that his second brother and younger sister had expressed their opinions, the eldest prince had no choice but to speak. So he had no choice but to nod his head. I gave the star pearl to Patriarch Tingha only for temporary storage. And my original intention was to give it to the little one. Dao Chongli. The three crown princes who were originally fighting to the death in the Eternal City suddenly became entangled in a strange direction. Yulinger thought that she was the closest to Li Chu this time, and was too lazy to talk to them. Then she turned her attention to the venerable black turtle over there. How should he deal with it? The matter is not over yet. We still need him to find Ancestor Tingha. Li Chu said. That's right. The reason why he didn't kill venerable black turtle, but used a mobilization technique, was because he wanted to use him to find Ancestor Tingha. Because if he left with the star bead like this, the Tingha Patriarch, who was left behind, would still seek to seize the holy relics of the Eternal City. As long as that monster exists for a day, there will be absolutely no peace in the Eternal City. The three brothers and sisters in Fu Laocheng all helped him this time. So of course, he couldn't abandon them and ignore them. What's more, Patriarch Tingha, as one of the several old monsters behind the strange monster sect, has a long history of evil that cannot be defended. Whether it was for favors or justice, he had reasons to eliminate them. Little Taoist priestly. Yilinger looked at Li Chu with some worry. That Ancestor Tingha is an ancient being who has lived for who knows how long. I know you are highly skilled. But will it be risky to deal with him? She naturally knew that Li Chu was powerful. But who knew what kind of trump card that ancient existence had in his hand? So her worries were not completely unreasonable. Li Chu turned around, looked at her gently but firmly, and said slowly, I can give it a try. Wang Longqi next to him looked at Li Chu's figure and suddenly became a little lost. He still remembered the Li Chu he met at the beginning, who was a little afraid of dealing with a wild ghost with a withered grave. The south wind came from the west. And time passed by. The little Taoist priest, who only dared to chop down the lantern monster on the 10-mile slope, really happened. What a big change. Now he is upright. Died? Ancestor Tingha looked at the venerable black turtle in front of him with an unpleasant look on his face. Yes, with that little Taoist priest's sword. Hey, Lanzi was wiped out on the spot. Not even a single dreg was left. Venerable black turtle described the terrifying scene with trembling fear. The shrimps and crabs probably died when they met him. Hey, Lanzi died when they met him. Ancestor Tingha squinted and looked over. Then how come you didn't die? Is it because your turtle SH? L is harder? Ancestor, Venerable Xiangui said tremblingly. Do you think there is a possibility that it was the little Taoist priest who asked me to come back? He asked you to come back? What for? Patriarch Tingha asked. The little Taoist asked me to bring something to the ancestor, Venerable Turtle said. After that, he handed out a jade bell from his arms. Ancestor Tingha glanced over and understood instantly without holding it in his hand. There is a talisman hidden inside? Is it a walking talisman? In an instant, the hair all over his body suddenly exploded. This was the first time in the tens of thousands of years since he developed spiritual intelligence that he had experienced such a strong life and death crisis. Evil! He yelled angrily, shocking the venerable black turtle to the point where his legs softened and he fell to his knees. Venerable Xian Gui raised his head in fear, thinking that Ancestor Tingha was going to punish him. But he felt that his own life would definitely be at stake due to the ancestor's ruthlessness. Little did he know that Patriarch Tingha had no time to pay attention to him for even a moment. When he raised his head, he only saw the Patriarch in front of him explode. That's right. In a literal sense, Patriarch Tingha's whole body suddenly exploded. This explosion turned into countless turbid water droplets, shooting out in all directions. This is the most powerful way to save life for the ancestor of Tingha. After practicing so far, he can generate an entire Tingha river by himself. And as long as a drop of water in this river remains, he can be reborn and retain everything. His reaction was not extreme at all. Although he had not seen the enemy yet, he had already sensed a strong sign of death. Sure enough, in the next second, a rumble was heard. The cave wall above his head shattered, and a flying fireball fell from the sky. This is exactly what Li Chu said about giving it a try. His chi-gazing technique and spiritual consciousness could not penetrate Patriarch Tingha's formation to lock him. But the traveling talisman could. As long as there is a second or fifth boy to lead the way, he can easily find the location of the Tingha ancestor, and then try to fight with the sword. If one sword doesn't work, if it's a big deal, just use another sword. It doesn't matter. So when Jade Bell was exposed in front of Patriarch Tingha, the sword controlling technique had already taken action from afar. Ancestor Tingha exploded instantly and transformed into tens of thousands, which indeed made the flying fire meteors of Chunyang's sword hesitate for a moment. Because there is only one sword light, it is indeed impossible to pursue so many targets at the same time. Just when those water droplets were about to fly out of the cave, the sword light finally moved again. I saw the flying fire meteor suddenly turn and instantly turned into countless fire dragons and exploded. The art of sword control turns into the Ju of 10,000 swords. Boom! Thousands of fire dragons exploded in all directions at the same time. Each fire dragon intercepted a water droplet, and the sky filled with fire clouds and covered the entire Tung River. Ancestor Tingha is quite unfortunate. If it were Li Chu before he learned the walking talisman, there would be no way to target him. If it were Li Chu before he practiced 10,000 sword art, he would really have no way to deal with him. Because the attack of sword control is indeed relatively single. If it were Li Chu before his spiritual consciousness was activated, it would not be easy for him to control so many sword lights at the same time for accurate interception. He might even escape a drop or two. Only now, Li Chu, who has perfect magical powers, can kill all the escaping water droplets with such accuracy. Laugh. The violent sound of melting suddenly became one, which seemed to symbolize Li Chu's determination to punish rape and eliminate evil. Today, you will be at peace. Chapter 523. Am I invincible? Hai Lanzi is dead. And so is the ancestor Tingha. Master Zi Gong sat on the lotus platform, speechless for a long time. After a long while, Pai Yanzi in the audience whispered, I have pity on my senior brother. He only went to the Bulow city to avoid the little Taoist priest. But who would have thought that he would bump into him? Master, if it weren't for the matter of immortal fate, we just pretend it doesn't exist. That little Taoist priest is really terrifying. Ancestor Tingha has been alive for tens of thousands of years. Regardless of his cultivation level, his life-saving methods are definitely better than mine. Master Zigong also said with sadness. He actually died like this. As senior brother Hai Lanzi said before his death, it will be unfortunate if you get close to the little Taoist priest. Pai Yanzi said again. Immortality is indeed tempting. It would be unwise if you have to throw away your life for the sake of immortality. Master Zigong also nodded. It seems that this immortal fate is really not something that ordinary people can covet. Sigh. Hai Lanzi is gone. But life must go on. What's more, Master Zigong suddenly changed the topic and said, the day before yesterday, there was news from King Shao Kun that a strange man came to Ziyue Kingdom recently. And he turned out to be the former emperor of the human race. He claims to have a prescription for extending life. Then he is now calling himself the king of eternal life. And King Shao Kun has confirmed that he is indeed the once genuine emperor of the Yu dynasty. If the immortality prescription that can extend human life for thousands of years can be used by our demon clan, it might not be the same as immortality. Comparable. Oh! Pianzi was also a little surprised. Is there really such a magical medicine in the world? Although King Kun is a little arrogant in his actions, he has always been reliable. Since he has informed us, there is no problem. Master Zigong said. So there is no need for us to keep an eye on Xian Yuan. Let him go ahead. Ziyue Kingdom was once one of the great powers in the western region. Later, it was infiltrated by the alien demon sect and used as a stronghold. Gradually, everyone from the monarch to the civil and military officials of the dynasty were replaced by the monsters of the alien demon sect. Since then, the monsters have become more and more rampant. And now it has completely become a monster country in the western region. It is a terrifying place that makes everyone talk about it. Of course, for people from the strange demon sect, it is undoubtedly like home. King Shao Kun is now the de facto ruler of the Ziyue Kingdom. He is the youngest but one of the most powerful among the ancestors of the Yiyao sect, because he is the bloodline of the legendary beast, Kun. Although it is not as terrifying as the giant Kun in Baiming, it can swallow up the world once it transforms into a rock. But he was born to stand at the pinnacle of demons in the world, and his roar shocked the whole world. Originally, the alien demon sect had always acted in secret, and no matter how strong it was, it would not be revealed in front of others. It was only after the young King Kun joined that he dared to take the arrogant action of occupying a country. This also makes him very popular among the alien demon sect, and his popularity is quite good. There is a sharp contrast with the old ancestor Tingha, who is old and incapable of trouble, compared with people who are destined to be immortals. Isn't it easier to obtain the elixir of death? Pai Yanzi said excitedly. If everyone in my alien demon sect was immortal, how could this world no longer be ruled by the human race? Huh? As he spoke, Pai Yanzi was a little confused. Then King Wancher is a human race himself. Why would he give the secret recipe of elixir to our demon race? Of course, it's because the human race has no other place to stay. Zigongzhiren said. This elixir was not obtained in vain. The condition set by the Wancher king is that we open up a land for him that is no less than the Ziyue Kingdom territory, and protect him forever. These conditions are not easy to say. So this time King Kun informed us that he was not just talking about giving the elixir, but more importantly, he wanted to help. Master, in the Guani of the Eternal City, Li Chu showed the old Taoist priest the star beads he had just obtained, and then gave them to Du Lang to put them away. It hasn't been long since we arrived in the western region. This is already the third star bead. It seems that collecting all 7 star beads is just around the corner. Yu Qian nodded with satisfaction. Yes. Li Chu nodded and said, Disciple has doubts. Oh. Yu Qian smiled slightly. As Li Chu stepped into the world for a long time, his strength became stronger and his knowledge became wider and wider. He rarely came to the master with any confusion. Disciple would like to ask, how is Patriarch Tingha's cultivation? Li Chu said, the ancestors of the Tingha River are said to have been transformed by the last drop of the Tingha River water and have survived for tens of thousands of years. However, they are limited by their talents and have no chance to reach the top. They should already be the strongest among them. Yu Qian naturally knows everything. Word. But? Li Chu frowned slightly. It would be too easy for the disciple to kill him. The divine consciousness spread out, sniped from thousands of miles away, tracked with thousands of swords, and killed the Tingha ancestor in one breath. This routine went so smoothly that Li Chu was a little surprised. Moreover, Patriarch Tingha gave quite a lot of experience points, although it could not compare with the countless monsters in the Golden State. In terms of single experience points, it should be considered the top among those Li Chu had ever encountered. The only thing that can be compared is probably a powerful monster that was accidentally summoned by the orb that communicated with the devil world in Yunfu Temple, the pure land of Tianan. The monster gave a large amount of experience points, which shocked Li Chu at the time. Now it seems that the experience value of the two is almost the same, which means that the monster is actually a powerful being on the same level as the Tingha ancestor. In other words, at that time, when I was not even level 80, I was already able to kill monsters that were just a hair away from the top with one sword. But now that he has advanced a few levels, his strength has been greatly improved compared to before. Does this mean that he can kill even the best in the world now? But the ultimate in the world. Isn't it the limit allowed by this world? I used to think that no matter how strong I was, it was nothing more than this. Is there something not quite right? Yu Qian didn't know if she understood his complicated brain circuit. She couldn't help but blinked when she saw Li Chu's confused expression, because it was too easy to kill the Tingha ancestor. What's going on? Aren't you having fun? That's not the case. Li Chu shook his head and said, it's just that the disciple has some doubts about his own strength. Even the best can't do this. But there is no realm above the best in the world. Ha ha. Yu Qian chuckled twice. Who said Yu Qian can't do it? The best in the world refers to the realm, not the combat power. The old Taoist replied with his beard. After reaching that realm, suppressed by the great road of heaven and earth, there is no way to climb up. But the accumulation of immortal energy, fighting skills, magical powers, the use of magic weapons, the existence of magical weapons, etc. are all things that the great Tao cannot suppress. The improvement of combat power cannot be restricted. So there is a gap between the best, at least as far as I know. The giant kun in Biming is the same as the 4 elephants. But if there is a fight, one giant kun can beat 4 of them. If the kun turns into a rock and destroys the world, all the other 5 will be good and 5 bad. They are no match together. The gap between the top and the top is sometimes larger than the gap between the ordinary top and the ordinary. Because of this, there are so many tops. And only Tong Jiang dares to call himself invincible. I see. Li Chu nodded thoughtfully. Then I'm the best at it. Now, I think you can be a little bolder. Yu Qian looked at his apprentice with a smile. I don't think it would be as easy for Tong Jiang to kill the Tinghe ancestor as it is for you. Master means. Listening to his words, Li Chu was also a little surprised. Although he had some vague feelings, he never dared to think in that direction. Am I invincible? Chapter 524 in the Purple Mist. Is the holy object lost? When Yishuo and Wang Longqi came to Guani, they brought unexpected news. When I returned to the inn, Shen Gongdao disappeared together with the holy objects I had placed. Yishuo said with a gloomy face. Maybe it was when I was talking to Brother Wang last night that he heard me through the wall and discovered me again. The location where the sacred objects were placed made me have evil thoughts. Do you think there is such a possibility? Wang Longqi frowned and said. It was the holy object that kidnapped Shen Gongdao. Yishuo was speechless for a moment. Because Shen Xiaoxia really doesn't look like a sneaky person. He upholds loyalty and is willing to risk his life to save 2 unrelated people like us. How could he covet a treasure? Wang Longqi said weakly. I saw that he didn't look like this kind of person. So I safely placed the sacred object there. Who knew that he could do such a thing with thick eyebrows and big eyes? Yishuo shook his head. I can only say that you know people and their faces. I don't know, Li Chu immediately said. It's useless to talk more. When did you last leave? Yishuo said. Even this morning. He was injured, so he probably didn't go very far. It's just that the Eternal City is accessible from all directions, and there are many roads. So I don't know which direction to pursue. I know. He is going to become a disciple of Aurora Bodhisattva, Wang Longqi said. If that's the case, that's easy to handle, Yishuo said. Then I'll go back to Wanfa Mountain soon to see if I can wait for him to arrive. I'll try it first, Li Chu said. What does that person look like? About the same height as me. Blonde and blue-eyed. Carrying a very long stick. Li Chu closed his eyes, and his consciousness swept over him, like giant ripples rolling across in all directions. A moment later, he actually saw traces of this person. He is similar in stature to Wang Longqi. Carrying a stick. Blonde hair. Eyes closed. That's right. He was dragged along the ground by several monsters with his eyes closed. Looking ahead, there is a place shrouded in purple fog. There are restrictions that block the spread of divine consciousness. Li Chu opened his eyes. I think I found him. But he is unconscious now, and is being dragged by several monsters to a purple area where the consciousness cannot be seen clearly. Yishuo suddenly showed a troubled expression. The area that cannot be penetrated by spiritual consciousness is the Ziyue Kingdom 300 miles westward. Purple Moon Kingdom? Du Lang was shocked when he heard the name. That's not the legendary place where demons are everywhere. That's right. Yishuo nodded. If the saints fall there, it will be a bit difficult. In the western region, no one dares to set foot in Ziyue Kingdom. It is basically a demon kingdom where evil spirits are rampant and thousands of demons gather. Evil spirits are rampant, and all demons gather together. Li Chumo read these 2 sentences, and his eyes visibly lit up. Du Lang looked at him and said to himself, Master, what's going on with your heartbeat? He hurriedly said. Ziyue Kingdom is really not a casual place. It is now the lair of the strange demon sect. Even by Yujing or Wanfa Mountain, which are also in the western region, have not completely destroyed this demon den. Eradicating it shows how strong it is. The old Taoist priest, who was listening behind, smiled slightly. If Tongwudi or Aurora Bodhisattva didn't take action, they were just worried about whether the giant Kun from the North Sea, who had been sleeping for many years, would appear behind King Kun. Before that, it should have been Tongwudi or Aurora Bodhisattva. Invincible is the only being who is not sure of being able to defeat it. As for the gathering of 10,000 monsters, what's the big deal? Li Chu heard the master's contempt and said, Then we... Hey, stop it. Don't leave us. Yu Qian said, I mean, it doesn't matter if you go alone. We are going to the demon lair, and it will be difficult to escape. Instead of adding trouble to others, it is better to wait for you here. Little Taoist priestly can help us go to Ziyue Kingdom? Yishuo said in surprise. You can go. Li Chu nodded and looked to the west. There was a faint purple sky. King of all ages. Your conditions are too much. In the grand hall filled with purple energy, several phantoms stood high in the clouds and mist. The speaker was a tall figure wearing a Taoist robe and cloudy temples, standing in the fog. His appearance was that of Zigungshenren. It's already a big risk to build 1 or 2 cities for you as a place to stay. If you insist on not being smaller than the territory of Ziyue Kingdom, that means opening up another Ziyue Kingdom. If we have this ability, wouldn't it be we have already taken action? So why wait until today? Are you asking us to hand over Ziyue Kingdom to you when you make such a request? The huge shadows chatted, their voices rolling like thunder, full of intimidation. Opposite was a shadowy figure in a yellow robe, who was vaguely the king of all worlds, who had visited the Yun Temple. Zigungshenren. Whether it is the Purple Moon Kingdom or the alien demon sect. No matter what, it is a temporary existence. But the elixir can make you immortal and transform into an existence for tens of thousands of years. The answer of the king of Wanshur was equally sure. Don't you realize how valuable the elixir is? Another faint voice sounded, coming from a black shadow in the main hall, as if in a trance like an abyss. King of all ages. We know that your elixir is precious. But no matter how precious it is, you have to give us a weight within our capabilities. Ziyue Kingdom has been in the western region for many years, and it has been very difficult. If we expand further, the whole city will be closely watched by Baiyujing and Wanfa Mountain, including the countries in the western regions, who might unite to deal with us. The risk is too great, and your elixir is indeed priceless to the short-lived humans. But to us demons, your price may not be too high. King Kun, if you think my offer is high, then don't proceed with this transaction. King Wanshur did not give in. The longer you live, the more afraid you are of death. I understand this very well. You monster clan have a long lifespan. So what? Aren't you afraid of the day that comes? Or is there another way in the world that can make you immortal? It's possible. Zigungshenren said. Haven't you heard of the theory of immortal fate? Ha ha ha. King Wanshur laughed like thunder. The person who is destined to be immortal. Do you know where the person who is destined to be immortal is? And do you know who the person who is destined to be immortal is? Zigungshenren said loudly. The person who is destined to be immortal is Yu Qian, the master of the Yun Temple in the south of the Yangtze River. At this moment, he is in the immortal city of the western regions. Huh? Several of the ancestors of the strange demon sect around them all exclaimed in surprise. So you knew the whereabouts of Xian Yuan a long time ago? Why never tell? Do you want to eat alone? Master Zigong paused and said, I won't tell you. Just for your own good. Indeed. Before the other ancestors could speak, King Wanshur nodded in agreement. Why do you think I gave up the huge foundation of the Golden State and came to the western regions to live under the shelter of others? Everyone, I sincerely advise you. Immortal Shui Tai Deep. Yu Qian's cultivation level that you can't grasp is unpredictable. Even one of his disciples has the cultivation level to reach the gods. If you can really capture the person who is destined to be immortal, then I will give you the immortality prescription for free. Why is it difficult? Oh! After hearing his words, the phantom existence, like a dark abyss, suddenly lit up with 2 scarlet lights. That's when King Kun opened his eyes, with a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. Then I'd like to try it. Chapter 525. Then where will he go? In this city, there is no need for spiritual consciousness at all. What is sensed by the Qi watching technique is the dense demonic energy that covers the sky and the sun. Li Chu was walking in a city on the edge of Ziyue Kingdom, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. It is said to be a city, but in fact it is a continuous stretch of broken walls and ruins, with few traces of people and overgrown with weeds. It can be seen that this city was quite prosperous in the past, because many of the buildings on the roadside are large attics with several floors, and there is still some style left. It's a pity that the grand scene is gone. One of the reasons why it is so desolate is that, after all, the number of monsters is not as large as the number of humans, and they cannot fill every original city in Ziyue Kingdom. Another reason is that monsters can't live in the city. The places where they were born and raised were mountains or caves. That's why the once prosperous and powerful country fell into such a situation. Li Chu looked at it, and besides feeling a little pity, he also felt a little enlightened. The demon race has great power and a lot of wisdom. So why are they never a match for humans? It is probably because they lack the ability to derive civilization. Judging from the direction in which Shingon Yao was dragged into Ziyue Kingdom, he should have been brought here. So Li Chu was not in a hurry, and just walked forward slowly. After a while, he finally saw traces of a monster. A green monster carrying a big stick, short but strong, with a huge white teeth and one eye, was coming around the corner. When it saw Li Chu, its first reaction was surprise. Human? Yes. Li Chu nodded. The green monster was a little surprised. A human who looked like he was walking suddenly appeared on the streets of the Yue Kingdom. This human was not afraid of him at all, and he looked a little too handsome. No matter which angle you look at, this thing seems a bit strange. So it raised the mace mercilessly and said, "Hey, don't do it. I admit defeat." Li Chu raised a hand and slowly approached it, as if coaxing a child. "Don't hit me. Just think that I have been caught by you. You usually take the people you catch with you." "Where are you going?" "Please take me there." When it came to the side of the green monster, the height difference between the two of them was half, making the monster look a little short and cute. "Damn you." The green monster began to get angry. "Are you trying to coax a fool? Is it so obvious?" Li Chu did not refute. "Bah!" Although his tone was so calm and polite, the green monster was still angry. He picked up the big stick, jumped up and hit Li Chu on the waist with the stick. Bang! There was a muffled sound. Rumble. With one blow, the green monster was bounced 10 feet away by its own strength and crashed into an attic. Half of the remaining wall collapsed, immediately burying him underneath. He was not sure whether he was alive or dead. Alas, Li Chu sighed helplessly. It's not easy to encounter a living creature. The little thing has quite a temper. After turning around and walking a few steps, I saw several black shadows rushing out in front of me. They were all kinds of monsters. It seemed that they were attracted by the roar here. Li Chu raised his hand and said, "Don't do anything yet. Can you let me ask a few questions first?" Obviously, those monsters didn't listen to what he said. They just laughed and talked to themselves. "Humans? There are actually outsiders who dare to break into the Yue Kingdom? Uh-huh. I haven't eaten a stranger in a long time. The yellow-haired boy I just caught turned out to be a pure-blood monster. I thought I wouldn't be able to taste it today. Still eating. King Kun has already said that you can no longer eat humans. You are going to eat up all the human slaves in the country. Especially this human slave is so good-looking that he needs to be bred. Ha ha ha. You guys are so stupid." Now that several ancestors are in the Yue Kingdom, King Kun held a treasure-presenting meeting to show his strength. Many little demons ran to offer treasures. As long as the treasures presented by the ancestors are, it seems that he will be able to rise to prominence in no time. A few days ago, one of my brothers from the same clan presented a star bead, and he was immediately rewarded as the lord of a city. Such a handsome human being can be presented as a treasure. Yes, bring him to the royal city. These monsters talked to each other for a long time. And then a monster with a green face and fangs looked at Li Chu and asked, "Human, what do you want to ask?" Li Chu blinked. It seems there's no need to bother. Kara Law. Not long after Li Chu left, a violent sound of tearing silk suddenly came from above Guani in the Eternal City. A deep black gap appeared in the sky, and a cold wind from an unknown place suddenly fell from the sky, covering all sides of Guani. The vendors and pedestrians were blown away. What a strong evil spirit. Yu Qian was holding the teapot and was about to pour the tea when he felt the wind blowing above his head and felt the evil spirit. He didn't panic at all. He just stopped his original action and put the spout of the teapot directly into his mouth and took a sip. His behavior was obviously correct. If you pour tea into a cup, he will probably be thirsty next. Because in the next moment, a giant black hand fell from the sky and grabbed the attic. Thanks to the fact that this was the single-family attic specially prepared by Yi Linger for De Yongwen's master and apprentice. No one else was killed except De Yongwen and his party. Just as he was about to be uprooted, he saw a black wind coming out of the attic. It turned out to be Duranku, who was wielding a sword. Old Du was hovering in the air, looking at the crack in the abyss in midair, and shouted angrily, "How dare you, monsterin, be so presumptuous? See if I don't tell my master?" Before he finished speaking, a red light suddenly rose from the crack, and the evil aura soared into the sky. Ah! I fainted. Lao Du screamed and fell into the air with a splash of smoke and dust. Then, the giant hand grasped the attic and disappeared into the crack. The crack slowly disappeared in the air, leaving only a dark pit and a dark Taoist priest at the bottom of the pit. The person who is destined to be immortal is already in the palm of my hand. At the party in the Purple Mist Palace, the huge black shadow opened its eyes again and spoke slowly. Several surprised voices came. How is it possible? King Wancher asked in shock. The old Taoist priest whose cultivation is unfathomable didn't resist? Resist? King Kun thought for a moment. By drinking more water? Is he planning to smell like urine when he has eaten? How is this possible? Zigungshenren also asked. Didn't the little Taoist priest stop you? There seems to be one little Taoist priest who was frightened and fainted by my sight. Little King Kun replied. Impossible, Zigungshenren said. The young Taoist priest is definitely not in the Eternal City. If he takes action, he will never be able to capture the old Taoist priest so smoothly. But Zigungshenren pondered again. The little Taoist priest is not in the Eternal City. So where will he go? Chapter 526 Sensitive. The Eternal City. The dramatic changes in Guani attracted many people to watch. But they were quickly dispersed by the guards, who came out of the palace. Queen Yilinger came to the scene of the crime. Worried. Alas! I tried my best to protect my master. But after all, I made a mistake. After 64 rounds of fighting with that monster, he still managed to escape by chance. But Taoist Master, you are pretending to be dead at the bottom of the pit. Silence! Du Lang glared. What do you mean by pretending to be dead? I was accidentally knocked unconscious. And I woke up just as you arrived. Taoist priest, do you want to change into a pair of pants first? Oh, I'm soaked in the monster's blood. I'll come back as I please. After a while, Du Lang came back and saw Yilinger observing the scene. Your Majesty the Queen. Lao Du shook his head. We don't want to see this happen. Well, it was our fault in Eternal City for not protecting Master Yu. Yilinger decisively took responsibility. Lao Du murmured twice and said no more. In fact, he originally wanted to say that he would cause trouble to Yu. The Eternal City. After all, no matter where Yu Qian is, he will always be targeted by demons. Not just once or twice, but the master and disciples are also used to this kind of thing. After all, the reason why a person is only caught by monsters in the Eternal City is because the public security in the Eternal City is poor. If a person is caught by monsters wherever he goes, it can also be said that he has had a bad impact on the security of the Eternal City. Second brother has returned to Wanfa Mountain to ask Aurora Bodhisattva to take action. He will definitely find the monster that captured Yuguanju as soon as possible and retrieve everyone into Yunguan. Yilinger nodded. Du Lang had nothing to say. The attitude of the brothers and sisters in Fu Laocheng was simply amazing. After all, it's not their responsibility. They can just ignore it. It seemed that he was doing this for the sake of his master. Thinking this way, Lao Du felt shy. My master has face, which means I have face. I want to see who dares to tell me about pretending to be dead? As for peeing my pants, I had completely forgotten about it. After this effort, in more than half an hour, a group of auspicious clouds came from the west. Looking up, he saw Yishuo falling from the sky holding a graceful black cat. Second prince, Lao Du went up to meet him and asked urgently, You didn't mean to invite Aurora Bodhisattva. Why did you find a cat? Even if you want to find someone, you should bring a dog with you. Right. After saying that, he saw the black cat rolling its eyes at him. Yishuo chuckled and said, Don't worry. Taoist Master Du when this cat arrives. It means that my master has arrived. This cat's name is Shumi, and he is the incarnation of my master's small world. I'll go take a look. Before he finished speaking, he heard the black cat uttering human words, suddenly kicked his legs and Yishuo's arms, and disappeared in an instant. The next second, the crack appeared in the air before. He probed his head, and his nose seemed to twitch twice. Did I be a little disrespectful just now? Lao Du murmured. It's okay. Taoist Du. Yishuo comforted. Shumi has a natural affinity for species with similar skin color to itself. Only then did Lao Du nodded with relief, and even secretly breathed a sigh of relief, making his face darker even though it was not obvious. After a while, the black cat flicked its tail and fell back into Yishuo's arms, meowing twice. Shumi, who did this? Yishuo asked. It's difficult. The black cat licked his paws and said casually, looking at the breath, It should be Kun. The Kun walking in the western region is nothing more than the Little Kun King of the Purple Moon Kingdom. If the person you mentioned is caught by the Little Kun King, it's going to be a bit difficult to rescue him. Purple Moon Country? Lao Du blinked after hearing the name and asked, Is it called the place where my master goes to help you find holy objects? Purple Moon Kingdom. Yishuo nodded. That's also the place where my master was captured. Purple Moon Country. After hearing this, Lao Du's worried face suddenly relaxed. Hey, isn't this a coincidence? Isn't it? We came from the Rock City in the east to offer treasures to the royal city. Several monsters escorted a prison car to the foot of King's U.S. City, and a blue lion spirit reported to the guards. This huge city has the air of a royal city, and it is also the best preserved city today. Although there is a strange purple air everywhere, and there are huge monsters walking above and below the city, it is still better than the desolation of the edge of the city. Oh! What treasure! The monster guards guarding the gate of the royal city were quite casual, and said with a smile, Will you open your eyes? It's a human being. The green lion spirit waved his hand. What treasures do humans have? Open the curtain and show us. The guard insisted. Can I show you? The green lion spirit asked in a drawled voice. What's wrong? The guard wondered. At this time, a soft, okay, seemed to come from inside the prison car, and the green lion spirit seemed to be relieved and opened the curtain. It seemed as if a dazzling light suddenly emitted from the dark prison car, and the faces of the monsters watching were illuminated. Ouch, the monsters couldn't help but marveled. He is actually so handsome that he shines. Such a handsome human being can indeed be considered a treasure. The guards began not to find it strange anymore. Indeed, if used for breeding, the offspring will definitely be high-quality humans, capable of competing at the competition level. Another guard also exclaimed. After a few words, the prison van was sent on its way. At the same time, he looked at the blue lion spirits and the others with envy. Showing such a competition-level human being, you will definitely be able to drink soup at the Immortal Fate Conference. What kind of fairy meeting? The Treasure Presentation Conference. I heard it was renamed the Immortal Fate Conference. But it all means the same thing. The ancestors eat meat, and whoever presents the treasure can drink the soup. The green lion spirit didn't want to ask any more questions. After the prison car passed the gate, it was about to burst into tears. Little Taoist Master, this car has been delivered to the royal city. Can you let us leave? It stood outside the prison car and begged towards the prison car. Not yet. You have to let me see other donated treasures. A gentle voice came from inside. I'm sorry. No trouble. The green lion spirit's face suddenly fell. Although this little Taoist priest is very polite, but when he killed a group of monsters and half of the stone city with one sword, he also asked politely, Is there anyone who can take me to the royal city? Then all the inconveniences will disappear. In addition, I have one more thing to ask of you. The person in the prison car said again. Please help me find out what the so-called Immortal Fate Conference is about. Yes. Shinsha agreed hastily. The people in the prison car stopped talking and just frowned slightly. Immortality? This word is very sensitive. Chapter 527 No Need. At the top of Kunlun, the wind is biting and the sunlight is miserable. One person and one cat face each other, and there is a strange and cute feeling in the vast scene. That person was Bai Yujing's head coach Tong Wudi. He was sitting on the rock, looking far away, and said in a leisurely tone, It must be no small matter for you to come to me. Bai Yujing, in person. Opposite is a black cat that is even more black than Durank. It is the Shumi on Wanfa Mountain. It's just that at this time, it is no cat state at all. Standing there quietly, with deep eyes, like a philosopher, listening to Tong Wudi's words. It spoke human words. Based on 10,000 years, it will soon be a time of great change in the world. What? Do you have a clue? Tong Wudi asked. There's nothing special yet, Black Cat added. But I think that big fish in Biming is very dangerous. Tong Wudi nodded slightly when he heard this, and said one word, Kuan. If Kuan turns into a rock, it will swallow up the world. The Black Cat said. I think we need to nip it in the bud. Tong Wudi looked at the north and said, You want to deal with it? The only thing I feel unsure about today is those two. As he said that, he remembered something and changed his words. 3. Biming Giant Kuan is one of them. And it can be regarded as the most peaceful one. Legend has it that the Kuan clan is a destroyer that wanders in the endless world. They will hibernate in a human world, waiting for the day when they transform into a rock to swallow up the entire world, and then leave this place. Black Cat said, This legend is true. If you and Baihu both take action together with me and Qinglong, I believe this can be done. Tong Wudi was calculating the combat power, and only considered the ultimate realm. After all, in their eyes, everyone is just an ant at the top. Master Tong is really very refreshing. Black Cat nodded and expressed his appreciation. Exterminating demons in the world is something I have wanted to do for a long time. But I have always been unstable as a family. Today you are willing to take the initiative to promote the cooperation between Buddhism and Taoism. How can I be coy about it? Tongwudi said with a smile. That's good. Black Cat said lightly. I just happened to meet an opportunity. Oh, I have a disciple who asked me to save someone. That person was kidnapped by King Shikuan of the Purple Moon Kingdom. The reason why you and I tolerate the existence of the Purple Moon Demon Kingdom in the western region is because of the existence of the giant Kuan. Thinking about it this way, why not just take action? Black Cat replied. Who is it? It's interesting to say that there is no talk of immortality being spread in the western regions recently. That person is the legendary person who is destined to be immortal. He was captured by the demons of Ziyue Kingdom. He must have wanted to seek immortality. Black Cat seemed to be. He showed a smile and said, but the theory of immortality is so illusory that I don't really believe it. It turns out that the person you want to save is the old Taoist priest. Tongwudi's expression seemed to have changed, and his eyes hesitated. Yeah. After all, I'm still a member of your Taoist sect. Black Cat said. Haha. Our world can't accommodate such a person. Tongwudi whispered, then raised his head. If you want to save him, then I have to think about it carefully. When the Black Cat looked over again, Tongwudi had already flicked his sleeves, turned and left, leaving only one sentence. Aurora Bodhisattva, please come back first. I will give you an answer later. Before he finished speaking, the person had disappeared among the misty white clouds. Weird. The Black Cat muttered. The look in his eyes suddenly disappeared, and he returned to his cat state. He licked his paws, took a step forward, and disappeared from the top of the mountain in an instant. And Tongwudi quickly arrived at another place, which was the back mountain of Baiyujing, a canyon with a waterfall, where a woman had been living recently. You're looking for me. As soon as Tongwudi landed, Huan Yu's figure had already walked out of the valley. The person you set up a trap to harm has succeeded. Tongwudi said immediately that Yu Qian was captured by the little Kun king of Ziyue Kingdom, and he will probably die soon. Ah. Huan Yu lowered her eyes slightly when she heard this, and remained silent for a long time. You seem a little worried? Tongwudi said. It was your plan to lure him to the western region with the news of the Star Pearl, and then use Baiyujing to spread the rumors of immortality to make the demons target him. Isn't it your plan? Now that the plan is successful, did you give me the promised reward? Yes. Huan Yu blinked, took a deep breath, raised her head and said, didn't I ask you to leave a star bead before? If you want to break through in the human world, you must have power outside the human world. The star bead contained starlight is such a power. With this star bead, you can transcend the current situation. That's it. Tongwudi's eyes flashed with light. After a pause, he glanced at Huan Yu, who seemed to be in a trance, and said, just now Aurora Bodhisattva came to me and said that she wanted to rescue him. Do I need to take action? No. Huan Yu quickly shook her head and gritted her teeth. I just want him to die. But you are completely lost right now. Tongwudi asked again. You really don't need it. Huan Yu's eyes became firm. No need. No. It really doesn't need to be said. No. Don't fix it. Don't fix it. Wang Longqi was expressionless, even wanting to cry. Girls, although I like to have beautiful women bathe me, I don't mind letting beautiful women tie me up. But there is no need for you to tie me up and bathe me. In a spacious side hall of the Ziyue King's palace, several pots of hot water were boiled in a large cauldron, and the tied-up Yu Qian, Wang Longqi, and Xiao Kui were being sent here. A group of maids in gauze were spreading petal fragrance in the water, apparently preparing to bathe the three of them. Lord King Kun has ordered that we bathe, change clothes, trim our beards and hair, and make our appearance very dignified. A maid replied softly. Ha ha. You are quite thoughtful, Wang Longqi said with a wry smile. It's just scalding and shaving. Have you seen the process of killing pigs during the Chinese New Year? The old Taoist priest's words shattered his smile. Then the old Taoist priest turned back and smiled at the maid. Girls, look at the fragrant water. Why don't you come down and wash it together? Taoist master, you can't. All the maids bowed their heads to avoid him. Don't be ashamed. I'm not a dishonest person. Master you, I have never obeyed anyone else in my life. But I really obey you. Wang Longqi sighed upon seeing this. Just as he was talking, he heard a bang. The door of the palace was pushed open, and two people walked in side by side. When all the maids saw the coming person, they were immediately frightened and knelt down, saying, I have seen King Kun. The old Taoist priest glanced sideways. I saw the person on the left of the visitor. A strong man with loose black hair. Extremely thick hair. A pair of black pupils. And several strange lines on both cheeks. The one on the right is wearing a bright yellow dragon robe and looks very noble. He is actually an acquaintance. It is the king of all ages, who has been to Diyun Temple. Oh! Lao Wan! Yu Qian suddenly smiled. Are you friends with this person? By coincidence, the flood has washed away the Dragon King Temple. Come and untie me. Brother. Haha, King Wancher sneered back. That strong man was naturally the mastermind who captured them. King Xiaokuan of Ziyue Kingdom. King Xiaokuan looked at Yu Qian and smiled at Wancher Wang. I said it was indeed him who was captured. But you still don't believe me. What? Are you sure this time? King Wancher looked ugly. And after a while he said, I actually let this old Taoist priest lie to me that day. He is really a waste. Ha! I didn't expect that King Wancher, who has been traveling in the world for so many years, would actually fall into the trap of a charlatan. King Xiaokuan said, Now you can sit down and eat meat without worry. Right. King Wancher paused again, and then whispered, The reason why I fell into his trap that day was because his apprentice was really powerful and a real strong man. His great apprentice was Lili, who made a big fuss in the Northland the day before yesterday. Chu, if he finds out that you captured his master, it might cause another disaster. Ha ha ha. Little Kun Wan laughed wildly and said, His apprentice is hiding somewhere long ago. If he is brave, why doesn't he come to me? I'll wait for him here. Just as he was talking, he heard an announcement from outside. Lord King Kun, the treasure presenting teams from each city have arrived. Chapter 528. Li Chu is also. When Li Chu got off the prison car, he found himself in a spacious palace with many utensils placed around him, many of which were kept in treasure boxes. It seemed that they were all treasures presented by all parties. It may be that the classification of the treasures was not done well, but a living person like myself was actually sent to the same place. If Du Lang were here, he would be able to give Little Kun King a roll-up party as soon as he put on the small backpack. Li Chu didn't think too much about it at the moment. After all, it was important to find his master first. These treasures are in a mess here, and it's hard for me to find where the star bead is. When he meets the demons from the Purple Moon Kingdom, it would be more convenient to let them take them to him. On the way just now, with the help of Ziyue Kingdom's second and fifth son, he already understood the ins and outs of the matter. The man he was looking for, Shen Gongdao, who had stolen the holy relics of the Eternal City, was first captured by the monsters in Rock City. Later, he found out that he was a pure-blooded monster with noble blood, so he wanted to send him to the royal city to be dealt with by the kings. Unexpectedly, he suddenly disappeared after arriving in the royal city, and his current whereabouts are unknown. Li Chujing was a little troubled because of this matter, so he heard a new piece of news and immediately put aside the matter of Shen Gongdao for the time being. That is, the reason why the treasure presentation conference in the royal city was held as an immortal destiny conference was because King Xiaokuan captured the person who was destined to be an immortal. I just walked away for a while, and the master was captured by the monster again? The second junior brother and the third junior brother are really okay. How can I have any junior brothers? Thinking like this, Li Chu flashed out of the palace directly. After coming out, I discovered that this place was just a side hall, and it was already so grand. It seemed that the Ziyue Kingdom was really rich back then. He looked left and right, like a thief breaking into a house, hoping to find a kind-hearted host to guide him. Unexpectedly, the surrounding area was very quiet, and not even a guard could be found. Something strange. After searching for a while, he saw a maid in gauze walking from the other end of the corridor. Li Chu went to greet her. Girl, he called softly. Huh? The maid was a little surprised when she saw Li Chu. If she saw a stranger, she would definitely scream. But this stranger looked a bit familiar. It looks like something I've seen in my previous life. Li Chu saw that she was a human being with a weak figure, so he did not restrain her, but asked directly, Girl, how many people have you seen in this palace who were arrested? Among them were an old Taoist priest and a young boy. Girl, a wretched man. Yes. The maid looked at Li Chu. Her eyes suddenly dull. She couldn't help but think that this little Taoist priest was here to save people. If she told him where those people were and was discovered by the monster above, wouldn't she have to be punished? But if I don't tell him, what if he insists on telling him himself? It's okay if it's coercion. I can handle it myself. How can you resist if someone seduces you? There was no way to resist. Especially if he was seducing her and promised to elope with her to stay together for the rest of his life in a place where monsters would not find him. It would be like a dream. But what if his words don't count? What should I do if I deceive my feelings? Walk away. And leave myself here to suffer alone? Even if he really takes her away. He is so good looking, and there must be thousands of women out there who like him. Maybe he already has a family. What if he calls himself a child? That's all. Girl! Li Chu called out again when he saw that the maid was suddenly lost in thought and didn't come back for a while. The maid suddenly raised her head. Her eyes wet with tears for some reason. And her voice was full of grievance. Scumbag! I can tell you where those people are. But in the future, you can't allow them to eat my 3 dishes and 1 soup. Li Chu? ? A figure quietly climbed into the inner wall of Ziyue Kingdom's palace. He has blonde hair and a lean figure. When he looks up close, he looks like the former Shen Gongdao. He gritted his teeth and quietly sneaked into the purple demonic mist. When he was in the Eternal City, his body recovered slightly, and he happened to hear Yishuo talking to Wang Longqi about the sacred objects. He had also heard about the sacred object of the Eternal City. According to legend, it could give mortals the ability to slay demons. Thinking of this, he was a little tempted, because he knew that the gap between him and the great demon King Li Chu was not small. And even if he practiced for hundreds more years, he might not be able to catch up with him. He wanted to kill Li Chu, and the only feasible way was to wait for him to die of old age. But if there is such a holy object, can it make up for the gap between himself and Li Chu? It was just a momentary impulse. But the next day, Yishuo also left the holy object in the inn without taking it with him. This scene happened to be seen by the thoughtful Shen Gongdao. He couldn't hold it any longer. Originally, his arrogance would not allow him to do such sneaky things. Not to mention that Yishuo had saved him. But, in order to take revenge, he gritted his teeth and did something shameless. As long as he kills the great demon King Li Chu, he will return the sacred objects to Hulao City and kneel down to apologize to Yishuo. Even if he wants his own life, he will never blink an eye. Worried about being caught back, Shen Gongdao flew hundreds of miles regardless of his injuries. I never thought of taking a break when I was close to the Ziyue Kingdom. But I was caught by the monsters who were out patrolling and thought I was a human being. Then, because of my ancient ape bloodline, I was sent to the royal city. After arriving at the royal city, something happened. His blood accidentally dripped onto the sacred object box. And then, the sacred object like an embroidery needle seemed to undergo some miraculous changes. Shen Gongdao imitated Yishuo's previous behavior, reciting scriptures and rubbing sacred objects. Soon, the embroidery needle became as big as an eyebrow stick, thick and hard. This, Shen Gongdao was surprised and tried to hit the cage with the stick. It breaks when touched. If there is a demon blocking the way, he will swipe it lightly, and it will be dead or broken. Invincible. After killing all the way to the end, he looked down at the big stick in his hand and felt the power of the holy object. In fact, even Yishuo didn't know this. If he had experienced the true power of holy objects, he would not have dealt with them so casually. The people in the Eternal City only know that the sacred object needs the Tinghe Sutra to activate it. But they don't know that the blood of gods and demons is the real source of its power. Only then did Shen Gongdao realize that what was very close to him was the palace of Ziyue Kingdom. A bold plan couldn't help but come to mind. He sneaked into the palace wall, observed for a while, and saw many teams offering treasures coming in and out, putting the treasures into a side hall. I lurked for a while and found a space with few people. Shen Gongdao suddenly became violent and beat the guard to death with several sticks, then dragged the body into a secluded place and hid it. Then he sneaked into the side hall, without having time to take a closer look. He put the central treasure into his arms and left a note. The treasure thief is Li Chu. After completing such a set of procedures, he left the side hall again. He wanted to leave right away, but halfway through he heard a somewhat familiar voice coming from another side hall. Help! Help! Shen Gongdao gently pushed open the palace door, took a glance, and saw that the person shouting in the palace was none other than Wang Longqi, whom he had met earlier. How come he was caught here? Shen Gongdao was puzzled, but at the same time, he kicked open the palace door without any hesitation. Bah! There were only a few maids in the palace at this time. He was about to kill them when he suddenly realized that they were just ordinary human beings. As soon as they saw him, they were so frightened that they turned pale and stopped resisting. Shen Gongdao stopped attacking, just scared them away, and then released several people one after another. Wang Longqi also didn't expect that just by shouting for help twice, he could actually call someone. And he was an acquaintance. He glanced at Shen Gongnao blankly and said, "Shen, don't call me." Shen Gongnao stopped him and whispered. Then, he turned back to the maids and said loudly, "Remember, you don't change your name when you are walking. And when you sit down, you don't change your surname. The one who saves people is Li Chu." Chapter 529. Li Chu is nothing more than that. In the main hall of the palace, many huge shadows are still waiting here. Not long after, the two phantoms directly in front and to the side reappeared. Everyone. King Shaokun hid in the abyss again. "Watcher Wang has already met with me about the person who is destined to be immortal. He is indeed the legendary old Taoist priest. In this case, according to the agreement, Watcher Wang, can you take out the prescription for immortality? As long as King Kun fulfills your promise and gives me a share of the immortal fate, I will naturally no longer need this elixir from now on. It doesn't matter if I give you this prescription." King Watcher's tone also relaxed a lot. Although the Watcher King is also a human being, what he has done in the past thousands of years is more terrifying than cannibalism. So there is no psychological burden at all when mentioning this matter. "Ha! Then our cooperation will be very pleasant," King Shaokun said with a wild smile. "It's just," King Watcher turned around and said, "since the person of immortal fate is already in our hands, we should eat it as soon as possible. Why do we have to bathe it and hold a grand party? King Kun, isn't he worried about the long nights and dreams?" He expressed his doubts. Little Kun King lowered his voice and said, "Watcher Wang doesn't know something. He eats ordinary people, one bite at a time. It doesn't matter whether he chews it or not. But this is meat that will make you immortal after eating it. Of course, there must be a sense of ritual." Ritual sense. King Watcher was speechless for a moment when he heard this reason. Just as he was about to say something else, he suddenly heard a low roar from King Kun. "What?" Another ancestor of the strange demon sect noticed something was wrong and asked, "What happened?" After a pause, King Shaokun said, "The person who was destined to be immortal was secretly kidnapped." "Huh?" Everyone was shocked. And Master Zigong also had a bad premonition in his heart. "Who is so bold and dares to come to Kun Palace to steal people?" "It's Li Chu." "Oh?" There were several more surprises. Naturally, the ancestors of the human sect have heard about the little Taoist priest who made a big splash in the north and killed hundreds of thousands of demons in the Golden State. Even if you have never heard of it, the death of Patriarch Tinghe is still fresh. Since he can kill the ancestor Tinghe, it means that he can kill most of the ancestors here. And it is inevitable that the monsters will be panicked. Fortunately, these are just false gods here. Even if Li Chu comes to kill them, they will not really pose a threat to them. But when such a vicious god comes to the Yue kingdom, they will inevitably worry about the safety of this demon kingdom. "You don't have to worry. The thief stole someone and has already absconded." "Ha ha. It shows that he still knows how to be respectful. I don't believe it. Does he still dare to come and see me?" Yeah, Zigong wanted to persuade him. Maybe he really dares. But he also knew that King Shaokun was arrogant and stubborn by nature. If he said that the young Taoist priest was powerful at this time, it would be tantamount to irritating the general and forcing him to chase Li Chu. Just like before, it was said that people with immortal fate cannot be arrested. So he had to arrest the old Taoist priest to prove it. If the little Taoist priest continues to be powerful, he will have to fight with Li Chu. According to Zigong inner thoughts, he really doesn't want to have anything to do with the little Taoist priest anymore. There is nothing wrong with him rescuing the master. He can just leave. Don't we still have a prescription for immortality? Why do we have to fight with him? But at this moment, I heard King Watcher admonishing him. "King Kun, let me advise you. The old Taoist priest may be cheating, but the young Taoist priest is really powerful. He came to the door just to rescue the master, and there was no embarrassment. We are already lucky. Now that they are gone, let them go." "Huh?" When little Kun heard this, he snorted dully. "You mean I'm afraid of him?" King Watcher was startled, wondering if this man was mentally ill. He tried to explain. "King Kun is naturally not afraid. What I mean is that the little Taoist priest is really powerful. We really don't need to provoke him. You question me?" King Shaokun's anger completely burst out. "Okay, then I will go and capture the little Taoist priest and his master. Then I will show you the strength of my King Kun." Call out. After the words fell, the huge shadow of King Kun disappeared again. "Ah!" This, King Watcher looked at the empty throne, a little at a loss. If you can't speak, you don't have to say anything, Zigungshenren said angrily. Is it my problem? King Wancher was puzzled. I didn't know there was still soup brewing on my stove, so I put it down first. After saying this, Zigungshenren disappeared with a hiss. In case the little Taoist priest comes to kill him later, it is better not to be caught by him following the virtual god. It is better to escape first. The group of people ran far away from the palace before they dared to stop for a moment. Call. Wang Longqi gasped for air, took a long time to catch his breath, and looked at Shen Gongdao. You were actually saved by young Master Shen again. But why did you suddenly become so powerful? He was a little curious, and then said, And why did you say that your name is Li Chu? You can become just like him by changing his name. Sharp? Shen Gongdao rolled his eyes, and was about to explain. Just listen to Wang Longqi stroking his chin and saying, Then from now on I will also be called Li Chu. Right? If it is possible, I would rather change my name to Yu Qian. That's a good idea. The old Taoist priest also glanced at him angrily, and then glanced at Shen Gongdao. Young hero's move may have some deep meaning. Huh? Shen Gongdao sneered, and just as he was about to tell his story of revenge, he suddenly heard a rumble in the sky that seemed to crack, and a huge black hole appeared in the sky. It's this guy again. Yu Qian recognized at a glance that this was the magical power that appeared in the Eternal City. That's right. The visitor is naturally King Kun again. Li Chu has long admired your reputation. Today I want to see if you are as powerful as the legend says. A shout of endless fighting spirit came from the black hole. Then, a giant hand stretched out and fell from the sky. Hey! I'm blocking him. You go away quickly. Shen Gongdao shouted, rubbed the sacred object, and stepped forward with the stick. Bang! As he rubbed his hands together, the holy object expanded, and in a blink of an eye, it turned into a thick and long giant stick in the wind, which was pressing against the palm of the little Kun King. Boom! But I never thought that the giant black palm looked powerful. But it was not solid. When it was stabbed, it seemed to fall into nowhere. The holy object has powerful divine and demonic powers. But how can it be used if it falls in the air? Shen Gongdao swung his giant stick and swept left and right. But he still couldn't touch the edge of reality. He couldn't use the power of gods and demons at all. At this time, this giant palm like a shadow has already descended above the head. His magical power cultivation is so different from that of King Shaokuan that even with the blessing of holy objects, it is difficult to erase it. Ha ha ha, Li Chu. That's all. King Shaokuan laughed wildly. As the saying goes, if he is strong and allowed to be strong, the toothpick will stir up the big vat. Between the virtual and the real, it's at your fingertips. Boom. But in an instant, the giant palm enveloped several people again, turning into an endless vortex, falling into boundless darkness, and losing all consciousness. After a while, King Shaokuan returned to the palace. His laughter enveloped the whole city, and said, Ha ha ha. Tell the world. Just say that I have captured both the immortal man and the little Taoist Li Chu. The Immortal Fate Conference will be held in the Ziyue Kingdom in the near future, and the two masters and apprentices will be cooked in the pot together. They want to live forever, but also avenge their fellow demon clansmen in the Golden State. From then on, the demon clans in the 4 seas of Kyushu. Don't you all respect me? Little Kun King. Thinking that Zigungshenren, Watcher Wang and others were so afraid of that Li Chu. But he turned out to be just a useless person who relied on a magic weapon to stand out. So he slapped their faces hard this time. And the little Kun King's laughter became more and more wild and wanton. Jiji. Chapter 530. It's a peaceful day. It was a peaceful day. Sunlight spreads through the window. Dust particles float up and down in it. There are insects chirping outside the window. And in the distance, there is a clear blue sky. The document exudes the fragrance of paper. Qin Huaji woke up from his desk, stretched, looked at the time, and saw that it was still early before the end of duty hours, and he could still catch up on some sleep. And then he laid down again. He had made meritorious service during his tenure in southern Xinjiang. After he was finally transferred back to Hangzhou, he received a small promotion and salary increase. Although he was still far away from Bai Yi, he was no longer the kind of little Xian Yi who needed to run errands outside. It was the civilian Xian Yiwei who was sitting and working in the station. Most people in Chaotian Palace don't like to work in civil service, because there are few opportunities for meritorious service and experience. So the higher-ups thought of a way to raise the official title and salary of this type of civil servants by half a level. This is exactly what Chen Huaji likes. He likes to seek good fortune and avoid misfortune. Not to mention the generous salary. For being given the opportunity to sit in the attic and sleep like this. He knew very well that the person he should thank the most was Taoist Priestley. Now he is no longer the unexperienced Chen Huaji. Now he understands the truth. Licking is not wrong. But lick the right person. If you lick a woman, you may end up with nothing. But if you lick Mr. Li, you will never go wrong. It's a pity that Taoist priest Shao Li has been busy outside during the recent period. He carried his things and visited the Yun Temple twice. But he never came back. I have to take some time in the next 2 days to visit him again. Give him some fruit. And let him take me to complete tasks. Just as I was thinking about it, I suddenly heard the sound of banging footsteps outside the door. And then with a bang, the door was violently pushed open. Who asked you to come in? Did you not make an appointment? Chen Huaji glared over. His once excellent sense of crisis has been quickly worn away by life in an office. And now he will no longer use his escape technique to escape immediately. Don't sleep. Where is the commander? Take me there quickly. A woman came in. Tall and beautiful with a beautiful face. It was Li Sini, who was also the Xuanyi guard of Hangzhou Prefecture. Chen Huaji was quite familiar with her because of the relationship with Taoist Priestley. What's wrong? Chen Huaji stood up lazily and asked. I don't know. I thought the sky was going to fall. My master received the news that something happened to Taoist Priestley and Guanjiu in the western regions. What? Chen Huaji stood up suddenly. The sky is really falling. It was a peaceful day. The ink is smudged with a layer of white. The image of a Taoist priest as gentle as jade was about to float on the paper. But the brush stopped midway. The author is a woman in a blue dress and a plain skirt. Her long, lush hair is held back casually by a cloth belt, revealing a trace of her white neck, with an arc like beautiful porcelain. Alas, Gongsun Rose sighed softly. Even if he is the most powerful painter in the world, how can he paint 1% of that person's expression? Since returning to Beijing from Yuhan County, she has not had much contact with her friends in the capital. Because I had seen the faces of those people who were afraid to avoid me when my father was in a state of decline. I understood how fragile the human relationships in this prosperous capital were. Her father asked an old friend to help her become a disciple of Zhao Xiongji, the best painter in Halua. And she concentrated on studying painting. As the daughter of the #1 scholar, Gongsun Ro was naturally talented. After being taught by famous teachers, her skills improved rapidly. But she still couldn't draw the face of the person in her heart. I can't draw it. But I can't forget it. Alas, after a moment, she sighed again. A scholar surnamed Lu once said in Chaoga that longing is a very mysterious thing. Like a shadow, following the shape, silent and breathless, haunting the bottom of my heart. Bang. Just as she was thinking, a hurried voice interrupted her thoughts. The person opened the courtyard door and walked in with big steps. Ro, it's not good. Listening to the voice, Gongsun Ro knew who was coming. The only friend who can now freely enter his own backyard is Lu Zhanmei. This female crown has always been well known in the capital. But I didn't know her before. But after returning to Chaoga, he heard that she had been to Hangzhou Mansion and met Li Chu. And they happened to meet each other once. So Gongsun Ro chatted with her intentionally or unintentionally. After a while, the two became friends. What's wrong? Gongsun Ro stood up and looked at the furious Lu Zhanmei, feeling a little puzzled. It's rare to see her in such a hurry. I went to the palace today to find the princess, and she told me some news I heard by chance. Don't worry. Sit down first. Lu Zhanmei comforted Gongsun Ro first. Hey, why am I in a hurry? Gongsun Ro sat down and reached out to pour her a cup of tea. I heard from the princess that the national preceptor Li Maoqing hurried into the palace early in the morning to talk to your majesty about a Taoist priest named Li Chu and his master, who were captured by demons in Ziyue Kingdom in the western regions, and will be killed soon. The national preceptor seems to have I care about that little Taoist priest very much. And I want to persuade his majesty to call on the immortal sects in the world to help save him. But his majesty is hesitating. Gongsun Ro blinked. His expression seemed unchanged. But the teapot in his hand fell off for some reason. Snapped. It was a peaceful day. There is a newly established forest of steels in the Valley of Broken Steels. And a huge figure is sitting here in a daze. At this time, a man with a square head and small eyes came over and said, How long has it been? Are you still sad for your elephants? You don't understand. In your eyes, they are elephants. In my eyes, they are all my good friends. The giant figure replied. That man was none other than Long Gang, the #1 killer in Broken Monument Valley whom Li Chu had met several times before. His reputation was so irritating. And that huge figure is Long Gang's good friend. He usually lives aloof from the world, and just keeps a few elephants. Unfortunately, when Broken Steel Mountain was destroyed that day, he didn't have time to take the elephants with him when he escaped. So he could only place a few monuments here to commemorate them. I'm here to tell you a big news, Long Gang said quietly. I heard that something happened to Taoist Priestley and his master in the western regions. The boss is hesitating whether to order all the troops to kill them. Little Taoist Priestley has been very kind to me in Broken Steel Valley. Naturally, I will help him if something happens to him, the huge figure said. What I mean is that the leader is hesitating whether to order all the troops to kill him or to go there with Qilin himself, Long Gang explained. That's it, the huge figure suddenly realized. That's right. Even if Taoist Priestley can't solve the problem, our ordinary cultivation will have no effect in the past. This matter is a secret now. Don't tell anyone about it yet, Long Gang said. The boss is worried that some brothers with a bad temper will follow him. So he asked me not to tell anyone about it. I told you not to spread the word. The huge figure blinked. Then I probably understand what the master is thinking. It was a peaceful day. Li Chu put his hands in his sleeves and walked on the streets of the royal city. I just entered the palace. But the master was not rescued. It looked like he had been rescued. So he came out. But after he came out, he was a little confused. Why? Are all the monsters in the city saying that I'm going to die? Chapter 531 Saving Taoist Priest Li Chu. It was an unquiet day. When Shen Gongyao woke up, he saw Yu Qian, Wang Longqi, and Xiao Kui tied to pillars arranged at equal intervals. Looking at the distance, he was probably tied as well. Looked down. Oh ha ha. Sure enough. My head hurt so much. He shook his head and felt that there was chaos in it. As if he couldn't remember anything for a moment. This is what we are. There are 2 pieces of news. One good news and one bad news, Wang Longqi said expressionlessly. What? Li Chu is going to be killed by King Shaokuan. Wang Longqi began to tell the first news. Shen Gongyao looked happy. This is good news. Then Wang Longqi said again. You are Li Chu. In one sentence, Shen Gongyao recalled what he had done and fell into silence for a while. At this moment, the door to the side hall was pushed open again, and King Shaokuan walked in with Master Zigong. This Li Chu has no cultivation at all. He only relied on a top-notch immortal weapon. And he was defeated by my little magical power. It is really unlucky that the ancestor Tinghe was killed by such a person in front of him. King Shaokuan smiled and led Zigong Master over. Master Zigong looked around and said, King Kun has great supernatural powers, so it is reasonable to defeat him. But where is the little Taoist priest imprisoned? Let me take a look. If you don't take a look, you won't be at ease after all. Huh? Isn't he right here? King Shaokuan pointed at Shen Gongyao. Uh-huh. Zigong said with a smile. King Kun is joking. Then even if Li Chu is not a Taoist priest, he will not be a monster. Huh? King Shaokuan stared at Shen Gongyao. His innate coercion as the Demon King made Shen Gongdao's hair stand on end. Tell yourself. Are you Li Chu? King Shaokuan said in a lowered voice. I'm not. Knowing that Li Chu was going to be killed, Shen Gongyao immediately wanted to shake his head. King Shaokuan's eyes tightened. If you dare to deceive me, I will chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Shen Gongyao immediately looked at him with determination. Who am I if I am not? That's good. Since you are indeed Li Chu, I will cook you at the Immortal Fate Conference. King Shaokuan said. No. Then why are you asking me? It doesn't make any difference. Shen Gongyao felt helpless. King Shaokuan immediately became even more furious. You still dare to scold me? On the other hand, Wang Longqi said carelessly from the side. It's okay what he said. Is there any difference between being eaten by a dog and being eaten by you? Yu Qian on the side continued naturally. The difference is that if you are eaten by King Kun, you may be eaten by a dog again. If you are eaten by a dog, there is no chance of being eaten by King Kun again. Wang Longqi shook his head. That's not necessarily the case. Yu Qian smiled. I've never heard of it. The veins on little Kun King's forehead twitched twice, and he was about to get angry again. King Kun, there is no need to worry about these dying people, Zigong Zhenren advised. But this person is definitely not the little Taoist Li Chu. Even if King Kun has never seen him, he should have heard that he is extremely handsome. Let's give it a name. This guy right now has an average appearance and is a little bit earthy. Hey, why are you scolding people? Shin Gongdao was also a little unhappy. Shut up. Zigong rolled his eyes at him and continued. The real little Taoist priest is still out there. So we must guard against this matter. I don't care. If he wants to save his master, just let him come. Since I have told the world that I will cook their master and apprentice, I must not break my promise. Little Kun King waved his hand and said, give him a ring put on the hood to isolate the detective. Today in front of the demons in the world. He is Li Chu. With that said, he ordered his men to put a black hood on Shin Gongdao. Shin Gongdao, who originally wanted to frame the case but never intended to backfire, couldn't help but feel nervous at this moment. It's broken. I'm a substitute. Bang! 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 Just when Little Kun King and Zigong had just walked out of the side hall, they were still discussing how to deal with the real little Taoist priest who might come next. Suddenly there was a raging sound of war drums above Ziyue Kingdom, like rolling thunder, with a shocking momentum. Demon shocking drum. Zigong blurted out. It's the war drum of Donghai Lei Luo Shishao sect. In the battle against demons in Halua Dinging, the Shishao sect people peeled off the hides of Donghai Kui cows to make demon shaking drums. Ordinary monsters would become unsteady when they heard this. And even big monsters would become unstable after hearing this. The sound of the drum will also be damaged. And it can only produce 80% of its 100% performance. Shangxiuman, King Shaokuan frowned. It is in the East China Sea, and I am in the Western region. We have never met each other. Why do you come to my Ziyue Kingdom to play drums? I want to go and see it. After saying that, he took one step forward. The wind and clouds gathered, and a black vortex opened in the sky. Kerala tears the sky apart. When I looked up, I saw a cloud approaching from the distance. Above the clouds, golden dragons roamed. Electric snakes danced wildly. And a group of cavalry in white armors appeared, all with Pegasus with wings on their crotches. Flying Thunder Cavalry? King Shaokun recognized this cavalry at a glance. Among the 12 immortal sects of the Halua dynasty, the one closest to the Halua dynasty, apart from Chaotian Ke, which is directly under its jurisdiction, is the Shishao sect. The leader of the Shishao sect, Zhang Yuko, was one of the 4 famous generals of the Halua dynasty. The Shishao sect also has the only established cultivator cavalry supported by the Halua dynasty. Flying Thunder Cavalry. Conquer the world. Dare to be the vanguard. At the front of the military formation was a young general. Although he looked young, he had no stage fright at all. Facing the prying eyes of Little Kun King in the black vortex, the young general yelled sonorously. Listen, all the demons of the Ziyue Kingdom. I am the vanguard general of Jingxi, Shangxiuman Zanyanting, and following the decree of Halua, the coalition of 12 immortal sects is here today. Only for the 2 masters and disciples of Halua de Yun Guan Yuqian and Li Chu. If you know how to revere the power of God, please let the 2 Taoist masters return as soon as possible. If not, in an instant, the might of God will crush your little demon kingdom. This young vanguard general, with the powerful Flying Thunder Cavalry at his back, was not afraid of the pressure of Little Kun King. He said these words in a thunderous voice that everyone in Ziyue Kingdom could hear clearly. Suddenly, the group of demons who were already frightened by the demon-shaking drum just became even more panicked. Ha ha ha! King Shaokun's laughter came from the black abyss. What energy do these 2 Taoist priests have that allows you, the 12 immortal sects, to come here to rescue them? Before he finished speaking, he saw larger and denser clouds coming from the distance, like a tsunami wave after wave, accompanied by thunder after thunder. Qingyong Palace has arrived. Why don't the demons surrender quickly? The Jingdao sect has arrived. How dare the mighty heavenly power be so arrogant? The alchemy pavilion has arrived. Help from all directions to slay the demons. The Fengzheng sect has arrived. The clarity of the universe will shock Xiao Xiao. The sword forging city has arrived. Who dares to try the supreme edge? Heavenly King Mountain has arrived. The power that shakes the sky is invincible. Guanhan sect has arrived. Who dares to touch my little Taoist priestly? Little Kun King. Wait. Zhongzhou Imperial Court Chaotian Palace. The thunder of the East China Sea falls on the gate of Shishao. Arctic Sword Sect Snow Mountain. Tianan Pure Land Yunfu Temple. Western Kunlun by Yujing. Already arrived. The devil still won't surrender. For the 12 immortal sects, including the pioneer Flying Thunder Cavalry, there were a total of 13 clouds covering the sky above the entire Ziyue Kingdom. In an instant, The air above Ziyue Kingdom seemed to disappear. Asphyxia. The demon that has enveloped this land. In the chaotic streets of King Ziyue City, Li Chu held his sleeves in his hands and looked up at the sky with the timid monsters around him. The formation is so big. Did they come to save me? I'm very touched. But, is there something wrong? Chapter 532 The Immortal Sect gathers in Ziyue Kingdom. And the Demon King seizes the treasure to show off his power. On the 13th day, the clouds were stirring, and all the immortals were high above. The mighty sky wind swept over the royal city. When the coalition forces of the 12 immortal sects quieted down and stopped making a sound, the powerful pressure not only did not weaken, but became even more terrifying. In front of the cloud pile, a figure with fluttering clothes and a solemn face was the commander of the coalition forces and the original initiator of the joint expedition of the 12 immortal sects. Hello Imperial Master, Li Maoqing. Little Kun King, when I traveled to the western regions, I had a chance encounter with you. Today I regard you as an old friend, Li Maoqing said leisurely in the air. Master and disciple Yu Qian and Li Chu of Diyun Temple once met. You are a great favor to me and are also very important to me. Hello. It is really unwise for you to go against them this time. I would like to advise you to step back from the cliff as soon as possible. Release the 2 Taoist priests and everything can be easily discussed. Ha 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 ha. King Kun's loud laughter came from the abyss. Back then, I respected you as a leader among the human race. You have achieved such a level of cultivation after decades of practice. Who would have known that you later went to work for the Hello Imperial Court? Dog. No wonder there is no progress in cultivation. What do you think is important about these 2 Taoist priests? It's just that your emperor in Helua also wants immortality. Why? Monsters can't eat people. But people can eat people. Stop talking nonsense. Li Maoqing flicked his sleeves. How could I, the emperor of the human race, eat the same kind of food like you? The monsters and beasts like you. What a coincidence. A human emperor just came to my place not long ago. And he happens to like to eat his own kind. King Shaokuan said with a wild smile. King Wancher in the city behind frowned. And his face said, Are you polite? If we can't discuss it, then my army of 12 immortal sects will suppress you. And your Ziyue Kingdom will be in danger. But don't say I didn't say it first. Li Maoqing has been a national teacher for so many years. And his momentum is not to be overshadowed. He glared and said, The wind around me became a bit tighter. Huh? You don't have to scare me. The 12 immortals? That's awesome. How many Earth immortals are here this time? What you humans are best at is intrigue. You can transfer them for an unrelated order. How many masters are there? The ancestors of our strange demon sect are all here. If you are not afraid, you can attack the city directly and see how much it costs. An abyss lay across the chasm, and the little Kun King in the crack seemed to know nothing about fear. He was still uttering wild words in front of the layer of clouds that looked like heavenly soldiers and generals. But his words hit Li Maoqing's pain point at this time. The alliance of the 12 immortal sects sounds majestic and invincible in the world. But in fact, firstly, it was set up in a hurry. After receiving the news in the morning, they had already set off in the afternoon. And the immortal sects were not ready in time. Second, most of the immortal sects did not want to fight with the alien demon sect. And they had no friendship with Li Chu. So they could not afford to lose their strength for him. It was just to give the Hello Imperial Court face. And to symbolically send some manpower to fill up the scene. Those who can truly serve as the mainstay of the sect's foundation are actually not very good at sending them out. In this temporary expedition, the desire to intimidate was greater than to fight. Obviously, although King Shaokun was arrogant, his thinking was careful. He could see through the fragility of this huge coalition at a glance and through the burden of the dilemma back to Li Maoqing. If Li Maoqing goes further at this time, all subsequent responsibilities will be placed on him. If Li Maoqing takes a step back, the human race will lose the initiative in negotiations. After a brief silence, a clear shout was heard from the rear formation. You monster! You have such a big mouth! I want to learn your clever tricks! With a hiss, an energetic figure strode out of the clouds and came to the front of the camp. This person's robes are covered with divine pythons. He is not a dragon, but his aura is stronger than a dragon. He is the python robe ranked extremely high in Chaotian K. The swordsman Bailey Lone Star. It was he who had a sword fight with the red-browed sword saint of Dashua Mountain, and was almost on a par with each other. He almost single-handedly overturned the majesty of Dashua Mountain swordsman Holy Land. Not only is his cultivation extremely high and ranked high, but he is also young. He is the most likely person to go one step further and become the leader of Chao Tian K in the future. This time he stepped forward and took the initiative to fight, immediately rescuing Li Maoqing from the dilemma. Li Maoqing, who was behind him, couldn't help but be quite moved, and secretly thought to himself, Bailey Gushing is a capable person, and he can do anything if he wants to. Oh! Who are you? Ha ha ha! Little Kun King laughed contemptuously. The 12 immortal sects really have no one left to call. Why are all the cats and dogs sent here to die? Chaotiank Python Robe. Bailey Lone Star. Bailey Lone Star announced his family name. Slaying demons and demons. Why do you need a name? One sword is enough. Okay. Then come over here. Rumble. After saying the ruthless words, a vortex swirled in the crack, and a violent figure suddenly appeared, with an exploding sound wave. It was the Little Kun King wearing heavy armor. Although he expressed contempt in words, in deeds he still gave Bailey Gushing the respect that a master should have. You know, when dealing with Shen Gongdao, he just stretched out one hand and already made Shen Gongdao, who was holding the holy object, helpless. The demon looks at the sword. Bailey Gushing is a sword cultivator at the level of land gods, and he is a person who may compete for the leader of the world swordsmanship. His swordsmanship has reached the point of returning to nature, and he has abandoned those complicated sword techniques. Laugh. There was nothing fancy about it. He raised his right hand and raised a long black sword. When he swung it, the sword energy was like a waterfall, flying across the sky. Puff! Unexpectedly, King Shaokuan did not dodge or dodge, and allowed the sword energy wave that was enough to drown him to hit him. Then the sword wave disappeared, and a black shadow suddenly broke through. No injuries? No. He absorbed the sword energy. Bailey Lone Star instantly saw through King Kuan's magical power and realized what he was going to do. So he immediately retreated more than 100 feet. That's right. King Kuan was going to get close with his first blow. Bailey Lone Star retreated quickly. But there was still a gap between the human body and the top demons. Little Kun King took the first step and followed closely behind. Hey! He roared loudly, raised his right arm, and a huge hand suddenly enveloped Bailey Lone Star. I never thought that such a battle, which was almost close to the highest level in the world, would turn into a hand-to-hand fight in an instant. Bailey Lone Star retreated without panic. He moved his sword to block it, and blocked the pressing hand with one sword. But the next moment, his expression changed slightly, because he found that what came from the palm of the big hand was not pressure, but an upward suction force. Kuan's suction power. The sword went upwards and was thrust into the whirlpool. Instead, he sent the weapons away. Bailey Gushing immediately drew his sword with his backhand, fighting the suction force. At the same time, he raised his fingers with his left hand, and another white light came out from behind. Anyone who is familiar with him knows that Bailey Python Pao always has two swords. Yellow. Bai Zai. Roar. The white sword light shot out in an instant and passed through the chest of Little Kun King at the closest distance. Little Kun King, who thought he had the upper hand, seemed to be caught off guard and was pierced by a sword. Cheers almost erupted from the 12 immortal sect camps. This Little Kun King was so overconfident that he approached rashly without knowing how many swords his opponent had, and was attacked and killed in one fell swoop. But the higher the level of cultivation, the more people understand that fighting at this level cannot be that simple. Soon, someone noticed something was wrong. Although the sword light penetrated the chest of Little Kun King, it did not come out. The white light seemed to pierce into his chest, and then disappear. Ha! Humans, you know nothing about the power of Kunsu. Little Kun King's laughter was still arrogant. He didn't care about the big hole in his chest that revealed the light of the sky. He raised his left hand, and covered Bailey Lone Star with another big hand in the air. Bailey Gushing was in a stalemate with his right hand with the Night Dragon sword. At this moment, he saw another hand coming. In the lightning flash, he had no other choice but to retreat instantly. But in this case, the Night Dragon sword is also lost. Whoosh! He instantly disappeared into the vortex of King Kuan's left hand. Bailey Lone Star's figure appeared in front of the cloud formation, next to Li Maoqing, with a bad look on his face. I'm sorry, National Preceptor. I was unfavorable in the battle. Please be punished by the Imperial Preceptor, Bailey Lone Star said apologetically. Hey, is there any reason to blame the general before the battle? Li Maoqing supported him and said, Besides, Bailey Mangpeo took the initiative to fight, which is an act to strengthen the prestige of our coalition forces. But the power of Kuan suction is really weird and inexplicable. Sucking people in magical weapons, and weapons are the most difficult to guard against. It was my fault for not warning Bailey Python Robe. After that, he looked at the arrogant little Kuan King across from him and said, "Who else dares to go out and kill this beast?" Ha ha ha! Little Kuan King laughed loudly. The big hole in his chest had long since healed. And there were 2 more swords in his hands, which he threw casually into the crack of the abyss behind his back. "Okay, this pair of swords is really good. Let it be your gift for my Immortal Fate Conference. If anyone else wants to give a gift for my Immortal Fate Conference, just come over." Chapter 533, The Demon King seizes treasures one after another, and Li Chu explores the palace city at night. Li Maoqing couldn't help but feel annoyed when he saw that this guy was so arrogant, and that Bailey Lone Star had just folded again. He wanted to send people to fight again. But Bailey Gushing was already considered a leader in his own camp. He was defeated so cleanly. Whoever he sent to fight at this time would inevitably cause embarrassment. After pondering for a moment, Li Maoqing simply waved his sleeves and said, "Okay, then my master will come and personally experience your Kunsa power." What? There was a slight commotion behind him. Someone advised, "As the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, it would be inappropriate for you, Imperial Master, to rush into battle in person. If something goes wrong, wouldn't the coalition forces be leaderless?" Li Maoqing smiled and said, "Since I am willing to fight, I am naturally somewhat confident. As a commander, if I don't lead by example, who else can I give orders to move?" After saying that, he took one step forward, and the wind and thunder rolled. "Oh, it seems that you really don't have many experts. So it's up to you to go into battle in person so soon." Little Kuan King laughed heartily. "We have masters in the formation who are better than me in cultivation. I wonder if King Kuan falls, who else in your Ziyue kingdom can stand up?" Li Maoqing's momentum was not lost at all. "Stop talking nonsense and come here." King Shaokuan took a deep breath, and his momentum suddenly increased. Before the 2 of them could fight, there was already a rumbling roar of chi machines clashing in the sky. When they were completely released, not only Ziyue Kingdom, but also half of the western region gradually felt the ripples that swept through them. 3 battle flags. Come out! Li Maoqing showed no mercy. As soon as he took action, he used his most powerful magical weapon this time. Whoosh! 3 colorful lights rose from behind him, fluttering in the wind, turning into 3 majestic battle flags. There is a big character written on each of the 3 big flags. Sky, Ocean, Wing. These 3 battle flags are the supreme immortal weapons of the 3 former Chao Tian Hai divisions. And their power is infinite. In the Founding War, it also brought a lot of trouble to the Halua dynasty. Li Maoqing knew very well that his own cultivation would never be a natural match for Kuan Peng, the little Kuan King. The reason why he dared to fight was naturally because Emperor Halua gave him these 3 battle flags this time. As soon as the 3 battle flags came out, King Kuan also felt the threat. He did not bully him like he did against Bailey Lone Star, but instead pushed out a palm from the outside as a test. Although it was just a test, the demonic storm launched by this palm was enough to destroy a large human city in an instant. But Li Maoqing remained unmoved at all. He didn't even look at King Kuan's attack, and just went on his own to activate the 3 battle flags. Heavenly Order. Earth-shaking. Haibu's order is to control the wind and rain. Wing's command. Kill the demons. The 3 battle flags of Tianhe waved in unison, roaring in the wind. In an instant, the color of the sky and the earth changed. The endless sky turned into pitch black, and flying sand and rocks rose from the endless ground beneath their feet. The new wind and rain mixed with chaotic fairy energy swept across the sky and splashed. And wherever it passed, even the land gods did not dare to get a trace of it easily. And countless invisible swords, spears, swords and halberds seemed to soar with wings, turning into thousands of troops and horses in the wind and rain. In one breath, it can destroy the world. Terrible. Not only the demons in the Ziyue kingdom below were trembling, but also many people in the 12 Immortal Sect Alliance army behind Li Maoqing were in panic. Is this the power of the 3 battle flags of Tianhe? So scary. The vortex pushed out by Little Kuan King with one palm was instantly shattered, and the terrifying power of destruction instantly enveloped him. However, in the blink of an eye, half of his body was mutilated and turned into black nothingness. This power seems to be far beyond the limit that he could absorb. King Shaokuan's expression finally changed. He roared angrily, turned his body into a black light, and plunged into the crack in the air. Escaped? How could Li Maoqing let him go so easily? With a twist of his sword, the 3 battle flags waved again, and the huge wave poured fiercely into the slightly narrow black crack. Kerala. That world seems to be torn apart. Seeing that Li Maoqing was about to win a great victory, a trace of ancient aura suddenly appeared in the crack. In the coalition formation, the person leading by Yujing was not Tong Wudi, but a senior Earth immortal with a higher seniority. The old man felt this aura and suddenly shouted desperately, "National Master! Retreat!" As soon as his warning came out, Li Maoqing himself felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, and fear arose in his heart. No one needed to remind him. There were only 2 words left in his mind. Retreat quickly. This decision is undoubtedly the right one, because in the next moment, there was an indescribable and shocking suction force coming from the crack, and the killing move that the 3 war flags poured into it actually seemed a little small in comparison. The aura attached to this power is ancient and powerful, and it also reveals a sense of contempt like a god. Obviously not King Kun. Rumble. Li Maoqing almost couldn't protect himself, and the 3 battle flags hanging in the air were instantly pulled into the cracks. The clouds of the CNN coalition forces immediately retreated for dozens of miles, barely escaping the terrifying suction force. Ha ha ha. After a while, Gao Tian was calm, but the lingering fear in his chest was still heard, and he heard the wild laughter of Little Kun King coming from the crack again. "I didn't expect that you could actually force out a little bit of the Devouring Lord's power." Little Kun King appeared high in the sky. The Devouring Lord is the name given to Giant Kun in the Baiming sect. Although King Shao Kun is known as the son of Kunpeng, he does not call him father, but also addresses Kunpeng as such. Opposite, the old man by Yujing stepped forward and said to Li Maoqing, "Master, I didn't expect that the Little Kun King could directly connect to the power of Kunpeng. This is something we didn't know before. I think the information we got today is enough. It's better to call the gold and withdraw the troops." Li Maoqing did not hesitate, nodded and said, "Okay, then follow the elder's words." The rumbling cloud subsided, and the 12 Immortal Sect Alliance army, which came with great momentum, was defeated by King Shukuan in 2 battles. Several magic weapons were taken away, but they actually turned around and landed outside Ziyue. Although he hasn't retreated yet, he has already admitted that the first round failed. Within the royal city, there was a sudden tsunami-like sound of cheers, shouts, taunts and curses, and demons gathered in groups shouting the name of King Kun, which shocked the whole world. King Shao Kun returned to the palace with great satisfaction. That night, Li Chu quietly came outside the palace. It is quite touching that the 12 immortal sects can come here for the sake of their master and disciple. During the day, when he saw the defeat of everyone in the immortal sect, he originally wanted to help. It was only when he saw that the Little Kun King had strange supernatural powers, that he could swallow attacks and receive magic weapons repeatedly, that he hesitated a little. After all, he was in the enemy's camp and only had 1 sword. Pure Yang sword is not cheap. Of course, it's not all about money. I have been with it day and night for so long, and the relationship is quite precious. If you take action rashly and then be taken away, the gain will outweigh the loss. But they have worked so hard for Dayun Temple, so naturally they can't do nothing. So in the evening, he decided to visit the palace again. At this time, a large formation had been opened outside the royal city, and it was impossible to get in or out. Thanks to Li Chu being in the city early in the morning, he was able to get close to the palace. If the master and others can be rescued during the night, everything will be fine. If no one can be saved, it would be good to steal the magic weapon that was sucked away by King Shao Kun and return it to Li Maoqing and the others. Thinking like this, Li Chu flashed one after another and entered the palace several times. The surroundings were dark, except for the loud shouting in the main hall at the front, and the lights intertwined with each other, as if a group of demons were having a banquet to celebrate their victory. Li Chu did not go near there, but came to the 2 side halls where King Kun had previously stored treasures and imprisoned prisoners. He looked around and saw that there was no one around. He flashed out and entered the side hall again. Bang! Suddenly, the lights came on. At this moment, the side hall was empty, with only King Shao Kun and a few subordinates waiting in front. "Ha ha! I expected that you thieves would not come here just once. Do you really think that my King Kun's treasure is so easy to steal?" Little King Kun pointed at Li Chu and was about to take this person down. But I felt something was wrong. Is the little Taoist priest in front of me a little too handsome? It can even be said that it is somewhat extremely handsome, etc. Why does this sound familiar? Somehow. Little King Kun. who was fearless, felt a warning sign in his heart. Even when he was besieged by the 3 battle flags of Tianhai during the day, he did not feel such a sense of crisis. What happened? On the contrary, Li Chu, who was opposite him, did not show the slightest panic when facing King Shaokuan, who was already prepared. It was as if he alone ambushed everyone on the other side. "Oh! Have you been discovered?" He seemed a little helpless and a little indifferent. "There's nothing we can do about it. I can only fight with a sword." Chapter 534 No thanks. Little Kun King walked peacefully. If he had to sum it up in one word, it would probably be crazy. The word crazy runs throughout. The reason why he is crazy is, of course, because he has the capital to be crazy. The only descendant of the North Ming giant Kun. This identity puts him in a position of looking down on all living beings since he was born. Strictly speaking, it is difficult for Kun to have a father, because Kun will not reproduce easily. Only when Kun is ready to turn into a rock will he put in the effort to lay an egg. Because Hua Peng will be the biggest challenge in this life for a giant Kun. If it succeeds, it will devour the heaven and earth, refine a world, and then leave. If it fails, the price paid is often life. Therefore, before turning into a rock, they will leave a seed in advance, which will grow into a new unprotected Kun in the endless vortex, and continue to wait for the day when it will turn into a rock. To put it simply, Kun is a group that will inevitably run away before their children are born. But this Baiming giant Kun in the human world is a bit strange. It once transformed into a rock, and it indeed succeeded in transforming into a rock. But it failed to swallow the world, and was knocked back to the form of a giant Kun. This should have never happened before in Kun's ancient memory. After all, they have already transformed into a rock. So how can they be stopped by the power of the world? Hard to imagine. This is naturally a bad thing for the Baiming giant Kun, because it will have to lie dormant for tens of thousands more years, waiting for the opportunity to transform. For King Kun, it was a great thing, because he actually became a rare, strange, unprecedented little Kun with his own biological father. Baiming giant Kun also obviously lacks parenting experience in this area. So since little Kun broke out of his SHL in the endless void, it has not taken care of him for another day. The young Kun was directly thrown into the human world, thanks to the fact that Kun is Kun. Even in the form of a cub that is 2.5 years old, he still has the ability to control the world. Little Kun soon became famous among the demon clan, known as Little Kun King. There is no doubt about Kun's racial talent. Not only can he fight, he also possesses top intelligence, is cunning, cruel, and powerful. You know, they have been enemies of the entire world since they were born. Born to be crazy. Little Kun King, who had almost never failed, grew up unscrupulously. The few beings who had the ability to defeat him, and because they were in awe of his father's strength, would never dare to take action against him. So King Kun naturally developed a deep-rooted concept in his mind. We, father and son, are invincible. Until today. In fact, he really should have more contact with Baiming Jikuan, so that Baiming Jikuan might have the opportunity to tell him why he failed to destroy the world after transforming into a rock. But now it's obviously too late, because Li Chu had already drawn his pure yang sword. In an instant, a ridiculous omen of death enveloped little Kun King's heart, making him frightened but unable to help but want to laugh. No way. I'm not really going to die. Am I? This little Taoist priest really dares to kill me. Li Chu probably dared. He swung the pure yang sword and used 10% of his strength, because he was worried that if he didn't use enough force, not only the attack would be absorbed by King Kun, but even the pure yang sword might be sucked away by the opponent. That would be a loss of blood. A majestic red dragon with sword energy flew out, crushing towards little Kun King. King Shaokuan felt that he had never been so scared in his arrogant life. He turned around, instantly opened the black abyss crack, and ducked in. He shouted loudly to the Lord of Devouring. In fact, if possible, he wanted to call him Daddy. Where is my father? Unfortunately, before receiving a response, the sword energy of the red dragon had already poured into the crack, and the huge power exploded instantly. Boom! The black crack turned red for a moment, then disappeared strangely. A surge of experience points poured into his body. Things went smoother than expected. So much so that Li Chu was still a little confused after sheathing his sword. Strange. Why doesn't he smoke anymore? The allied forces of the 12 immortal sects are stationed at the border of Ziyue Kingdom. Late at night, the lights in the handsome tent were brightly lit. Li Maoqing and several CNN seniors with more seniority and higher status among the coalition forces got together to discuss strategies for attacking the city. Writing is nothing more than calling for people. If these people are not enough now, just call for more people. If there are not enough experts now, just find a few more experts. If it is not enough, then you are not calling enough. The great power of Shishao sect obviously has a deeper understanding of war. It makes sense, but His Majesty wants to fight. But try not to fight too much. If it really turns into an unprecedented battle between the human and demon clans. Li Maoqing shook his head and said, the consequences are definitely not something we can bear. Indeed, when you were fighting against demons, and the world was in ruins, no matter how many demons you could kill, the people who died were real people. Someone else said, you still have to rely on the best in the world to solve the battle. If Master Tong is willing to take action, even if with just a little deterrence, the Demon King must not dare to be so arrogant. Headmaster Tong has his own reasons for not taking action. Elder Bai Yujing was also a little embarrassed. The whole world knew that Tong Wudi was the face of the human race. So if you don't come at this time, how can you have any deterrent effect? But there was no way. Tong Wudi had his own considerations. But he just refused to come. What could he, an elder, say? I can only try to make up some reasonable excuses. Tong Zhangju is the best in the world, although he is said to be invincible. If he fights with the giant Kun in Baiming, he still lacks complete confidence. The elder twirled his beard and said, this little Kun king is naturally nothing to be afraid of. But even the best in the world can't move. He, of course, is because if the headmaster of the giant Kun boy behind him takes action, there is no guarantee that the giant Kun will not go to sea. And then the real life will be in ruins. If you ask me, Kun will go to sea sooner or later. So why not do it before he does? The discussion here was in full swing, when suddenly a guard reported that a young Taoist priest asked to see him. Little Taoist priest? Li Maoqing's eyes widened sharply when he heard the word. Are you handsome? Handsome. The guard nodded. More handsome than me? Well, the guard's tangled expression of being unable to violate his conscience, but unwilling to give up his future immediately strengthened Li Maoqing's confidence. Please! After a while, Li Chu was brought in as expected. Oh! Little Taoist Priestly, it is indeed you. Li Maoqing was overjoyed, and went downstairs to greet him. I had doubts when I said you were captured by the Demon King before. You are indeed fine. This time I really have to thank the National Master and the seniors of the Immortal Sect. During the day, I have actually been watching the battle below. Seeing that you are all in such danger for my Dayun Temple, I naturally can't do nothing. So I went to the Demon Kingdom in the palace. The magic weapons that were taken away from you were stolen again. Li Chu spread the baggage behind his back and said, it's right here. Oh? Li Maoqing was overjoyed again. Little Taoist Master Li is really powerful. Now that I have these magic weapons back, I will be more confident about going into battle to rescue Master Yu tomorrow. No need, Li Chuyin said calmly. When I went to steal the treasure, I also rescued my master and the others. Oh? Li Maoqing was overjoyed again. As expected of Shao Taoist Priestly, now that we no longer have any scruples, we can deal with that little Kun King even more freely. No need, Li Chuyin said calmly. When I went to steal the treasure, I also killed King Kun. Oh? Chapter 535 Painting Cake. The coalition forces of the 12 immortal sects are all people who have never seen the world, especially those in this handsome tent now. It can be said that they are the most elite group of people in the circle of practitioners who have wandered around the world. But when Li Chu said this, his jaw dropped. 3 points are for this matter, and 7 points are for the way Li Chu said it. How could someone say such an outrageous thing in such a nonchalant tone? Is little Kun King some kind of chicken and duckling that he kills as soon as he is told? It seemed like it was really killed casually. Please. That was the great Demon King who had been running rampant in the western region for many years, and no one dared to control him. Li Maoqing looked at Li Chu, speechless for a long time. He knew Li Chu's character well, and he definitely didn't mean to show off in front of everyone. But I have to admit that he did trick him. The Imperial Master wanted to remind Li Chu at this moment that even if you downplay the matter, it will not change the nature of the matter. What does stealing treasure mean, and killing it by the way? To put it mildly, it would be called murder and robbery. If the sentence was imposed, the lightest sentence would be life in prison. Of course, at this moment, he was just glad that Li Chu was killing the person on the other side and his own goods. He couldn't even imagine how terrifying it would be to be Li Chu's enemy. A harmless-looking, handsome little Taoist priest appeared in your house, as if he was taking a walk in his backyard. Then, most likely, he sensed a slight threat before you could take action. So he just struck a blow. Sword. Then not only will you be gone, but your family will be gone too. After being silent for a long time, he gathered his thoughts, tried hard to restrain his inexperienced look, and put on a mature and steady face. Little Taoist Priestley, that little Kun King is actually nothing to be afraid of. What is really scary is the beaming giant Kun behind him. Li Maoqing's tone was as if King Kun, who had beaten him to the point of losing his armor during the day, really had nothing to fear. This time you killed the little Kun King. The giant Kun must have sensed it. If you go out to sea for revenge, you must be prepared in advance. Li Chu nodded and said, Thank you, Imperial Master, for reminding me. Although no one believed it. He was indeed burglarizing a house, and was accidentally discovered by the owner. So he was forced to take action. If the giant Kun goes to sea because of this, he has nothing to do. Alas, the giant Kun of the North Sea lives in the North Sea and has been dormant for endless years. It is very likely that it is the strongest force in the world. Li Maoqing sighed. The reason why it does not go out to sea is to wait for the day when it transforms into a rock to devour the world. Human beings, everyone knows that it is best to eradicate it as soon as possible. But everyone is extremely afraid and dare not provoke it. Let's just take advantage of this opportunity. Tomorrow I will go to Baiyujing and Wanfa Mountain, together with Tong Wudi and Jiguang Bodhisattva, the two leaders of the Taoist and Buddhist sects. We will discuss choosing a day to take action together and gather the most powerful people in the world to bring this. Let's forget about the killing. Li Maoqing gritted his teeth and showed a hint of determination. After talking in the commander's tent, Li Chu returned to a hillside outside the camp. There was another trouble waiting for him here. Yu Qian, Wang Longqi, and Xiao Kui were sitting on the edge of the hillside, holding their hands and looking like they were watching a show. They seemed to be missing a small bench to play some melon and fruit tea. Shin Gongdao was waiting for Li Chu with a serious look on his face, holding the sacred stick in his arms. When he saw the little Taoist priest he had wanted to kill so many times in his dream approaching, Shin Gongdao's eyes were full of fighting spirit. I didn't expect. He shook his head. This day comes so quickly. As he spoke, he took out something from his arms. It's actually a star bead wrapped in silk cloth. I heard that you were looking for this thing earlier. Now I give it to you, which is equivalent to your saving my life. Shin Gongdao threw the Xingqiu to Li Chu. Li Chu took it and said politely, Thank you. Then, Shin Gongdao raised his stick. I will avenge my father and grandfather. I will fight you to the death. Who are your father and grandfather? Li Chu frowned. Who are they? They are the ancestor apes and the little ape kings of the Golden State who died tragically under your sword. Shin Gongdao roared. And I am the last inheritance of the Sarutobi mountain lineage. Yeah. Li Chu frowned and recalled for a long time before nodding. Oh, it seems there are these too. Have you even forgotten it? Shin Gongdao suddenly felt insulted. Sorry. I killed too many monsters that day, so I may not remember clearly. I don't care. Shin Gongdao waved his hand and said, I know I can't be your opponent. But why are you still fighting when you know you are not his opponent? Wang Longqi suddenly asked from the side. Shin Gongdao's lines were interrupted, and he was stunned for a moment when he was asked, and then continued, If I don't take action today, it will be unfilial. If I take action, I will probably die. Death. Some are lighter than monkey hair. Some are heavier than Mount Tai. Wait a minute. But if you die, wouldn't it mean that the bloodline of Sarutobi Mountain will be cut off with you? Yu Qian on the side suddenly asked again. There are 3 so-called unfilial piety, and the worst is not having an heir. Just die like this. Yes, it's also a big act of unfilial piety. It should be said that if you take action, it's unfilial. And if you don't, it's also unfilial. In fact, there is no difference. This, Shin Gongdao was stunned again. Oh, what should we do? Wang Longqi asked from the side. If you ask me, you might as well wait until later to take action. Anyway, there is no rush to die. You can wait to practice and practice again, and then have a child. After you have no worries, you can come to challenge my apprentice again. Yu Qian said again. What a good idea. Wang Longqi nodded. But like this. Shin Gongdao blinked repeatedly and looked at Li Chu. But he knows that he and I have sworn hatred. So how can he let me go today? I actually don't care. Li Chu said. If we have to fight, I think it would be better for you to practice hard before coming to me. At least this way, you get more experience points. Your grandpa is a leader among the land gods no matter what. If you are not as good as him, there is no point in challenging him. Why don't we just make a 3-part agreement? Yuqian said, aren't you originally going to seek discipleship from Aurora Bodhisattva? How about practicing? How about you wait until you become a disciple of Aurora Bodhisattva? Surpass your grandfather in cultivation. Give birth to another child. And meet these 3 conditions. Then come challenge my disciple? This. Shen Gongnao took 2 steps back, seeming very shaken. Wang Longqi said at the right moment, this is so thoughtful. Shen Xiaoxia, I don't know what you think, but I would definitely agree if you were me. After a long time, Shen Gongnao gritted his teeth and said, okay, then I will make a 3-part agreement with you. After I become a disciple of Aurora Bodhisattva, surpass my grandfather in cultivation, and leave a legacy for Sarutobi Mountain, I will come to you for revenge. You can't be timid at that time. I will wait for you. Li Chu nodded solemnly. Shen Gongnao raised his hand again and dropped the holy object in his palm without any hesitation. This is something from the Eternal City. Please return it for me. After that, he left without looking back. After he was far away, Yuqian said, this boy has a pure nature, but he is short of brains. It would be better not to kill him if we can. But aren't you worried that one day he will really surpass his grandfather? Wouldn't it be troublesome to seek revenge then? Wang Longqi asked. Why? Do you think cultivation is mindless? Yuqian smiled. Even if we have to cut off the roots, then he has to be a root. Right? This kid is like a enoki mushroom. What's wrong with the enoki mushrooms? There are times when the enoki mushrooms get hard. Wang Longqi suddenly glared and felt anxious. Don't be too sensitive. Yuqian rolled his eyes and added, and even if he can cultivate to that point, I made an agreement with him in 3 chapters to become a disciple of Aurora Bodhisattva and have a child. But please, if he enters the sect of Aurora Bodhisattva, he is a monk. So how can he have a child? If he has no time to give birth to a child, how can he be sincere in practicing Buddhist skills? In short, this is simply an impossible condition. Ouch. Wang Longqi couldn't help but want to applaud. Good boy. I have taught you the most important magical skill in the world. Yuqian said leisurely. What is it called? Painting. Chapter 536. Ritual affects the dead. It was said earlier that the little Taoist priest was caught. It was indeed a rumor. I said that with his shocking pure immortal energy. How could he be caught by a mere little Kun king? I had met him before, and I couldn't figure it out at all. His strength is the only one in the world. In the back mountain of Kunlun, Tong Wudi looked at Huan Nu and said calmly, that little Taoist priest is indeed very strange. Huan Nu also mused. I had just woken up and saw him at first sight. In my days, I thought I was still in the fairy world. After all, how could a mortal be so handsome? Look. No, that's not the point. The point is how can a mortal possess such pure and powerful immortal energy? Even if you practice to become a land immortal, you are just a mortal earth immortal who has mastered the skills of tempering spiritual energy into immortal energy. Even if you are the best in the world, there is no essential difference. But at his level, I don't remember what a real immortal should look like, but I think it should be like that. But how can such a true immortal exist in this world? In short, with his escort, the Yuqian you are going to deal with should hardly be in any big risk. Tong Wudi added. Humph. That heartless man. Huan Nu gritted her teeth. That little Kun king is too stupid. If I catch him and eat him directly, there will be no chance for him to escape. Maybe the monsters pay more attention to the sense of ritual. Tong Wudi smiled lightly. Especially after eating such a meal of immortality. It is normal to want to tell the world. When some monsters eat celebrities, they will also find painters to draw pictures, graphics, and then disseminated and publicized everywhere. If it is not made known to everyone, it will be like eating in vain. The sense of ritual is killing people. Huan Nu sighed. After a pause, she continued, since his apprentice killed the little Kun king, didn't the Baiming giant Kun do anything? In my vague memory, the Kun race is the public enemy of all worlds, and is extremely troublesome to any world. A terrifying existence. After producing offspring, it should turn into a rock and destroy the world. How come it has been dormant in this world for so long? And it is still possible for the white-haired Kun to send the black-haired Kun? This is simply something that has never happened before in the world. Things that happened tens of thousands of years ago are no longer verifiable. Nowadays, Kun may not be important to his descendants. Tong Woody shook his head and said, otherwise, if the only descendant is killed, whether it is an evil spirit or a human race, everyone should respond. Yes. Maybe. Wan Yu also said. Then what are you going to do next? Tong Woody asked again. Since the demons and ghosts are of no use, we can only take action ourselves. Wan Yu's eyes showed a hint of determination. Who? Us. You? Us. Who are you with? Me and you. Heart to heart? Wan Yu rolled her eyes. Don't you want to deal with the little Taoist priest? If you don't want to go, you can just say so. Okay. I don't want to. Tong Woody nodded directly. Okay. Wan Yu turned around and walked directly back to her cave. Then you don't want to know the secret of using the star beads to break through the realm. If Yu Qian doesn't die, you will never be able to break through to the top of the human world. You asked me to speak frankly, but you were still angry after I said it. Tong Woody scratched his head. It's really hard to deal with. The little Taoist priest killed King Kun of Ziyue Kingdom. In the village where the Hua family is located, the central tower has become the temporary palace of Yuwashing. In order to find the star bead conveniently, he has been waiting here recently, waiting for Grandma Liehua and Wishuga to send people to find out the news about the star bead. But all they got was bad news. Someone was one step ahead of them and had collected most of the star beads in advance. People have already visited places like Jinke Country, Bailang Country, Bulo City, and Ziyue Country where news of the star bead appeared. If someone else had done it, Yu Huanshan would only feel happy. Someone collected it for me first. But it saved me a lot of time and went directly to find the collector, so that the problem could be solved in one go. But this collector happened to be the young Taoist priest Li Chu. Thinking of him, Yu Huanshan couldn't help but feel itchy. It is this little Taoist priest who seems to be born to oppose the Yin Yu sect. He has killed the Dharma king of the sect several times, and is still competing with him for the opportunity to make a breakthrough. I only need one more of this thing to reach the peak. Why do you want so many? Although now that Yuwashing has made a breakthrough, he is much more confident. But he is just an ordinary and confident person who is the best in the world. He knows that he is definitely not the best in the world. That little Taoist priest could kill 100,000 demons with one sword in the north. He would definitely not be lower than himself in terms of realm. As a newly promoted person, it would be unwise to fight against such an enemy. The battle with Suzaku that day had made his head start to drift down quickly. Of course, if we talk about Yu Huaxing's level of hatred, Li Chu can only be ranked second. The one who ranks first is undoubtedly the boy with unicorn arms standing in the hall. Wishuga noticed that Yu Huaxing's gaze towards him was a bit sharp. He had become accustomed to it in the past few days, and immediately understood that Master Yudi was probably thinking of the star bead he had thrown away. Lord Yudi is very angry now. So Wishuga immediately knelt down. Plop! Lord Emperor Yu, if the disciple had not thrown this object into the fire cloud cave without knowing that you wanted the star bead, and made such an unintentional mistake, then Lord Yu Emperor, you might have broken through to the human world by now. Absolutely awesome. The thousands of mistakes are all the fault of the disciples. Please punish me, Lord Yudi. His words were obviously an admission of mistake. But secretly they blocked all the possible points where Yu Huanshan could get angry, making Yu Huanshan so sulky that it was hard for him to speak. After a pause, he said, Get up. Those who don't know are not guilty. I can't blame you entirely for what happened in the first place. But now most of the star beads are in the hands of the little Taoist priests. You should hurry up and find out the rest of the information. I'll leave it to you. I don't have much time left to teach Yen-Yu. Disciple understands, Wajuga said. There is a cloud in the magic scriptures. When the sky is crazy, it will rain. And when people are crazy, there will be disaster. The little Taoist priest is so arrogant and dares to kill the little Kun king. I guess the day of disaster is not far away. Just wait for the beaming giant Kun to go to sea. No matter how strongly Chu is, the giant Kun will always cause him some trouble. Right. This in a while, we will definitely be able to successfully find a star bead. Beaming giant Kun, Yu Huaxing Yu said. I also hope that it can have a fight with the little Taoist priest. It's best to fight so that both sides will be injured. Then I will break through to the top. And the demon fetus transformation technique will refine Kun's body. Maybe even this world can't stop me. He was having a beautiful dream when he heard someone hurriedly push open the door. And Grandma Liehhua's hoarse voice said, Master Yudi, I finally found out about the appearance of a star bead. Oh, where is it? Yu Huaxing stood up immediately. Feixian City, Chapter 537 Evil Spirits All Over the World Unite. Feitian City. Li Chu is no stranger to this name. As one of the several inheritances left behind by the Feidao people who traveled all over the world, Feitian City has always been the most prosperous one, even though it is far away from the Central Plains. Zhao Lianshan had previously asked Li Chu to participate in the Flying Conference of several inheritances on behalf of the Feilai sect. At that time, he exploded the magic weapon and touched the miracle of Yamong Chinin, left by the Feilai sect. From then on, there was no sound of Amamiya's piano in the world. At that Flying Conference, there was a girl named Qiongji who was born with a white tiger immortal body. She came from Feitian City. It is said that a star bead appeared in Feitian City. The source of the information is very reliable, because it was Yi Shuo who told the story, while Yu Qian and others were trapped in Ziyue Kingdom. A major event was also happening in Feitian City to the west. Among the countries in the western region, Feitian City can only be regarded as a medium-sized city-state, not too big or too small, and its power is not strong. It has been developed to this day because of the chaotic situation due to the large number of neighboring countries on all sides. As Qiongji is the most promising seed of immortality in Feitian City, the elders in the city have always wanted her to worship at Wanfa Mountain and practice with Aurora Bodhisattva. As we all know, the habitat of the four-elephant white tiger is Wanfa Mountain, and it has a very good relationship with the Aurora Bodhisattva. As a white tiger girl, Qiongji, if she could have more contact with real white tigers and feel the killing spirit every day, the benefits to her practice would be inestimable. It's just that Aurora Bodhisattva has never accepted female disciples. This rule is well known in the western region. The Lord of Feitian City once asked people to go to Wanfa Mountain to plead for mercy, hoping that Aurora Bodhisattva could make an exception and accept Qiongji, and even not become a formal disciple. Just be a nominal disciple and follow her practice in earnest. But his face was obviously not enough, and Aurora Bodhisattva did not make this exception for Qiongji. This made the senior officials of Feitian City very regretful. After all, the immortal body is rare. If Qiongji can be given the best growth, it is certain that she will become a powerful person in the future. And even becoming an earthly immortal is not impossible. By then, Feitian City will be able to rely on the power of this person and its close relationship with Wanfa Mountain, and the entire force will receive a major improvement. 2 days ago, the most precious star beads were scattered in the western region, and one of them happened to end up in Feitian City. The Lord of Feitian City immediately decided to use this star bead as a gift and present it to Aurora Bodhisattva, begging him to accept Qiongji as his disciple. I don't know whether it was because his sincerity finally impressed Aurora Bodhisattva, or because the star beads move people's hearts. Aurora Bodhisattva actually agreed to this matter. Everyone in Feitian City was filled with joy. The city lord of Feitian City immediately arranged a grand ceremony, which was not only to present the star beads, but also to be a disciple of Qiongji. Naturally, the Aurora Bodhisattva would also come here. Don't underestimate this ceremony. It represents a kind of binding. This shows that Qiongji has become an official disciple of Wanfa Mountain. When the neighboring countries from all over the world covet Feitian City again, they will all take into account the golden face of Aurora Bodhisattva, which is very important. The day before yesterday, Yu Qian and others were trapped in Ziyue Kingdom. Aurora Bodhisattva was entrusted by Yi Shuo and wanted to eradicate the giant Kun. He personally went to Kunlun Mountain to find Tong Wudi, hoping to save people. After being rejected by Tong Wudi, Aurora Bodhisattva did not consider taking action alone. Instead, he let it go and simply stopped caring about this matter. Before he left, he told Yi Shuo where he was going. He was going to Feitian City to attend the ceremony for accepting disciples. When Li Chu took back the sacred object from Shandong now and returned to the Eternal City to return it to Yi Shuo, Yi Shuo naturally informed Li Chu of the news, because he knew that Xingju was extremely important to the Yongwen and his party. He was specifically willing to take a few people to Feitian City as a guide, hoping to mediate. If Li Chu had a dispute with Aurora Bodhisattva because of the Xingju matter, Yi Shuo would not want to see this. So, now, the gate of Feitian City. Yi Shuo walked in with the Yongwen and his party. There are many people in Feitian City, and half of the pedestrians on the street are blonde and have white skin. Most of the women on the road were wearing cool clothes, showing their white waists and long legs, which made people dazzled. But for some unknown reason, when these white-skinned foreigners see Durang walking on the street, they often stay a few feet away and avoid them, and even secretly cast disgusted looks at them. If Lao Du looked back, those people would immediately look away. It was obviously a crowded street. but because of Lao Du's appearance. A wide branch appeared. Lao Du was not a fool. He soon realized something was wrong after entering the city, and felt a little aggrieved. Why are the locals so rude? Maybe it's because Mr. Du has darker skin. Yishuo also smiled awkwardly. Wang Longqi on the side couldn't help but said, If you say that, Lao Du will be so sad. Yes. Yuqian also smiled and said, In this land, you can do this kind of thing. But you can't say it. I made a mistake. Yishuo also laughed. Everyone spoke a few words, and the air was filled with joy. Only Lao Du felt aggrieved, flattened his lips, and glared at Wang Longqi again. Why haven't you returned to Hulua yet? Are you still following us around the western regions? Aren't you afraid of encountering danger again? Ha ha. Haven't I encountered enough dangers? Wang Longqi sneered. I have discovered that as long as Li Chu is not around, there is danger everywhere. So I have made up my mind from now on. Li Chu can't be separated even for a moment. Next to him was Ji Yuan, who was missed by King Shaokuan in the Eternal City and escaped once, but was reunited later. After hearing this, Ji Yuan rolled his eyes and said, From what I hear, you don't plan to have a second child in this life. Wang Longqi shook his head quickly and said with a smile, It doesn't matter if we separate for a short while. After walking all the way to the center of Feitian City, Yishuo stopped and said to everyone, The ceremony is over, and the Star Pearl should already be in the hands of my master. It's just that my master, Dharma Master, hasn't left Feitian City yet. Let's go and ask him to see him and explain our purpose. No matter what, we will have a good talk and try to let Mr. Li get the star bead. Thank you. Second Prince. Li Chu nodded. Little Taoist Priest Li has helped me a lot in Fu Lao Chung. This is what I should do, Yishuo said sincerely. With that said, he asked everyone to go to his residence and walked into the palace in the center of the city alone, and in a cave not far from Feitian City. The Watcher King in yellow robes and the Zhigung Master in Taoist robes were actually hiding among them. Sitting opposite each other, Zhigung Jinren looked at Wanchuang, who was concentrating with his eyes closed, shook his head and said, I didn't expect you to be able to hook up with the demon sect. You really have a lot of connections. I had cooperated with the Golden Bodhisattva, one of the 5 Dharma kings of the demon sect, in the north, so there was naturally a connection. But not long after, the Golden Bodhisattva was killed by a little Taoist priest with a sword, and since then the line has been broken, King Wancha replied. Now I am contacting the demon sect again, but I feel that we have reached a situation where we have to do this. Oh, I have studied the resume of the young Taoist priest. Since his debut, he has traveled from south to north in a short period of time, killing all the evil spirits he saw. Even Tongwudi and Aurora Bodhisattva did not do this in their youth. The lethality. He is different from those people. He seems to take pleasure in killing evil spirits, or he may get some reward. It is simply terrifying. If we don't do this, sooner or later we will be hunted down by him. How to do it? Master Zigong asked. King Wancher punched hard. The evil spirits oppressed by Li Chu all over the world unite. Chapter 538. Taking advantage of others. The king of all ages did not go peacefully. The two waited for a short time before another old voice sounded in the cave. Wang Shuang, Zhigung Jinren, you two are here. I feel sorry for you, but I hope you can forgive me. An old woman holding a flame crutch slowly walked into the cave. Although she was short, she was quite powerful. She was Grandma Liaohua, one of the 5 Dharma kings of the Yin Yu sect. It doesn't matter. We are discussing big things. Why worry about small details? King Wancher smiled. It's just that the previous news seems to be that the demon sect Yu Emperor has come out of seclusion and will come to see us in person. I will come here in my own body and give you enough gaining Emperor Yu's face. Although he didn't say it explicitly, you could tell that he was a little dissatisfied. In his opinion, among the demon sect, only Yuwashing is worthy of being treated as an equal to him. And even if he throws away the title of Yudi, he is nothing more than a junior. Now that we were discussing such a big matter, we only sent an old Dharma king here, which obviously didn't take them seriously. Don't be offended by King Wancher. Master Yudi will naturally come to meet you too. It's just that there was a little delay. I was afraid that you two would be impatient, so I asked me to come to greet you first. Grandma Liaohua understood what he meant. Meaning? Explained immediately. That's pretty much it, Zhigung Jinren said. Since she said this, King Wancher will naturally not pursue it further, but turns to ask, I wonder what Emperor you thinks about our alliance this time. Demons, ghosts, and ghosts are all evil. Grandma Liehua sneered and said, since those who claim to be righteous have always classified us as one party, the alliance should have been done long ago. Lord Yudi is naturally happy about this matter. See what happens. It's just that all the supreme beings are just ants. If we want to form an alliance, we must have a reliable supreme leader in the world to take charge. The king of Wanchur said. Otherwise, as long as you walk into the sun, whether it is Tong Wudi, Aurora Bodhisattva, or He the secret hidden in the Luo dynasty's imperial city only requires one person to wipe out our group. So there is no need to talk about anything. Oh, I wonder if King Wanchur has anyone in mind, Grandma Liehua asked. Although the demon clan cannot compare with the human race, there are still a few known top-notch ones. They also secretly supported the formation of the alien demon sect. Since we are in alliance with the alien demon sect, we can naturally go and join them. The King of Eternity. This was naturally his purpose in bringing Master Zigong into the game. In the ghost country on Earth, the two palace masters, who were born in ancient times and are as solid as rocks, are also extremely powerful. If they are promised fertile soil in the human world, they may not be unable to unite. In addition, as for demons and monsters, in fact, the most numerous races in the world are not humans, nor demons, but so-called monsters. The 5 good and 5 bad things are all the best that have survived to this day in ancient times. If you can find one of them as a blessing, we can also discuss important matters. King Wanchur added, because of King Shaokuan, if we go to the Biming sect, we might be able to accomplish something. Every time he said something, Grandma Liehua thought carefully and nodded. When he finally finished speaking, Grandma Liehua glanced outside and said, the Wanchur King has really thought carefully. But the demons and ghosts only missed the top of our demon sect. It seems wrong. Right? Demon Gate? King Wanchur said in a deep voice. The demon gates that have become extremely successful in recent years are none other than Shinfu Huang and Yin Jiuyo. The former has been dead for many years, and the latter has disappeared. Right? Said. He suddenly frowned and realized that things were not simple. Did you wash and come out of seclusion this time, and have reached the pinnacle of cultivation? How could it be so fast? His eyes were visibly nervous, because the reason why he dared to come to this meeting in person was because he knew that there was no ultimate in the magic sect. And he and Zigong Jinren were both top-notch masters under the extreme. So naturally they were confident. But if you are born as a feather and have reached the pinnacle of cultivation, he stood up in a hurry. Since Emperor Yu is busy with affairs, it is better to meet with Shushan another day. The sky is getting dark outside, and I still have clothes to dry at home, so I will go ahead. Zigong Jinren is not a fool. When he heard what he said, he immediately realized the connection and stood up. There is soup on the stove in my cave. I might be too late to go back. There may be big changes. Let's say goodbye for now. Ha ha ha. Grandma Liehua laughed loudly. You two are conscious now. I don't know if it's too early or too late. What do you mean? King Wanchur's expression tightened. Then he ignored it and directly raised his hand to bombard the upper wall of the cave, trying to break out. But after a loud bang, what came into view was not the clear blue sky outside the mountain peak, but a pure black deep emptiness, flowing with heavy purple lines, like blood vessels, beating from time to time. What is this? Zigong Jinren's heart sank. When did the two of them practice so well that they didn't feel anything was wrong? This is my magic fetus. With a gloomy reply, Yu Huanqing, dressed in white robes, appeared in front of the cave. The majestic figure is indeed a superb appearance. The pupils of both King Wanchur and Zigong Jinren shrank slightly. They have also heard of Yu Huanqing's demonic embryo transformation technique, which can refine all things and feed them back. I just heard that the demon fetus is quite fragile and can only refine some dead things. Now he actually swallowed a mountain directly with the magic fetus? What kind of appalling operation is this? This kid actually wants to take advantage of others. In a literal sense? Emperor Yu, since you are the best in the world, we and the Alliance respect you. King Wanchur said. Why do you need to take action against the two of us? Respect me? Yu Huanqing sneered. I have never had subordinates like you. What's the use? Only by turning your power into mine can you really help me. He raised his hands and looked deeply. I have just discovered that after reaching the peak, my demon embryo transformation technique can truly reach perfection. This is originally a peerless magic skill that is feared in the fairy world. As long as you practice it, by refining you, my combat power will be greatly improved. Even if I face the 4 elephants again, I am confident that I will not lose. If I can refining 2 more people like you, then I can even Tom Woody. World War I. Listening to his increasingly crazy tone, fear finally showed on the faces of King Wanshi and Zigungshenren, because they know that what he said is probably true. Go together! Side by shoulder! King Wanshi and Zigungshenren roared at the same time, assuming a posture of working together to fight Yuwashing to the death. Then, 2 streams of light fled away in 2 directions at the same time. As expected of an old man who has been around for many years, he actually thinks the same thing. They all wanted to shout first, asking the other party to step forward to block Yuwashing, while they waited for an opportunity to escape. Unfortunately, it seems you know nothing about the ultimate power. Yuwashing just sneered, waved his hands, and the world suddenly turned around. The direction of the 2 people's escape turned into the direction of Yuwashing's location at the same time. At the same time, a pair of huge dark black hands suddenly stretched out from the wall of the demon fetus. When Yuwashing opened his eyes again, the sun was still shining brightly. There is rugged land beneath our feet. Grandmalia was stood aside, her expression becoming more and more respectful. Congratulations to Emperor Yu. Congratulations to Emperor Yu for refining these 2 top Earth immortals, and their cultivation has taken a further step forward. The demon embryo transformation technique is worthy of being passed down from generation to generation. As long as I refine 3 of these top Earth immortals, I can almost have an additional top level of cultivation. If I can refine 3 top level immortals, then I probably don't need it. Star beads can increase the cultivation level of a true immortal. It's a pity, Grandmalia was said. I'm afraid there aren't many good opportunities like this. Yes, but relying on this alone, even if you increase your cultivation level, you still can't break through the realm. Yuwashing smiled sinisterly. If you want to break through the limitations of this world, you still have to rely on the star bead. Let's go. With my current situation with enough strength, I can already go to Faxian City. If the Aurora Bodhisattva stays in Wanfa Mountain with White Tiger, I won't be able to deal with them both at the same time. But if he insists on wandering around, you can't blame me. Chapter 539, The Battle Between Buddha and Demon. Stop! Back off! De Youngwon and his party were about to leave the palace when they suddenly saw a group of soldiers rushing out of the thorns, blocking the crowd and the palace, staring at them nervously. A leading barbarian leader drew his sword out of its sheath, pointed it at the crowd, and shouted several times. The group of people didn't know what it meant, so they stopped and stood there. At this time, I heard the leader yelling, "Didn't you hear me telling you to retreat? If you come so close to the palace again, I will kill you without mercy." A group of soldiers were ready to take action, and seemed to be ready to take action at any time. Everyone hurriedly stepped back, but after taking 2 steps, they heard the leader shouting louder, "Didn't you hear me telling you to stop? If you make any further moves, you will be shot without mercy." Wang Longqi blinked and spread his hands. "Grandson, why don't you do it directly?" Du Lank raised his hands and stepped forward to communicate. "Commander, we have never done anything extraordinary. Why are you making such a big show?" As he took 2 steps forward, all the soldiers' eyes widened, and the commander sternly said, "You are so dark. How dare you approach the palace wall? And how dare you say you have no objections?" Durank, ? Forget it. It's better to kill them by mistake than to let them go. Let's restrain them first, take them to prison, and then investigate their origins carefully," the commander said. Li Chu frowned slightly, but considering that he came to Faxian City to ask for something from someone, he did not fight immediately, but said loudly, "We abide by the law. If you want to jail us, please come up with a charter." "Humph. He looks so dark. How dare he say he abides by the law?" The commander pointed at Du Lank, and then looked at Li Chu. "But you little Taoist priest really doesn't look like a bad person. In this way, other than him, everyone else can leave." "No." Lao Du pulled Li Chu's clothes pitifully. "Master, if you abandon me, I won't be able to breathe." Li Chu was about to say something more when he suddenly heard a surprise call from over there. "Little Taoist priestly." In a blink of an eye, he saw a girl wearing a large platinum dress holding up the skirt and trotting over. The girl has a bright face, fair complexion, and a familiar smile on her face. It was Cheongji, the White Tiger girl from Faxian City whom Li Chu had met before in Hangzhou. Seeing her, Li Chu also relaxed. "Long time no see, Miss Cheongji." Cheongji ran to Li Chu. Her face turned red, and she whispered, I didn't expect you to actually come to Facian City. Well, I have something to do, Li Chu said. We are in some trouble right now. I wonder if Miss Cheongji can help us solve it. What's the trouble? As long as you are in Facian City, I will definitely help, Cheongji said immediately. It's my disciple who caused the commander's misunderstanding when he approached the palace wall because he was born with a slightly darker appearance. Huh? Cheongji's eyes seemed to be fixed on Li Chu, unable to turn away at all, and asked, Which disciple? Li Chu looked at her gaze and thought to himself, why did this girl become blind after not seeing her for a while? It doesn't look like it either. Looking at each other for a moment, he discovered the problem. Her perspective seems locked. Then, he slightly tilted his body to the left, and saw Cheongji's eyes immediately turning to the left. He tilted his body to the right, and saw Cheongji's eyes immediately turning to the right. He squatted down, and Cheongji immediately turned her eyes away. Standing up again, Cheongji immediately raised her eyes. Helpless, Li Chu had no choice but to pull Du Lang to his side, keeping him in the same frame so that Cheongji could see him. This is the disciple. It's indeed quite dark. Cheongji saw Dulanku and nodded. Which commander is making things difficult for you? Li Chu then pulled the guard commander into the same frame as himself. This commander. It's you. Cheongji then saw the commander, nodded, and said a few words casually. The commander immediately nodded and bowed, respectfully led his troops and left. Originally, if Cheongji was just a cultivator seed in Facian City and had no real power in her hands, she would not have received such courtesy. However, she had recently completed the apprenticeship ceremony and was about to become a disciple of Aurora Bodhisattva, which was enough to gain the sincere awe of the entire city, because in the future, she is likely to grow into the patron saint of Facian City. After settling the matter, Cheongji walked side by side with everyone and asked, Why did Taoist Priestley come to Facian City this time? Li Chu answered truthfully, Qingju. Star beads? In the royal palace of Facian City, there is a magnificent hall, which is even larger in scale than the main hall in the palace. And it looks quite new. It was the Facian City Lord who quickly built a new temple in order to receive the Aurora Bodhisattva. Around this palace, no one dares to approach without orders. At this time, in the empty hall, a black cat was hunched over, its tail erect, its pupils looking straight ahead, and its mouth speaking human words. Not bad. Xingju. Opposite the black cat stood a man in a white robe. He looked quite handsome with long sleeves and a slightly calm expression. It is the Yuwashing of Yenyu sect. What do you want that thing for? Black Cat's eyes were filled with danger. Because of its keenness, it has been able to discover that the emergence of feathers is no longer what it used to be. The level of great improvement in cultivation can no longer be described as rapid progress. Compared to the Taoist and Buddhist sects, Tongwudi and Aurora Bodhisattva, the leaders of the two sects, the demon sect has been in a state of disintegration since the disappearance of the Yin Emperor Yin Jiuyo. Although there have been some feathered disciples who have dominated the world in recent years, in the eyes of outsiders, it seems to be like a monkey claiming to be the king, which is totally inconsistent with the two sects of Taoism and Buddhism standing at the head of one another. But now, did this Yuwashing suddenly become the best in the world? And the strength of his aura seems to be completely inferior to his own? As long as you give me the things, I will naturally tell you what to use them for, Yuwashing said. Humph! That's a nice thought. There was a trace of disdain in the black cat's eyes, and the pupils of his eyes were dark, as if they were about to shine in an instant. If you escape into Shumi, then I will slaughter this city, Yuwashing said lightly. This sentence immediately made the black cat restrain the light in his eyes. Just now, Aurora Bodhisattva had exactly this thought in his mind. The one who was born after the transformation was not good, and was a bit weird. He didn't want to confront him head-on right away. I wanted to take advantage of Shumi and leave this place directly. Even Tongwudi has nothing to do with himself. But the words, Yuwashing. Black Cat's eyes suddenly became firm. It seems that you insist on fighting me today? That's right. Yuwashing smiled and nodded. After the battle with you, I'm going to find Tongwudi to see who is respected among the three sects of Taoism, Buddhism and demonology. A moment of silence. Then golden light suddenly emerged from the black cat's eyes. And between the light and shadow, there was a supreme golden body. The golden body is extending a palm covering the mountain. A palm. Suppressed the world. One person and one cat disappeared into the hall in an instant. Chapter 540. Why don't you go find Taoist Priestley first? Sumeru. It is the name of a cat. the name of a great supernatural power, and the name of a world. Aurora Bodhisattva manifested this infinite magical power into a cat, which became the entrance to this world. He himself stayed in this small world all year round. Many people know this. That's why it is said that seeing this black cat is like seeing the Aurora Bodhisattva. Even his closest disciples, including disciples like Yeshua, have never seen the true form of Aurora Bodhisattva. Today, Yu Huaxing saw it. In the Sumer world, there are birds singing and flowers fragrant, and thousands of stone Buddha statues can be seen everywhere in the mountains and forests. On the top of the highest mountain here, there is a lotus platform, and a figure stands on the top of the lotus platform. She has a strong figure and is dressed in white and gold Buddhist robes. She is actually a middle-aged woman with an ordinary face. But if you look closer, she seems to have the face of a little boy. Looking back again, he seemed to be an old man again. It's obviously that face, but his expressionless face seems to have a kind smile. If you look closely, the Buddha's light is infinite, the appearance of all sentient beings in Sumeru. Yu Huaxing stepped into this world, and without any delay, he came to the lotus platform, stood behind Aurora Bodhisattva, and looked at this world with him. No matter how realistic the small world is, to a fellow cultivator, it is just like a flower in the mirror, unable to hinder him in the slightest. Neither male nor female, neither yin nor yang, neither old nor young. No wonder Aurora Bodhisattva never shows his true face to others. It turns out that he has become like this ghost through cultivation. Yu Huaxing's words were extremely sharp. My lack of sight has nothing to do with my face. Aurora Bodhisattva turned around, and in an instant, his face turned into the appearance of a human being. It's like a mirror. But the face of this metamorphosis was slightly blurry. You are gaining insight into my life. Yu Huaxing sneered instantly. Buddhist magical powers are a bit evil. But it's a pity that no matter how evil they are useless in the face of absolute power. They are just like chickens and dogs. Power? Aurora Bodhisattva shook his head. If practice is only for the growth of power, it is meaningless. Does it make sense for you to peek at all living beings in the world through this small world? Yu Huaxing raised a hand. It's useless to talk more. Of course you won't give it to me if I want the star pearl. So let's fight. When Aurora Bodhisattva heard his words, he just chuckled. With this smile, the lotus blossoms bloom. Call out. In the many years that this Sumeru world has existed, I don't know how many people have seen this scene of flowers blooming. It was like the largest volcanic eruption in the world. But the Buddha's light was much more peaceful and gentle. With vast compassion. Rumble, rumble. Endless colorful light emerges from the flowers and reaches the sky. Yu Huaxing's body had already flown back countless feet, avoiding the light emerging from his feet. But this light is not an attack, but converges into a 7-colored Buddha statue that stands tall and tall. Aurora Bodhisattva stood among the Buddha statues and closed his eyes. Immediately afterwards, the Buddha's eyes opened. At this moment, he seemed to have become a Buddha. The lotus blossoms and turns into glass. Can you still become a Buddha in your own world? Yu Huaxing looked at the state of Aurora Bodhisattva and muttered, I want to see if your glass can block my demon fetus. After that, he raised his hands, and countless black lights spurted out, instantly turning into a black ocean, rolling back towards the Buddha's light in front, as if they were going to compete with the colorful lights in the world to determine the winner. But as long as everything comes into contact with this black light, it will be swallowed up and disappear in an instant, turning into nothingness. The flowing black light quickly came to the feet of the colorful Buddha statue, and the Aurora Bodhisattva finally moved. He raised his hands, formed a seal, spoke softly, and thundered, Rebuke! Boom! The ocean hung upside down and rolled back in an instant, submerging Yu Huaxing itself completely and rolling it into a huge black sphere. But the next second, a gap seemed to appear in the center of the black ball, emitting a glimmer of light, which in an instant turned into a bright light, dazzling it, powerful to destroy the world. The most violent explosion was silent, because the big hand of the Buddha statue gently pressed on the black ball that was about to explode and destroy the entire world. Once pressed, it seemed that the time around it was stopped, and no changes could occur, except for eclosion. There was a crackling sound, as if the edge I was cracking, and the Yu Huaxing broke out of the SHL, and his body suddenly came to the chest of the Buddha statue. Across the body of the Buddha statue, which is like colorful glass, he is far away from the Aurora Bodhisattva hanging in his chest. A palm, imprinted on the chest of the Buddha statue. Laugh. It was as if a red-hot iron plate was placed on the ice, and there was a melting sound immediately. What's even more frightening is that the face of the Aurora Bodhisattva reflected behind the glass is aging rapidly. After aging to the point of withering, he quickly transformed into a baby again, as if it were a reincarnation. This kind of reincarnation goes hundreds of times in one breath. The demonic embryo transformation is pervasive. I want to see how long you can hold on. Yu Huaxing laughed ferociously, raised his hands, and stamped them together. Laugh. Darkness and light collided violently. The face of Aurora Bodhisattva is still neither sad nor happy, changing rapidly, as if he is a spectator who is staying away from the incident. Just when Yu Huaxing seemed to have the upper hand, the Buddha suddenly turned his hands around, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and caught Yu Huaxing in his palm. Bang! Then, the sky cracked, and a cold light fell from the sky like a standing sword. This light seems to be different from all the lights in the world. It is so cold, and seems to have a fiery temperature. It is not dazzling, but it is difficult to look directly at it. It's like a divine weapon chopped off by the gods. As it fell in the sky, everything in the surrounding blue sky and blue clouds was quickly annihilated. And just when everything was about to be destroyed, the Aurora Bodhisattva in the Buddha statue had disappeared without realizing it. Yishuo was waiting for the master summons in the palace living room, but he only heard a click. A black crack opened in the sky, and a black cat with wounds all over its body fell from a height. He quickly reached out and caught the black cat. Master? Yishuo exclaimed. Then the black cat made an old voice. I am not your master, but Sumeru. Aurora Bodhisattva fought with the demon in this small world. His demon child was fierce. The Bodhisattva had no choice but to summon the wisdom sword Aurora, trying to kill the demon. The world was destroyed together with that demon. It's a pity that he escaped. Now the Bodhisattva is seriously injured and running away. He is stared at by the demon and dare not show up. But I am already seriously injured and about to die. Bodhisattva asked me to come to you and tell you to hurry up. Inform Kunlun Tongwudi of this news. The art of transformation into a demon fetus has been completed. In the world, only Tongwudi can eradicate it. Within a few words, the blood under Black Cat's body had already flowed all over the floor. He didn't know how this small body could shed so much blood. Seeing it slowly lowering its head, Yishuo couldn't help but feel sad. Shumi. But he quickly cheered up and raised his head and said, Master, I respect my trust and cannot let it down. Only Tongwudi in the world can control this devil. I must go to Kunlun quickly and so on. Before going to Tongwudi, it's better to go to Taoist priestly first. Chapter 541. Seeking the Demon. In a high-end restaurant in Feixian City, Xiongji was doing her best to treat Li Chu and the people behind him to dinner. During the banquet, looking at Li Chu's face, Xiongji couldn't help but feel excited. Although she was practicing hard in the western region these days, the deeds Li Chu had done all over the world were spread to her ears without asking carefully. Although there was a huge gap between him and Li Chu at the beginning, at least he could still compete with his peers. Nowadays, no matter what important occasion he attends, no one will put Li Chu alongside these young immortal cultivators. The seed of Li Chu has grown into a towering tree. A handsome towering tree. Just when Xiongji thought she would never have anything to do with Taoist Master Li again in this life, she unexpectedly became a disciple of Aurora Bodhisattva. In the future, she would practice with White Tiger, and her cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. By then, the gap with Taoist priestly will be narrowed. Right? At this moment, Li Chu actually came to the western region. Xiongji couldn't help but have a small idea in her mind. Is this the legendary fate? Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sincerely thank Aurora Bodhisattva again, thanking this master for giving her the confidence to contact Taoist Master Li. Oops! Little Taoist Master! Something happened to my master! Just as he was thinking about it, he saw Yishuo rushing in with a panicked expression, and shouted at Li Chu as soon as he came in. Seeing him like this, Li Chu asked, What's wrong with Aurora Bodhisattva? My master said that Yu Huaxing's demon embryo transformation technique was perfected. My master was severely injured by him. Now he dare not return to Wanfa Mountain and has gone into hiding. He asked me to go to Tongwudi to report the matter. I think I have to inform Taoist priestly first. Avatars born in a feather? Yu Qian pondered for a moment. This person has not even reached the top. How can he defeat the Aurora Bodhisattva, who has been at the top for many years? Time was in a hurry, so Master didn't go into details, but he used the wisdom sword to chop Shumi into pieces without leaving any feathers, which shows that this Shumi's cultivation has definitely reached a terrifying level. Yu Qian asked again. Where is the star bead in the hand of Aurora Bodhisattva? Yishua shook his head and said, I don't know. There's something fishy. Yu Qian said, Yu Huashan will definitely be injured in the battle with my master. This should be the best time to kill him. If Taoist Priestley discovers him, don't show mercy. I will go to Kunlun Mountain and inform Tong Wudi of this matter. Yishua didn't waste any more words. After finishing the matter, he immediately got up and rushed to Kunlun. The whole room was left looking at each other, surprised by the explosiveness of the news. Demon Sect Yu Emperor severely injured Aurora Bodhisattva. Such a major event that can affect the situation of the world was suddenly known, and it was a bit at a loss. The most shocked person was Cheong Ji. I just thought I had found a big supporter. But now I'm falling? Could it have come a little too soon? My head is buzzing. Li Chu didn't have time to pay attention to this. He closed his eyes, released his consciousness, and said, I'll try to find his traces first. Divine consciousness rolled out, with Faxian City as the center, turning into an endless spreading ripple, looking at a high mountain with curling clouds and mist. It seems that there are layers of snow on the top of the mountain. When you get closer, you realize that it is just the native white rock here. Its color is pure white, and its texture is crystal clear, like ice and snow. High on the mountain peak, there is a palace built of this kind of white stone, which makes the place look cold and solemn, but is actually very warm and full of spring. This mountain is called Baishar Mountain. Among the 5 Dharma kings of the demon sect, Baishar Gong, the most aloof from the world, lives in seclusion here, and his 3,000 concubines. At this time, a petite woman with a full moon mind was stepping out of one of the palaces. Suddenly, she saw a man in red standing on the grass in front of her. This person has a male-female appearance, a feminine appearance, and a look down on all living beings in his eyes. Just one glance made the woman's delicate body tremble, and she did not dare to move again. Mr. Baishar is here. Go call him out, the man said softly. Just tell Tong Jiang to find him. Tong Jiang. The woman read the name once, suddenly got startled, screamed, turned around quickly, and ran back tremblingly. Dharma King! Dharma King! It's not good! Jasmine? What's wrong? An old man in white robes came out of the palace. He looked young and energetic, and he was none other than Duke Baishar. His Holiness! There is a person coming from outside looking for you. Tell me that his name is Tong Jiang. Oh? Tong Wudi? Baishar Gong's hand shook. What should we do now? But soon, he regained his composure. Well, if this god of death comes to visit me, he won't be so polite if he wants to attack me. He must want to ask me something. So I'll just answer him truthfully. Master Yudi can't blame me. With this thought in mind, Duke Baishar stepped out of the palace. When I looked at the person standing outside, it was really Tong Wudi. He was standing there, looking at him quietly, even though he was prepared in his heart. Mr. Shiraishi couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. After all, Tong Wudi was the one who gained his reputation through killing, and many members of the demon sect of his generation died tragically at his hands. Headmaster Tong is here. I'm too old to welcome him from afar, and I'm not being polite enough. Tong Wudi didn't say anything, but Mr. Baishar forced a smile and took the initiative to say Lo. No more nonsense. Let me ask you something. If you answer it properly, I will leave. Tong Wudi said. Okay. Mr. Baishar nodded quickly. What's the reason for Yuwashing's rapid improvement in cultivation? Tong Wudi asked directly. This, Baishar Gong scratched his head and said, Master Yudi has been in seclusion for many years, so it is normal for him to enter the country. Tong Wudi raised his eyelids slightly. Mr. Baishar grinned quickly. Xingju! It's Xingju! Sure enough, Tong Wudi nodded. Previously, Lord Yudi gave me a star bead and asked me to study the secrets in it. I happen to have collected an ancient book, which seemed to record some methods of practicing with the power of starlight. So I asked Emperor Yu to try it. After a while, he didn't expect that the power of just one star bead would help him reach the peak. If there is a second one, I'm afraid he can break through to the peak of the human world. Baishar Gong hesitated. So that's it, Tong Wudi said. Now that he has obtained Aurora Bodhisattva's star beads, where did he go? I don't know. Mr. Baishar shook his head again. There seemed to be another glint of coldness flashing through Tong Wudi's eyes. Mr. Baishar was excited and hurriedly shouted, Kunlun Mountain! Although I don't know where Emperor Yu is now. He said before that if he can get the second star bead, he will go to the foot of Kunlun Mountain to refine it. After breaking through, in the first moment, The entire white jade Kyoto was transformed into a demon fetus. Kunlun, Tong Wudi said with an expressionless face. Then he suddenly raised his head. Then what is your method for refining star beads? Chapter 542. It turns out that you are also level 71. Not found. Li Chu slowly opened his eyes and shook his head. The demon is hidden so deep that there is no trace at all. Besides, even if I find his whereabouts, I may not be able to defeat him. Aurora Bodhisattva has been famous for many years and can be said to be one of the top combat powers in the world. If we only look at the top in the world, he can even be ranked among the top 2 in the human race. Even if it is second place, it is still one of the best in history. And Yu Huaxing has now surpassed the second place. So where is he? Etc. Are you thinking a little bit wrong? Even if he has achieved great success in demonic arts, there is no need to immediately challenge an existence like Aurora Bodhisattva, even if it is for the rise of the demon sect. The balance between Taoism, Buddha and demons will be more favorable to him. Unless he is confident that he can defeat Aurora Bodhisattva, then he can face Tong Wudi directly. Or maybe there is something he must take. Yu Qian also thought about the cause and effect at this time, and said, I suspect that this matter is still related to Xingzhu. That bead? Wang Longqi was surprised. Is it so powerful? Everyone knows that the Star Pearl has supreme power, but he just doesn't know how to use it. He only needs to be able to master a hint of its power, and he will be able to run rampant in the world. Yu Qian rolled her eyes at him and said, after hearing this, Lao Du suddenly felt that the small backpack on his shoulders became heavy. After all, he had 4 of these treasures in his bag that could make 2 people fight to the death. That's all. There's no need to think too much about it. Wang Longqi patted Li Chu on the shoulder. Anyway, if the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. We brothers can just eat and drink here, and it'll be fine. Qi Xiao, have you ever thought about the possibility that the master is the tallest? Du Lank whispered from the side. Isn't there still Tong Wudi? Wang Longqi said. While everyone was chatting away, they suddenly felt a burst of heat falling from the sky. I saw a big golden bird falling from the sky. Its wings were wrapped with flames. Its head had 3 eyes, and it looked majestic. Golden crow? Yu Qian recognized the identity of this divine bird at a glance. When the golden crow landed on the ground, it suddenly turned around. Flames flew, and turned into a familiar figure. It was the Tong Wudi whom I had seen before. Senior Tong? Li Chu was a little surprised. What was he doing here at this time? Could it be that he is also here to track down the traces of Yu Huaxing? But having this #1 person in the world really makes people feel more at ease. Little Taoisley, Tong Wudi's figure landed, came to the front, looked at Li Chu, and said, I need your help. Huh? Everyone was startled. Is there something wrong with the direction of the plot? Who is asking for help now? I am just a Yanhua clone. Now my true body is refining the star bead, trying to find an opportunity to break through. Tong Wudi said in a deep voice. And the devil Yu Huaxing has also obtained a star bead. Is refining? He also has a way to reach the top. And he is 1 step faster than me. I just got the news that the devil is most likely under my Kunlun Mountains, intending to devour the Kunlun Mountains directly after leaving seclusion. I dare not evacuate the Baiyujing cultivators at this time, for fear that the devil will be alarmed and alert the snake. If it is the devil when he is born, he will definitely endanger the common people with the demonic embryo transformation technique. So it is only right that I, the Baiyujing sect, should resist for a while. I'm afraid that after the devil breaks through, no one in the world can stop him. After thinking about it, if anyone can compete with him, I can only think of you because I have never been able to see through your cultivation. Tong Wudi looked at Li Chu, said sincerely, so I hope that if the devil breaks through first before me, I hope that Taoist Priestley can go to Kunlun Mountain to stop him for a while. As long as I can wait until I also break through and fight him, I am confident that I will never lose. Little Taoist Priestley. Is it possible? Looking at the most sincere eyes in the world, Li Chu was slightly moved. Tong Wudi's arrogance is world famous. If he can ask for help, he must have reached a dangerous moment. As he said, it is indeed for the sake of all people in the world. Then how can I refuse? Even if we don't know the depth of this battle, we can only fight without hesitation. If I just want to stop him for a while, I can try my best. Li Chu nodded firmly. Power, power, power. It was endless power, and a massive amount of true energy was condensed into one place, and finally compressed into a black sphere, and then suddenly dispersed, leaving only a faint human shape. The human form gradually solidified again, revealing a figure in white. It is the emergence of eclosion. He looked up at his surroundings and saw the misty sky surrounded by mountains. So this is the state after the ultimate? This is who I am now. Fairy! Magic fairy? Forget it. Let's call him demon god. He stood up. His gaze was like a torch. And suddenly he let out a loud shout. And the mountains thundered. The devil has come to this world. And those who disobey will die. Boom. This sound was like a mighty ripple, instantly spreading to every corner of the world. Every commoner heard this cry and had no idea why. Every cultivator also heard this cry and couldn't help but feel terrified. Every supreme being in the world also heard this cry. Not far in front of Kunlun, in a vast blue lake, a huge dragon head slowly stretched out. But only half of it was stretched out, revealing a pair of golden fire pupils. And it did not dare to reveal any more. On Wanfa Mountain, a sleeping white tiger covered with golden stripes opened its eyes. In the fire cloud cave, a big bird with flowing flames was frightened. Feeling the familiar atmosphere, it began to think about how to escape. In a dark secret place somewhere, a little turtle named Xuanwu quickly shrank his big head. There is a dragon wandering overseas. And the phoenix is frightened. The Qilin in the Valley of Broken Monuments widened his eyes. In Chaga City, 3 long-sleeping breaths reawakened. The reason why the Holoid dynasty can be recognized by the 12 immortal sects, and the reason why the human race can be above all kinds of evil spirits, is because of these guardians, who have been passed down from generation to generation. But at this time, they did not dare to speak out, because they can all feel that this is already a force that transcends their current realm, including in a secret realm in the distance. Tong Wudi also felt this aura, and he could only silently speed up his refining speed. Although I asked the little Taoist priest for help, it was just a helpless move out of desperation. I don't know how long he can stop you washing. If you don't break through, this world will definitely become a demonic land. Darkness falls. Heaven and earth were silent. No one answered. Dominate the world. This is the best thing in the world. But no one dares to say it. Feeling their silence, feeling the fear and surrender of the whole world towards him, Yu Huaxing showed a satisfied smile on his face. The day has finally come. He couldn't help but feel confident and wanted to do something that he had wanted to do for a long time, but had never dared to do. In the whole world, I am the only one who is proud of you. Hearing Yu Huaxing muster up his courage, he tilted his mouth and let out a wild laugh. Jia 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 jia. At this moment, a handsome boy wearing Taoist robes and carrying a sword happened to land on Kunlun Mountain. Looking at Yu Huaxing at the foot of the mountain, listening to his arrogant laughter, and feeling the terrifying aura that he just took the initiative to release into the world, Li Chu only felt familiar and unfamiliar. That power. So that's it. He looked at Yu Huaxing's figure, and he couldn't tell what kind of emotion he had in his eyes. It turns out you are also level 71. Chapter 543. Taoist Priestly must hold on. Yu Huaxing walked peacefully throughout his life. If there are 2 words that can be used throughout his life, it is probably forbearance. A certain Mr. Shiraishi, who did not want to be named, once said behind his back that Master Yudi had probably stood out through forbearance since he was a tadpole. The generation of demon sects in Yu Huaxing's youth was in an era when the Yin Emperor disappeared and the heroes were divided. At that time, the Yu Huaxing was considered quite mediocre, not to mention in the world, even among the disciples of the entire Yanyu sect at the same time. Then why did he rise? As long as he can bear it. The atmosphere of the demon sect is almost like cultivating goo, and disciples of the same sect inevitably kill each other in order to compete for resources, in the values passed down by the demon sect from generation to generation. Only in this way can the strongest successor be cultivated by the weak and the strong. And those extremely outstanding disciples often become the target of being targeted, and the risk of dying is extremely high. So Yu Huaxing knew that he still needed to be patient. He was hidden under the sharp edges of those people, and almost no eyes were watching him. They have been growing up like this for decades. When the young people of that generation competed to the end, they suddenly discovered that the strongest one was the unknown boy who had been practicing the demonic embryo transformation technique silently for many years. Feather metamorphosis. The first time this name appeared in the eyes of the world was when he became the new generation leader of the Yanyu sect. Unlike those talented geniuses, no one knows where this equestrian comes from. But it didn't matter. After becoming the leader of the Yanyu cult, he knew that he still needed to be patient. Because the Yanyu sect at that time was not yet a top-notch sect among the demon sect, and could be destroyed at any time in the torrent of struggles among the demon sect. Therefore, Yu Huashan led the entire Yanyu sect to cease operations, concentrate on management, develop silently, and secretly provoke battles among the major sects of the demon sect. It was only when the other sects were defeated and lost their vitality that they realized that the humble Yanyu sect was now the strongest sect in the demon sect and stepped forward to clean up the mess. The Yanyu sect became the authentic sect of the demon sect, and Yu Huashan became the Yu Emperor of the demon sect. But he knew that at this point, he still needed to be patient, because the demon sect at this time is no longer what it used to be. It lacks a supreme leader, and does not have a large number of believers. It is already a world of difference from the once equally famous Taoist and Buddhist sects. So as soon as he became the Feather Emperor, he claimed to be in seclusion to block the outside world from prying at him. Then he secretly recruited troops and gathered a group of strong men. Among the 5 contemporary Dharma kings, except Grandma Liehua, the other 4 were all recruited by him from outside, which shows the ability of Yu Huashan. People in the demon sect often say that he is the most unworthy master of the demon sect, but he seems to have never heard of it. Forbearance. Everyone in the world said that among the leaders of the 3 sects of Taoism, Buddha and demon, he was not worthy to be ranked alongside Tong Wudi and Aurora Bodhisattva. And he didn't care at all. Forbearance. Before reaching the peak of the adult world, even if the 5 Dharma kings were almost killed, he never thought of taking action personally. Forbearance. When he came out of seclusion after 10 years of seclusion, he found his wife coming to pick him up with their 3-year-old son in her arms. He happily hugged her. Forbearance. Just like this. Endure. 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 He finally waited for today. He became the best in the world and defeated the Aurora Bodhisattva. Now he breaks through again and becomes the only true immortal in the world. Swallowing Kunlun. What Tong Wudi? What 4 symbols? What giant Kuan? All are no longer opponents in the same realm. There is no one in this world who can stop me from becoming a human being. The days of forbearance have finally passed. And today I, Yu Huashan, finally stand up. 500 years from now on, it will be my era. Those who come in the future should shout my name. Feather. Change. Yu Huashan? A voice called his name from ahead. Looking up, he saw a little Taoist priest flying down from the mountain in the distance. He was dressed in green clothes and carrying a sword. He was extremely handsome. He looks like an immortal in heaven, etc. How come his aura is the same as that of an immortal in heaven? Could this guy be an immortal? And his majestic and endless aura was clearly the same pure immortal energy as his own. If the pure immortal energy in Yu Huashan's body is like the water of a stream, then the pure immortal energy in Li Chu's body is like the boundless ocean. This. Yu Huashan was startled. I had just been arrogant for a breath, preparing to become the strongest human being in history. Why did a being like this come to crush me? It's really hard to change my mood. Is something not quite right? Or is he the immortal who came to take me to the immortal world? But the setting of this handsome little Taoist priest seems a bit familiar. Should I continue to tolerate it? Yu Huashan looked at Li Chu and scratched his thigh in embarrassment. In an instant, he changed from being arrogant just now to being a little reserved. Hello! I am reincarnated in Xiaoyu. Just call me Xiaoyu. My name is Li Chu. Li Chu looked at Yu Huashan and felt it was very strange. Previously, he was full of spiritual energy, but he felt that it was incompatible with the true energy of this world. Later, I saw the immortal energy refined by the land gods, and I felt that it was very similar to my own spiritual energy, but different. Compared to those immortal energies, it seems that my spiritual energy is lacking something. He always thought it was his own shortcomings. Only now did he understand when he saw Yu Huashan, who had reached the breakthrough point, and his aura was exactly the same as his own. Turn out to be. What is lacking in one's own aura? Its impurities. To reach the ultimate breakthrough is to become a true immortal. A pure immortal energy without any impurities is your own spiritual energy. And myself. He recalled those distant nights when he was diligently painting lantern monsters in Shilippo. As the saying goes, no matter how hard you work, you will reap 10,000 rewards. If you are honest, I won't deceive you. Yu Huashan looked at Li Chu in a daze and said cautiously, Little Taoist Master Li, now that I have reached the top, I know how big the gap is between you and me. Previously, my subordinates of the demon sect may have been disrespectful to you, but I still hope high on. Is it disrespectful? Li Chu recalled. They were nice to me. Without them, the gap between us might not be so big. Speaking of this, I have to thank the Magic Kings for their support. With that said, Li Chu slowly drew out the pure Yang sword. No. Yu Huaxing blinked and waved his hand. Zhao Taoist priestly. Can you please don't kill me? As the leader of the Yin Yu cult and the Yu emperor of the demon sect, you have blood on your hands. And you are full of evil. If you are not killed, it will be difficult for the righteousness of the world to flourish. Li Chu said. As for what? With you here, what bad things can I do? Yu Huaxing couldn't help but wailed. But seeing that Li Chu seemed determined to kill, he could only grit his teeth. A desperate fight. Okay, little Taoist priest. If you won't show mercy, then I will die with you in this world. After saying that, Yu Huaxing suddenly clenched his hands and took a deep breath. Both eyes bloomed with black divine light. The whole person suddenly expanded like air. The reverse use of the demonic embryo transformation technique is the forbidden method of destroying oneself. It is exerted with the true immortal strength of Yu Huaxing, and its power is enough to destroy the world. In just one breath, he can destroy the world. No matter how strong your little Taoist priest is, you are a true immortal. Can you still kill me instantly? Laugh. As soon as this idea arose in Yu Huaxing's mind, the red bolt annihilated his figure. In the secret realm, Tong Wudi just heard Yu Huaxing's announcement to the world, and the progress of refining the star beads was accelerated. But it still takes a lot of time. He also gritted his teeth in the secret realm. Little Taoist Masterly, you must hold on. Chapter 544 Yu Qian's story. After the dust settled, Kunlun Mountain was shocked, because Li Chu was worried about the unpredictable consequences of Yu Huaxing's magical power. He used 120% of his strength this time. As a result, the red horse, this time was quite strong and powerful as never before. Thanks to him paying attention to the angle when he took action, he aimed towards the north of Kunlun, in the uninhabited direction. After swallowing Yu Huaxing, the red gold sword energy penetrated a mountain peak behind, and continued northward through the ice field to the North Sea. It passed through the endless black ice of the North Sea, melting the vast ice field in an instant, and then swept towards the distant sky. Thankfully it only lasted a moment. The sword fell, and the road became smooth. Yu Huaxing, who was so powerful just now, seems to have never appeared in the world before. A surge of experience value poured into his body, and Li Chu couldn't help but be filled with gratitude. The people in the demon sect are nice, and they give me a lot of experience points. After killing Yu Huaxing, his level has reached level 84. The Taoist scriptures say 73 and 84. The King of Hell. Anyway, it is a very important milestone. If Yu Huaxing hadn't worked so hard to break through to the realm of true immortals, I really don't know how long it would have been before I could break through. Moreover, where the feathered creatures once lived, 2 slightly dim star beads fell. Li Chu couldn't help but feel more grateful to him. He put away the 2 star beads and was about to leave when he saw a misty sword shadow flying out of Kunlun Mountain. Countless sword lights surrounded him one after another, forming a sword formation like a heaven and earth net. Baiyujing is the ancestral court of Taoism and the largest sect in the world. Although the head teacher is not here, the reactions of his disciples are still first class. From the moment when Li Chu was born and announced to the world, to the moment when Li Chu sheathed his sword, it only took a few moments for him to organize a sword formation that was nearly the size of the entire sect. Young man from the demon sect, how dare you come to my white jade Jingshan sect and make noise? You must be killed immediately. The devil in front of you. Listen, you are surrounded by us. Put down your weapons and surrender quickly. This is your only way out. The sky was surrounded by sword light, and Baiyujing's disciple Lang Lang shouted from high in the sky. They also felt the sword energy just now, but due to their state of mind, they couldn't understand what happened. They just thought it was the world-destroying attack released by the demon. Li Chu just looked at them quietly. After a pause, whispers began to come from Baiyujing's formation. Elder, this little Taoist priest doesn't look like a bad person. He must not be a member of the demon sect. Yes, this is obviously my ideal person. You'd better restrain yourself. This weird confrontation lasted for a while, and then a figure in white flew out of the Kunlun formation and shouted loudly. Back off! Everyone! Back off! This figure is a woman. Exactly Huan knew. Although she is not from Baiyujing, everyone in Baiyujing's family knows her. Even Tom Wudi respects her very much. He once said that seeing her on Kunlun Mountain is like meeting a master. So all the disciples listened to her order and retreated together. Huan Nu landed next to Li Chu, glanced at him, and asked first, Do you remember me? Li Chu shook his head. Huan Nu asked again. The sword energy just now was born in Yuhua and was killed by you. Yes. Li Chu nodded again. Huan Nu looked at the star beads in her hand and said, "How many star beads have you got?" "6," Li Chu replied. "I know where the 7th one is," Huan Nu said. "Your master must really want the star bead." "Good. Take me to your master, and I will tell him personally," Huan Nu said. Then, she turned around and said to Bai Yujing's disciple, "Yu Huaxing has been annihilated by the little Taoist master sword energy. The crisis in Kunlun Mountain has been resolved. Let's disperse." After that, she took advantage of the cloud and left with Li Chu. The disciples who left Bai Yujing in the sky looked at each other in confusion. In the Anaphasian city, Yu Qian suddenly frowned. My right eyelid suddenly jumped wildly, as if something bad was going to happen. He pondered for a moment and said, "I'll pack up my things and find a place where no one is around to hide. When Li Chu comes back, the drift bot'll contact me." After that, he was going back to pack his bags. But before he could leave, he heard a shout in the air. "You heartless man! Where are you going?" A group of auspicious clouds fell, and the figure of Huan Nu appeared. Yu Qian suddenly groaned. "Heaven will kill me!" But when he saw Li Chu was there at the next glance, he felt relieved and shouted, "Disciple, help me! Senior, you said you would not harm my master," Li Chu said from the side. "Okay, I won't hurt him." Huan Nu looked at Yu Qian and said, "I just want to know if he still remembers what happened between me and him." "You?" Yu Qian looked at Huan Nu, blinked, and said, "I'm really happy to see you. I didn't expect that you still remember me after so many years. It doesn't matter what happened at the beginning. The important thing is that so after many years of dreaming at midnight, I will still call your name." There was a pause. Another pause. Yu Qian finally shouted, "Little fairy." Then, there was a long silence. Huan Nu rolled her eyes and said, "You don't remember my name at all." "Right." Yu Qian blinked wildly. "So you think I'm just an ordinary mortal woman who has been hurt by you and comes here to seek revenge? Right. Isn't it?" Yu Qian asked again. "My name is Huan Nu," she said slowly. Hearing this name, Yu Qian suddenly turned his head, as if something flashed in his mind. After a moment, he shook his head again and said, "I can't remember clearly. I only remember that when I fell from the sky, I pushed you and the gourd away." "That's right," Huan Nu said. "The treasure gourd can only hold one person. When you and I fell, you gave the treasure gourd to me and chose to fall to the mortal world with your own body. So you remember more things than I do. Less is normal." "Yes," Yu Qian said. "I don't remember anything. I just feel heartbroken when I see you. I must have done something to make you sad. Since we have all forgotten, let it go with the wind." Huan Nu said, "Your apprentice is about to collect all 7 star beads. The astrolabe should be with you." "Right. Do you still remember the formula? How could you forget?" Yu Qian replied casually. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly froze, and then shouted, "Forgot woof woof! Woof woof! Ha ha ha! Is it useful to learn how to bark like a dog? How can there be a formula for the Big Dipper in the mortal world? You clearly carry the memory of the upper world. Tell me! I really can't remember. I have selective amnesia. Then just suffer death." On the side, Wang Longqi looked at this chaotic scene and couldn't help but click his tongue. Is this the legendary path of confrontation? After much tossing and turning, everyone finally sat at the small table in the inn, listening to the old Taoist priest telling stories about the past. Actually, I'm not lying to you. There are indeed many things that I can't remember. The reason why I remember the formula for the Big Dipper is because I knew before I went down to the lower realm that my memory might disappear. So I wrote down the formula. As he spoke, he took out a piece of silk as soft as clouds from his arms. And sure enough, there was a string of complicated and unrecognizable symbols written on it. Impossible. If you have completely lost your memory, how can you be moved when you hear my name? Think about it again, Huan Nu said. I will remember your name because... With that said, Yu Qian turned the silk again. There are dozens of short, crooked symbols written on the back, which seem to be names. He pointed at one of them. This is Huan Nu. Wang Longqi pointed to the one next to him and asked, Then what does this similar one mean? Weaver girl. What about this? Du Lank also pointed at one and asked, Ginger girl. What about this? Xixia. Okay. I dare you to go to the lower realm because you can't survive in the sky. Right. Wang Longqi sighed. I still remember. It seemed that it was because I peeped into the decree and learned that real immortals were about to appear in the world here. And many of the natives in our heaven were actually not pure true immortals, and could not compete with those who ascended from the lower realms. That's why I might as well come down and try my luck to go to heaven again, reborn, and avoid the limelight. I also forgot where I stole the treasured Big Dipper star disc, just to prevent me from not getting the fate of immortality and returning to heaven. In this way, the Big Dipper star disc and the 7 star beads can also guide me back to the immortal world. But just when I was about to use the treasure gourd to go down to the next world, something unexpected happened. It must be that you showed up. You wanted to kill me and attracted the patrolling heavenly soldiers. After a fight, we fell into the mortal world together. Later, I gave you the treasure gourd and fell physically. It was really out of love for you, Juan Nu. You believe me. Okay, I remember all the good things I did, but you didn't mention a word about the bad things I did, Wang Longqi said with a smile. You are so flexible even though you have lost your memory. Shut up. Yu Qian rolled her eyes at him, and then said, When I recultivated myself as a land immortal in the lower realm, the destiny of immortality did not arrive. I realized that this destiny of immortality was illusory and might be different from the past. My divine calculation stronger than old man Wan Tian. I can be sure that immortal fate will come to Shilipo, because I was worried that the evil spirits would gain my immortality. I captured all the strongest demons, ghosts, and monsters in the world and suppressed them underground in Dayun Temple. In this way, if you come, you can ensure that the immortal fate will fall into the hands of the human race. And as the strongest person in the world, I am also the most likely to obtain the immortal fate. It's just that after waiting for another 10 years, the fairy fate has not yet come. And I began to wonder whether the fairy fate is something that can be fought for, or is it just a kind of luck? So I relived my second life, and I became Yu Qian in this life. The old Taoist priest smiled bitterly and said, It's just that something unexpected happened during my rebirth. The 4 suppressed evil spirits took advantage of my retreat and wanted to do it together. To escape, I had no choice but to trap the physical body with the cultivation base of my first life under the well. But my soul had already separated from the first life. So my second life was a useless body without a trace of cultivation level. Unable to practice. My life is passing by in a hurry. And when I am at my wit's end, I don't expect that the little disciple I accepted in Shilipo will suddenly show his amazing immortal energy one day. Yu Qian looked at Li Chu. At that moment, I realized that maybe immortality was never something that could be fought for. It was suddenly given to someone at a certain moment. Or that person himself was an immortality. Master, is Xian Yuan? Du Lank looked at Li Chu and asked in surprise. It's normal to think about it. If it weren't for immortal fate, how could he be so young, so handsome, and so strong? Wang Longqi said. That's not true. His handsomeness is natural, Yu Qian said. Oh. After his narration, everyone suddenly understood the causes and consequences of the immortal fate. I was a little surprised. It turned out that there really are immortals in the world. After a long time, Yu Qian asked, Juan Nu, can you tell me where the last star bead is? The fate of immortality is hopeless. When we return to the immortal world, we can find all the memories. The last star bead, Juan Nu said, is in Tong Wudi's hand. At some point, a red cloud landed on Kunlun Mountain. The anxious Tong Wudi saw a peaceful scene as soon as he landed. Huh? When he was confused, the hesitant elder Bai Yujing finally found the backbone and gathered around him. Headmaster! Tong Wudi looked around and let out a sigh of relief. Hasn't the battle with the devil started yet? No, Headmaster. It's over, someone replied. Huh? Tong Wudi frowned and asked. What about you, Hua Sheng? Yeah. The elders looked at each other a few times, then looked around, and then replied in unison. It's everywhere. Chapter 545, I can't be the sword god. Call out. Snap. 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 Call out. Snap. 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 Call out. Snap. 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 Fireworks were set off. It's New Year's Eve again. In the Dayun Temple, which was decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, a red shadow swished past. And then, a white shadow followed closely. The white figure stood at the door with arms akimbo. And it was only then that he saw clearly that it was a fox girl wearing a white coat with a white velvet ring around her neck. The fox girl stared. Lao Wan, go and catch it! I'm so angry! As she spoke, she turned around and locked the door, closed the door, and released thousands of miles of flying sand. Okay, Wanli Facia yelled and turned into smoke and went out. But in the blink of an eye, he turned around again. When I came back, I was already carrying a little guy half carrying half hug in my arms. It was a baby brontosaurus wearing a red coat and a tiger-headed Little Red Riding Hood. Ouch! The little fat dragon let out a small cry, which sounded extremely aggrieved. But the fox girl still kept a straight face, unmoved at all. Seeing this, Wanli Facia smiled and smoothed things over and said, "Young man who is celebrating the new year, why should you be so angry about something? He is still a child." "Humph," Fox girl said angrily. "It ran off with Wang Longqi to set off fireworks. Hey, I thought it was a big deal." Wanli Facia waved his hand. "Isn't it normal for children to play with fireworks?" The two of them ran to the place where fireworks were set off, which is the ancestral grave of Zhao Liancai's family, said the fox girl. Old Zhao's family thought at first that smoke was coming from their ancestral grave, but later they found out that the smoke was red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. The key point is that when someone comes, Wang Longqi knows how to run away, but he is still silly and happy, and he is caught by someone. People know that it belongs to our Diyun temple and don't dare to do anything to it. So what will the neighbors and villagers think of our temple in the future? The fox girl became more and more angry as she talked, pointed at the little fat dragon's nose, and breathed out the fragrance. At this time, Wanli Facia had also put down the little fat dragon and stood on the side of the fox girl, assuming a posture that he would never associate with this dragon. While they were cursing here, they saw Wang Longqi wearing a red coat and a small hat, leading 3 or 2 servants, carrying large and small bags of things, and walked in with a smile. The fox girl immediately opened her eyes. "Are you still embarrassed to come? Ha ha. I'm here to give you New Year's goods. Come on. Come on. Everyone, move in." Wang Longqi greeted him as if he were at his own home. "Don't pretend to be okay. I'm telling you, stay away from our baby brontosaurus from now on. And don't bring it into harm's way," said the fox girl. "That won't work." Wang Longqi glanced at the little fat dragon and stretched out his fist towards it. "We will be good buddies for life." Ouch! The little fat dragon happily extended his fist and bumped it with Wang Longqi. The fox girl pressed her temples and felt her head buzzing. She was afraid that the child was going to die, so she had to have a second child as soon as possible. Just as he was talking, he saw a figure walking in. This person was wearing a green Taoist robe and had a strange appearance. He was Zhao Lianchin. It's just that at this time, Zhao Lianchin changed his ugly and cold temperament, and instead had a warm and innocent smile on his face. The fox girl looked at Zhao Lianchin and slapped her forehead again. "It's over. My family is here." Unexpectedly, Zhao Lianchin smiled. "I brought my wife here to pay Diyun Guan New Year greetings. Are you all here?" Ah, the fox girl breathed a sigh of relief. "Welcome. Welcome. Xiaowan, don't be shy. Come in." Zhao Lianchin turned around and waved, and a girl in simple clothes also walked in. The girl's face was not beautiful, but she was fair and delicate, and she looked a little reserved. Zhao Lianchin got married not long ago, and everyone knew about it. He single-handedly saved his sweetheart's tea mountain. Xujuan's tea-growing grandfather agreed so much with the marriage that he was so excited that he cried. The couple put down the gifts in their hands, and Zhao Lianchin smiled sheepishly. "In addition to paying New Year greetings this time, I also have something I want to ask you for help with. Hey, we're all old friends. Just say it." The fox girl waved her hand. "I would like to invite the little koi to wish our couple a long life," Zhao Lianchin said. "It's okay," said the fox girl. "It's almost time to eat, and Yer hasn't come back yet. There's been a lot of work in the moon worship sect lately, and she's been so busy that she's exhausted." During this time, the moon worship sect composed of little koi believers grew day by day, and actually became a sizable force. Yu Qian simply let the little koi take care of it, choosing some good wishes from them every day and sending them blessings. Do a good deed a day and earn a little money on the way. If it is an ordinary koi, doing this too much may cause a loss of luck. But the little koi is bound by Li Chu and blessed by the immortal phoenix courage, so there is no need to worry too much. So the little koi embarked on the road of making a fortune by sending blessings. And the moon worship sect also developed and grew. I heard that a group of young talents have emerged recently. Among them is a young man with long hair from the south. He is extremely curious about whether the world is round or square. He often comes to Wanli Facia for advice. Just as he was talking, He saw a little koi in a red dress with glittering sequins jumping back. I sent out more than a dozen blessings today. Bishop Yuguan, my flower waver really worked. Everyone thought I spent a lot of money. The more effort you have, the more money you will be given. Our year is great. Wang Longqi hurriedly greeted her and said, Please come back and wish me a daughter for my third pregnancy. Yur is tired. Let's talk tomorrow. The fox girl pushed him away. Now she can say that she no longer bothers others when she sees Wang Longqi. A group of people came to the backyard together and saw Yu Qian sitting in the backyard, chatting with the fairy tree. Yes, my apprentice is leaving. He is going to the immortal world, and you can't follow him. But if you stay in my Dayun temple and continue to guard it, you may not become an immortal one day in the future. What? You said you were going. You can become an immortal in other places. Hee hee. Can you smell like my disciple if you go to other places? Red silk and red lanterns were hung on the branches of the fairy tree. It didn't look like a serious tree. It was fooled by the old Taoist priest, and he was stunned for a moment. He didn't know whether he was nodding or shaking his head. Li Chu had previously obtained the star beads from Tong Wudi, and by gathering the 7 star beads, he could open the path to the fairy world. The master and apprentice discussed it for a while, and decided to wait for a few months before leaving after this year. As for the past few months, Li Chu can just stay in the human world and carry out another round of crackdowns on crime and evil. Typical evil forces like Beihai Giant Kuan, a potential threat of world destruction, became Li Chu's first target. Nowadays, there is no Biming sect in the world, and there is no established evil organization. The seas and rivers are clear, and the world is at peace. It's dinner time, but Li Chu hasn't come back yet. Wang Longqi looked out. I don't know what kind of evil spirit he is dealing with this time. Is it so difficult? Even he has to spend so long. It didn't even take long for him to become a human being. So what evil spirit could take more time? It's probably because of other things that delayed it, Zhao Lianchen said. Just as he was talking, the Taoist temple's backyard suddenly lit up, and Li Chu walked in with Du Lank, walking beside Lao Du. Li Chu's brilliance seemed particularly dazzling. This is probably the charm of foil. Is the evil spirit strong this time? Fox Girl asked. It's not strong. It's still a little weak. Li Chu shook his head. So I asked Lao Du to deal with it, and it took a little longer. Behind him, Lao Du scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm just trying out my new magical power. If I really let go, I'll kill it with my sword in 10 rounds. Ha! Without further ado, let's start dinner. With a shout, everyone gathered around the dining table and started preparing the banquet. Wait a minute. After the plates of dumplings were served, Wang Longqi suddenly asked, You didn't let the little koi make dumplings this year, did you? It seems that last year's fish scale dumplings and the previous fish scale mooncakes left a big shadow on him. Don't worry. The little koi is now the mainstay of our Dayun temple. Every day while waving flowers and sending blessings, you can earn the food and clothing of the entire Taoist temple. How can I have time to make dumplings for you? Wanli Facia said with a smile. Wang Longqi was relieved. He picked up a dumpling and ate it when he heard a crunching sound. Ah! He covered his mouth and wailed, picking up a dark black scale with his hand. What is this? Yeah. The fox girl stuck out her tongue and said, The dumplings you are eating may have been made by the baby brontosaurus. Ah? Wang Longqi looked at the little fat dragon on the side. Can you make dumplings with 3 fingers? The little fat dragon scratched his head shyly, then stretched out his fist towards him. Ouch! Who will be your best friend forever? They were playing around, and soon they were full of wine and food. Here, Lao Du smiled at Yu Qian and said, Master, there are so many people here today. Why don't you take out the astrolabe and open our eyes? It's not impossible. Yu Qian didn't hesitate and went directly to the room to take out an ancient compass wrapped in cloth. I saw that there were only 7 small holes on the compass, and it didn't look like it could fit star beads into it at all. The old Taoist priest took out 7 more star beads, and saw that the star beads seemed to have spirituality, naturally turning into a fluorescent light embedded in the small hole. When the 7 star beads were embedded one after another, the entire astrolabe suddenly emitted a faint divine light. Call out. The beam of light gradually spread out from bottom to top, and finally turned into a curtain of light, shining thousands of miles in midair. In this light, a winding blue dragon gradually appeared. Everyone looked at it strangely. Collect 7 star beads, and a green dragon appears? It seems difficult to end without making a wish, Wang Longqi said. Okay. The little koi looked at Qinglong and said seriously, Just tell me what you wish for. Baby, you are mistaken. It should be the one who helps us realize our wishes. The fox girl said quickly. Ah, is that so? The little koi changed his words again. Then my wish is that everyone's wishes next year will come true. The fox girl said. My wish is to have a handsome husband next year. Wanli said. My wish is to marry a gentle and virtuous girl next year. After saying that, he glanced at the fox girl vaguely, and saw the fox girl's face that said, Don't mess with me. Wang Longqi said. I want to have a lovely daughter for my third pregnancy next year. Zhao Lianchen held his wife's hand. I hope that we, as husband and wife, will live happily forever. The little fat dragon raised its claws. Ouch! What is the wish of the baby thunder dragon? Asked the fox girl. Wang Longqi translated. It hopes that in the new year, you can buy a house, marry a wife, get rich, and have good luck. Lao Du raised his hand and said, +1. Li Chu silently recited in his heart, +1. After everyone had made their wishes, Yu Qian said loudly to the sky, Okay, the wish may be over. So you should get out of here and stop playing the dragon with this person. When the green dragon heard the shouting, it seemed very reluctant and twisted its body. If you don't get out, I will let my apprentice kill you, Yu Qian said again. Upon hearing this threat, Qilong glanced at Li Chu helplessly, then turned around and left. So it turns out he was just a handsome guy passing by? Du Lang said speechlessly. Collecting all the star beads is just for fun. If you really want to realize your wish, you have to rely on koi. Wang Longqi said. The road to the immortal world may not open once in 10,000 years, and these peaks will be affected. Qilong, as the strongest of the 4 elephants, also wants to take a look at the road to heaven, Yu Qian said. In fact, it's not just the Qilong. There should be a few remaining Jun at this time. All of them are watching here silently, wishing they could follow this path to become immortals. It's a pity that Li Chu suppressed the world. They can't stir up any waves. Looking at the road to heaven in front of him, Li Chu looked at Yu Qian. Master, are you really not going back? Ha ha. No. Yu Qian shook his head and said, I have lost my fairyland body, and I will be just a mortal when I go back. It is better to stay here and look at the vegetation on Chilipo. Li Chu looked at the light curtain and hesitated. What does the fairy world look like? I don't remember. And no one in the world will remember, Yu Qian said again. Even now, I suddenly suspect that there are many human worlds in the human world. So is there really only one fairy world? Could it be that the place you came from and the place you went to are not the same world at all? Where are you coming from? Li Chu thought thoughtfully, but still said, Maybe you have to take a look to find out. Anyway, brother, you are working hard in the sky, and we are cheering you on below, Wang Longqi said. Maybe one day, there will suddenly be an extra statue among the statues in the world, and it will be your statue of Li Chu. When the time comes, I will have face now. This god is my brother. What kind of god will you be then? A handsome god? If we let Taoist priest Xiao Li choose, the god of wealth may not be impossible, Zhao Lianchen said. Master Sword Energy is the most powerful. He must be the sword god, Du Lang said. Yes, sword god sounds the most domineering. Ha Li Chu chuckled, shook his head modestly, and said, How could it be possible? Even if there is a fairy world, he would be just a newcomer if he goes there. I can't be the god of swords.